Okay, we is streaming. Now let's go over to Studio and see if it connects. Says excellent. Let's see if we get image, and we'll wait on that. And there it goes. So we're going to now check the channel, and we see if the channel displays. Now we check for echo. Says echo. Excellent. Excellent. And everybody hit that existential upvote. That is a matter of life and death. So with that, we're going to launch the call. Let's go over towards call. And then we click the button, audio, and always a minor miracle that we get everything in place before this goes down. Let's make certain we get our man up here. Aristides. Calling Aristides with the dragon symbol. There we are. Yes, the dragon signal. That's what I meant to say. Instead of bat signal. Dragon signal.
Wow.
Yes. How are you?
Hi.
Okay. Let me see if you register. Okay.
I'm registering.
You are registering. You sound.
Great.
Yeah. Are you seated or are you comfortable? Or
what? No, I'm actually I'm walking.
I thought so. Okay. How'd that sound?
I'm outside. I'm outside. It's raining. It's raining, and I'm outside.
Wait. Yeah, I take it.
I have an umbrella.
Oh, thank God.
I have an umbrella.
Yeah, I was gonna say this.
And I'm gonna be home in a couple minutes.
Sounds good. So
yeah. And then business as usual. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, just do me a favor and just let me know when you're seated, comfortable, steaming hot cup of coffee in front of you, and ready to roll.
That'll take an extra 5 minutes. Okay, no, just kidding. But okay, tell everybody. We gotta tell everybody to hit the upvote, and then we'll get to the rest. Hit that upvote right away.
Yes, thank you. You're the man. You are the man.
It's algorithm. Moving up.
Yes. So I'll handle this. Just let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
T. Barry says good evening. He says loud and clear, brothers. So there we go. Yeah, and that's our man Aristides. And
I can still talk for a couple minutes, but
excellent.
I just can't be totally dedicated.
No, that's fine. Yeah. So I would presume, of course, that you're out and walking about is the responsibility of your furry friends. You got
no.
Oh, okay. Then we'll leave that subject alone. Yeah. It's definitely. Is it cold? It's not cold rain. It's nice.
No.
Okay, just nice.
No, it's gotten warm.
Okay. Yeah, and so let's. I'm just responding here at the same time, multitasking to Douglas Marks and T. Tank Berry. In order of appearance, I'm going to say hugs at T. Tank Berry, then respond to a nice long message left by Douglas Marks. And in the interim, I want everyone to know that none of this would be possible without Aristides' computer, and I found out what was going on, I think. I mean, basically, apparently this is quite common.
Really?
Yeah, well, apparently this is quite common. And PCs just go through these, like, timeouts all the time, so much so that they actually throw up these crash reports. So the fact that they throw up a crash report too every time that it goes black screen. Not that this has happened more than 3 times in my conscious memory, but it's all happened comparatively recently. So what I've got to start doing is just making certain, that you go easy on the computer. That's basically it. It's a tiny little...
How do you do that?
Well, it's a tiny little thing that's attached to the back of my monitor. And since I work with the computer in the crypt on the bed, the mattress, then when I get up, I kind of flip the monitor onto its back, which covers the computer to a degree. Even though the computer is on cushions, I try to make certain that it has air. So I'm conscious of the ventilation issue. But apparently it might not have been enough. I mean, well, it was functioning for the longest time without that being an issue. But and I do notice that, like I said, this has only happened 3 times in conscious memory. 2 out of 3 times it was while I was cruising for porn. So, so the porn is not the issue, because the porn's not infesting the PC with viruses, because I don't download anything. Rather, it's the fact that the porn throws up so many links automatically. 9 out of 10 times when you hit a porn video, it throws up a live cam girl ad. And so you see a live cam girl that you have an option of going to, which I never opt for, because I would never spend money on that. I mean, why would I do that when you've got porn for free? But I guess some people are different. So, but in my case, I always turn those off. Unless she's really interesting looking, and then I leave it on for the free sample, so to speak, for several minutes. But other than that, it's simply the overload of so many windows opening at once that I believe is doing that. So it tends to be not the issue of what I'm doing with flipping the monitor physically. I think it's literally when I've had it on for a long time, it's just been working on it for a long time, and you have a lot of windows up, and then sometimes it literally overloads. Enough so.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, don't choke the thing with pillows. I mean, there's some people that deserve that, but not the computer. I got to go on mute for just a minute.
Sounds good. I love that. Thank you. All right. And love and hugs at T-Take Berry. And then we turn our attention to Douglas Marks. And okay, so Douglas Marks says, good evening, everyone on Team Dietrich. I have another question for you. Team leader, how do you deal with depression if you have experienced it? That's, that would take, you learn not to care. You learn to care for very specific things. And let me first welcome our man Douglas Marks aboard. Welcome, Douglas Marks. So let's see if this. Oh, good. It actually responds. And okay, and John put up something about Germany and vegetable oil conversion. Cool. ATG. Oh, the vegetable oil conversion system. Yes, cool. Excellent. Okay. Welcome at Douglas Marks, and let's give him a nice big emoji here, because he's a regular, and he says thank you. Well, I'll continue with that. That requires some. Or how would I say it? You need more detail. Let's give you some more detail. All right. So Douglas Marks, here's the issue with depression, is that first off, there are many people who are truly clinically depressed. Now, this becomes an issue as one gets older. And as one gets older, if you're a man, simply because of the biophysiology, the chances are slimmer, but they become guaranteed if you undergo heart surgery in particular. So when anyone undergoes heart surgery, cardiac surgery, the one thing to know, my own legal father being quite the exception to this rule, but not in terms of depression. After his open heart surgery, he underwent clinical depression, and this was dealt with medically with an antidepressant, which in his case, I believe it was sertraline, worked wonders. It solved his problem. And it should be that way for most people who undergo open heart surgery, which is mostly men, generally speaking. And this has a lot to do with sexism, because they're finding out more and more that women also often need open heart surgery and don't get it, because a lot of doctors don't give them the credit for basically having the problems that men do. It really comes down to this weird thought process that women don't have as much stress as men, or as much responsibilities, so they can't possibly be having heart problems. This is, of course, absurd. And however, generally speaking, putting that bias aside, women generally have less heart problems than men. They have a lot more than have been acknowledged. But generally speaking, it's your heart's better off if you're a woman than if you're a man, which I could say that metaphorically as well. But when it comes to men's heart disease and the mechanical solution to the plumbing issues that develop, what happens is the moment they clap down on those veins and vessels that go to the heart so they can work on it, keep the blood from pumping to the heart while they fix it mechanically, then what happens is a lot of particulate matter, this is the theory, backs up in the bloodstream. And then once the heart starts pumping again, all that backed up particulate matter goes to the brain in a big coagulated clump that is impossible for the brain to filter or process, and it begins to clog up the brain or do something to it. This is why, statistically, no one ever comes out of open heart surgery the same. Now, the only impact it had on my legal father was emotionally. He came out of it with depression, which was then solved biochemically, pharmaceutically. And that was great. When it came to the situation with most people, professors who have studied multiple languages all their lives will come out of open heart surgery and lose the ability to read and write. That would be an extreme example, but it's not uncommon. Something will happen, and the individual does not come out the same. But that's enough to make anyone depressed. And so at that point, you just deal with it biochemically because it's a biochemical issue. It has to deal with the plumbing. Now, with women, it's very similar to, well, it's somewhat analogous to alcohol. A man can absorb twice the amount of alcohol a woman can, and not wind up, well, a woman just gets drunk twice as fast. So women just have to be really careful about drinking. And of course, it just is something that if you don't take that into account, well, then you're in for some trouble. And women are physiologically smaller. They have at least 3 pints less on average of blood coursing through their system than men do. And as a result, their biochemistry is extraordinarily different. It's so different, it's indescribable. Their entire bone structure literally melts and reforms itself through pregnancy, where their entire frame restructures to carry that child. So their physiology is a lot more morphable, a lot more pliable. As a result, they're much more vulnerable biochemically to depression. And as they get older, there's almost like a very high percentage, I'd say 75 to 90% chance they will simply acquire morbid depression with age. 75 to 90%. It's actually probably more like 75 percentile, but it's compounded by the other creeping factor. The other creep factor is paranoia, because women are very vulnerable and they're victimized throughout their lives. One of the factors being the alcohol factor, where a man wants sex, he gets them drunk. And the end result is they wake up with their entire life impacted by partying. Or it's just like it's such a vulnerable position to be in a patriarchal society where everything from the pink tax, where you take a look at a woman's razors, they charge twice as much for a woman's razors as they do for a man's, just because they color it pink. And in Asian India, like everybody gets the dots on their foreheads, they charge a woman twice as much for that dot as they do a man. It's like they do everything they can to keep a woman barefoot and pregnant. So with a life of exploitation and victimization, women get extremely paranoid with age. And statistically, it's almost a certain factor. They're going to get more and more, how would we say it? There's no other word for it. It's a combination of depression and paranoia, which makes women very hard to deal with. They'd have to have an exceptionally supported lifestyle to avoid degenerating into paranoia and clinical depression, just absolute misery as they get older. It's a spiral situation with them. Now, what could work is, again, antidepressants. But in all these cases, never get a biochemical antidepressant from a general internal medicine practitioner, your regular doctor, your pill roller. Never accept a prescription of antidepressants from them. You have to see a psychiatrist. It is absolutely insane that they allow general internal medicine practitioner. Think of the acronym. Your average pill roller doctor, the doctor that you see who is the gateway to all your referrals that you get anywhere and everywhere else, including psychiatry. Their very acronym, General Internal Medicine Practitioner, is GIMP, G-I-M-P. So you can't accept antidepressants from a GIMP. The GIMP does not know what they're doing. Ever. Do not ever take that risk. And so you have to get a referral to a psychiatrist. Just say, no, I need a referral to a psychiatrist. Then the psychiatrist will work with you to see if you, well, generally speaking, a psychiatrist wouldn't give a damn. They just issue an antidepressant, but at least they would know what they were doing. That's so you have to like work with them. That's a biochemical answer, but you need to ask yourself, is that something you really need? Not everybody needs a biochemical answer to their depression unless it is truly clinical. That's why you need to see a psychiatrist. You need to diagnose whether or not you are truly clinically depressed. So when you simply use the word depression, that would imply such a general state of being. The overwhelming majority of people would probably rank as depressed. But when it comes to the situation of depression, the first thing you need to do is disambiguate that from stress of living, surviving. Most of us are surviving on a day-to-day basis, and we have no capacity to overcome perennial rut. I myself, who have been trying to save up, have got nothing. Everything is down back to zero in my wallet and bank account, because there's absolutely nothing that I could do to save. Everything has to be spent on just literal necessities. And yes, I consider the hydration that I get, the caffeine and sugar from my Coca-Cola, the alcohol from my beer, which is liquid bread to me, and certainly a necessity just for winding down, and water for hydration, potable water, which I don't have in the crypt. All of this is a necessity, and just the money alone that goes into that to keep me alive when I'm here in the crypt, all of that is takes everything, ultimately. So we're all left in that boat, the majority of us, barely surviving, barely sustaining ourselves. And that would be a stress. But is that depression? So you have to ask yourself, what is depressing you? And if you identify what is depressing you, simply compartmentalizing that out of your emotional range of, shall we say, absorption, you need to filter that. And that would include people who are aging you rapidly by being negative. Negative people in particular are depressing. That would include generally relatives and spouses. that would be relations and spouses mostly, are generally depressing people who you can't do anything about. You can't win with them. You would learn to sever. Of course, you should seek counseling from a psychologist in that regard. There is a difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist. A psychologist is known as a psychiatrist with their brains knocked out. That's a negative way of looking at them. But psychologists, basically a psychiatrist is simply an MD who has gotten a degree in psychology. That's all a psychiatrist is at baseline. So it gets different if they, are involved with neurology. Say, for instance, a neurologist who becomes gets a psychology degree, then becomes a psychiatrist. Then you're dealing with somebody who is profoundly involved with multiple fields. But that at that point, they're usually not dealing with conventional cases. They're dealing with people who are like high-level autistic or something. They're dealing with like people who are not going to be socialized anyway. Somebody is that like that. Then the funny thing is, at the absolute bottom of the barrel, at least back in my day, the absolute bottom of the barrel would be a prison psychiatrist. That would be like a ship's doctor. Nothing against ship's doctors personally, but that would be considered the bottom of the barrel for a MD. An MD who's like been discredited or even lost their MD, even lost their degree, like they've just been professionally ostracized. Then they become they are infamous historically for becoming ship's doctors. All that may have changed. I mean, obviously these days cruise ships, would be filled with thousands of people. So a doctor is not necessarily going to be the worst of the worst who's on a cruise ship. But when it comes to, say, for instance, a merchant ship or smaller ships, these days they probably wouldn't have a doctor. They would just, like, somebody got really bad, they'd be calling the Coast Guard and medevacing them off the ship, theoretically. But when it comes to psychiatrists, the bottom of the barrel, the ship's doctor equivalent, would be a prison psychiatrist. So those are the kinds of psychiatrists that have, for all intents and purposes, come close to losing their medical degree, and then they just deal with prisoners who can't escape. And but in terms of the and mostly all they do is roll out pills to make the prisoners, placidity drugs. They placate the prisoners. But I personally knew one of them, as a matter of fact. Not from the inside, mind you. Not from inside the prison. But when it comes to the choice to be made, if you're seeking to deal with the people who are depressing you, and it's generally people or situations, probably the first thing to see would be a psychologist for counseling. And then you would decide whether or not you're actually clinically depressed. Then if that were the case, then you'd ask your GIMP, your general internal medicine practitioner, for a referral to a psychiatrist. But this is like clinical depression. If you decide to deal with this on your own because you have no access to this sort of medical infrastructure, then the first thing you need to do is start compartmentalizing immediately. You need to really build up your, you need to outright sever or work towards severing whatever's making you depressed. So that would be the general thing to say. Let's check in on Aristides, see if he's all right.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Depressed?
No. No. Oh.
Glad to hear that. Good, good. Yes. And so I've already got some questions about the photograph in thumbnail of live stream tonight, and that is from the Balkan Wars. As you can see, I'm cradling an AK-47. If you're a gun person, you can probably tell that right away, even though you can't see the rest of the gun. I'm not holding a bullet, of course. I'm holding a case of lipstick, which, as you can see, I've freshly applied. And basically, the ring comes from looting a jewelry store in the Balkans. And this was, of course, in the 90s. This is a photograph from the 90s. And we have, with the help of my son Ed Beth, airbrush is the term I used to use. Of course, that's an old term from people who worked with physical photographs and literally physically altered them. These days they would use Photoshop or other things. Whatever my son is using is probably a software program. But he's managed to basically, in the upper edge, just blot out a few details that might get me potentially convicted of a war crime. So all of that being said, other elements of the photograph are also simply cut out by what the frame will hold, which is a lot. So there's plenty in that photograph you don't see, and but the eagle in the photograph is obviously a Byzantine eagle. Well, for anyone who's familiar with such things, and but it's definitely a very fascist-looking cap, and it's on my head for a reason. At the time, I could go into that story later, but it's up there for today, which is the celebration of the fascist victory in Falange, Spain. España, of course, had a brutal civil war in which the communists were ultimately defeated, and that was thanks to help from fascist Italia and Nazi Germany. And it is, or has traditionally been, a national holiday in España, where the fascists ruled long after World War II, and maintained a fascist government in standing, which, so that people understand it, was National Socialist to the core. And the only detail that needs to be explained is that even though Adolf Hitler very much appreciated the Spanish Blue Division, which was dispatched by Francisco Franco to help him throughout World War II, he personally despised Francisco Franco. Francisco Franco and Adolf Hitler did not like each other at all, and it was España was on the brink of being invaded by German forces to shut down the Strait of Gibraltar, and it was only a convergence of events that prevented that from happening. But the Spanish, because their very existence as a Falangist or Spanish fascist government could never have happened without Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini, they arranged for ultimate German victory and forcing the Americans to pay reparations of astronomical proportions, known as the Marshall Plan. They forced the Americans into that by the Spanish neutrality, which Spain was technically neutral throughout World War II, albeit they had forces fighting on the Russian front. The Americans had every intention of invading España. All of that came to an end when World War II was demobilizing into a state of ceasefire for a prolonged period of time. It has in Europa never ended. España is still on Berlin time, even though originally, before the fascist victory, it was on Atlantic time. It was on the same time zone as England. But España, because of its alliance with the Third Reich, is on Berlin time, which Great Britain today and many other nations have attempted in vain to convert España from. They've lobbied the Spanish intensively to change to the Atlantic time zone, which, believe it or not, would actually be logical and save them probably, as they've calculated it, millions of dollars in terms of the inconvenience that they have to tend with in being separate from everybody else who's basically on their latitude. But they stick with a time zone that's outside of their latitude. They stick with Berlin time. This is similar to Thailand. Thailand was on Tokyo time in World War II. They were on Tokyo time. They switched later to their own time zone, which was in a latitude an hour away. But when it comes to España, they allowed the Germans to plant Die Glocke, or the bell bomb, on the Canary Islands of Spain, which, if the Germans triggered that bomb, it would have literally phased La Palma out of existence, which would have displaced enough mass in the Atlantic Ocean to trigger a tsunami that would head straight towards the northern seaboard of the Western Hemisphere, meaning it would blanket the Americas, all of North America's Atlantic seaboard, and quite a bit of South America's northerly latitudes. Did I say latitude earlier for when I'm talking about time zones? I meant longitude. Longitude for the time zones. So the latitudes would be when we take into account the tsunami, because that would blanket the Caribbean, and it would blanket Venezuela. It would blanket, of course, all of the eastern seaboard of the United States and Canada. So I meant to say longitude when it comes to time zones, but latitude when it comes to the tsunami. So Die Glocke, or the bell bomb, which was tested in the Pacific on Ganges Island, which used to be on the maps but no longer exists, and they deny that it ever existed, but it most certainly did. My father stepped, he landed on that island along with other sailors while it was still physically there. That was phased out of existence. And I use that term seriously, that was phased out of existence dimensionally by Die Glocke, the bell bomb, which was tested there, but did not trigger a tsunami because the physical structure of the Pacific is very different from that of the Atlantic. While tsunamis are infamous in the Pacific and can be triggered by earthquakes, Ganges Island was not in a physical area where it could do that, whereas La Palma in the Canary Islands, it is a volcano really on the Canary Islands, or rather the core volcano which resulted in the Canary Islands. The overwhelming majority of islands are tips of volcanoes, if they're not coral reefs. And so what happened was that the bell bomb was used to present the Americans with an ultimatum. They would never touch España, and the fascist government stayed there in place, complete with running death camps, till the death of Francisco Franco, and nothing the Allies could ever do about it. And this is all the way through the 70s and 80s. And as for Germany and the rest of Europe, the Americans were forced to surrender reparations unto them and pay for all the damage that they did in World War II, which led to both East and West Germany becoming the wealthiest nations in all of Europe. East Germany was the wealthiest economic powerhouse in all of Comecon, or the communist European economic market, or what would be called the common market, the communist common market. Whereas West Germany became, of course, the very foundation for the euro with its Deutschmark. All of the euro is simply riding on the Deutschmark. It's founded on the Deutschmark. I could go on about this for hours, but we're getting good numbers. Let's turn towards Aristides. Aristides, my dear man, feel free to take it away. Hope you have that coffee. Did you produce that? Excellent.
Yes, I did. And yeah, we can finish the blurb now. That's good. If you're
oh,
ready.
By the way, can you answer it, Aristides? Beth Seraphine has a question. Beth Seraphine asks, the stream is kind of confusing. Is he saying Hitler was a good man? How about you take that on first?
Well, wait, where was that addressed so far?
It's in the chat room. Take a look at it.
I know, no, but I mean, yeah, have you? That really wasn't what you were talking about. Was it?
In a sense, it was. Let's put it this way. So, to Beth Seraphine, let's first thank her for the question. Okay, let's answer that first. Thank you for the question at Beth Seraphine. And so, if you're a new listener, obviously it takes a little bit of explaining. So try and understand this, Beth. When it comes to Asia, where I was born in Taiwan. Adolf Hitler is a hero. Nobody in Asia thinks of Adolf Hitler as a bad person. Adolf Hitler was a great friend to the Asians, and he literally saved hundreds of thousands of Asians directly, and ultimately millions of Asians indirectly. The people in the West are familiar with the DOK, or rather the DAK, the DAK, which was an acronym for Deutsche Afrika Korps. The German Africa Corps was commanded by Erwin Rommel. But even most Germans are completely ignorant of the DOK, or the Deutsche Orient Corps. And that was commanded by General Falkenhausen, who trained the nationalist Chinese army. And you can take a look at the uniforms of the nationalist Chinese in World War II, and they are wearing Nazi uniforms. So understand that in Asia, there is a tremendous Nazi influence. And in Asia, Hitler is looked upon as a hero. And there are many colonial nations, such as Asian India, where Subhas Chandra Bose, an Asian Indian freedom fighter, fought the British, who slaughtered 100 million Indians under Churchill. Winston Churchill ordered the mass starvation of Asian Indians in the Bangala, the Bengal province. Mass murdered 100 million. 100 million! The man who fought against him, Subhas Chandra Bose, escaped to the Asian island on which I was born, Taiwan. That's an entire bit of history that would take hours to explain. But he fought with the Germans and the Japanese. He was in Europe and in Japan to fight for the liberation of the Asian Indians from British imperialism, which was genocidal under Winston Churchill. So when you take a look at the 100 million people murdered by Joseph Stalin, the 100 million people murdered by the communist Mao Zedong, who took over mainland China, when you take a look at the 100 million Asian Indians murdered by Winston Churchill and Joseph Stalin murdering Germanic peoples, literally before the Second World War, there were 120 million Germans throughout Europe. After World War II was over, there were only 100 million. 20 million Germans were murdered, far more than any other ethnic group in the center of Europe. The Soviets also, under Joseph Stalin, murdered literally 15 million Ukrainians, which is why they fought on the side of the Nazis. This is why Vladimir Putin insists that he's invading Ukraine to denazify it. All of these people view Adolf Hitler as a hero. And because of that, when my mother was ordered by the Emperor of Japan, as a member of both Japanese and Chinese nobility through intermarriage, to collect the sperm of Adolf Hitler, because Emperor Hirohito himself was a marine biologist, And he wanted Adolf Hitler's sperm to be stored for reasons known only to himself, potentially for cloning in a much more organic sense than people comprehend from science fiction films, probably through basically in vitro fertilization. He could carry on the line of Adolf Hitler in Asia. My mother actually took 2 samples. She was in Germany twice and met with Hitler twice through first Sepp Dietrich, Adolf Hitler's bodyguard, and then through Otto Dietrich, Adolf Hitler's press agent. You might notice my name is Dietrich. It's one of the reasons my mother married my legal father. He was a relation of both those men. And Hitler's sperm, which she kept 1 sample of, preserved after collecting it through intimate relations with him, she preserved that in a ginseng fluid, which is an ancient Asian tradition for preservation of sperm, till she got it into refrigeration, where sperm can last for, so far we actually don't have an expiration date. Sperm can last for effectively hundreds of years in proper refrigeration. So she inseminated herself with that sperm. I am biologically a son of Adolf Hitler. And that's something that really needs to be known for any new listeners to this program, albeit my mother was half Japanese, half Chinese, which renders myself half Asian. I'm the half Asian last-born son of Adolf Hitler. So all of that is just an introduction to this. And yes, Hitler was a good man. He was fighting the bad guys, mass murderers, who ultimately took out, when you count all of the crimes of the Allies, 500 million people. Everything the Axis did was for humanity. That's something that will be appreciated in history soon enough, because the Allies are collecting together again. Russia, America, only this time Great Britain is on the side of Europe. But Russia and America and Israel are uniting with communist China against Europe, Japan, Great Britain, my native Taiwan, which is the most important economy in the world. The entire world economy is based on Taiwan, the island on which I was born, due to our monopoly on the production of microchips. All of that can be gone into later, but hopefully that puts things in context. It's all a continuity of the Second World War. Oh, yes, please, Aristides, by all means, do the blurb. I'm so sorry. Once I get caught up.
That's all right. No, don't be sorry. That's all very important. But we're a little late on the blurb here, so hopefully everybody hit the thumbs up vote, like, if you will, below the program window. That's something you should do for anybody you like, but you should do that here, especially because that helps keep the algorithm up. And the reason that needs to be done is there are thumbs down, downvotes put mostly by a few cheap bots, but that stops or could potentially influence Doug appearing or the channel appearing high up in search results, etc. Suggested content for people looking either for him or for issues that are mentioned, historical or otherwise. So yeah, there are downvotes placed, and so you're fighting them with upvotes. You do have to be logged in to do that on YouTube. You can't just place the upvotes without being logged in. If you've never done that and that sounds daunting, it's not really. If you have a Gmail that gets you logged in, I believe, just as is, so you don't have to make an account. Although I'm sure you could make an account probably with other emails if you already have a Gmail. I think that'll just get you logged in. So then, yeah, you can do the upvoting and other functions, other YouTube functions. I don't even think you can't do anything. You can't comment in the chat or anything like that, I think, if you're not logged in either, as far as I know. Yeah, other things, including, let's see, after the program is live, when it's in replay, there'll be comments below the window, and those can be liked, upvoted as well. And that is important also if you're listening during replay, especially the comment that Doug always puts there with his crucial contact information. In theory, those could be downvoted and disappeared by a few bad actors, which do
pathetic individuals, yes.
yeah, try to do these things, but somehow you're still here. So do show your support that way. And if you have multiple Gmails or don't mind making more, once you're logged in, you have your little account menu up in the corner. You can create a little icon or avatar for it. If not, it'll probably have your initials or something. If you go in there, you'll see something called switch account. That is, you could actually switch between logins, which could be like multiple Gmails, etc. Or underneath that, there is a way to make channels. Being logged in and being publishing on YouTube are two different things. So if you were to go publish, you have to create a channel, which is kind of a separate entity from your login name. The cool thing is all these different logins or channels can do their own individual upvoting. And so what all this means is one person can place multiple upvotes or vote multiple times in the Dietrich democracy here. So, it's your chance. So you can't do that everywhere. So you can do that here for however many times you have the ambition to do. You can, however many logins you have or want to create or channels you want to create. You don't have to put anything in the channel. You don't have to publish anything or tell anybody about it. You can just make dummy channels, essentially, and they can do their own upvoting. So I have put 2 upvotes so far. I should really make another channel.
Yeah, sounds
anyway,
good.
so yeah, you can do it. Yeah, so it's just a little bit of legwork to set up, but once it's set up, you can just real quick. The initial setup is done real quick. You can just switch between and do multiple upvotes. So it's really investment upfront a little bit, but then you can just vote away, and that really helps. Any interaction helps, besides the thumbs down, of course. Sharing, there's a share button there where you can generate a link to the program. That link will be the same for the live or the replay. So if you share it now or record it, save it somewhere, post it somewhere, later on when it's replay, it'll still get to the same program, and that is fun. So do note that. What else? There's no. Yeah, we're not going to talk about the clip button. That's not there anymore. So save. Save. I guess you have your own favorites. So really, the sharing very importantly, because that gets the content out to others, and that is so sharing and distribute, contribute, right? And so we'll get to the not one of the most important thing you can do. Likes and whatnot are great and they help, but money helps Doug also, and he needs contributions. This is his pay for his job. This is his job, and he's not just doing it really for fun or random tips. He needs to make some money doing this.
Thank you.
This is his stated and understood job under the program. He is under working disabled program where he gets some benefits, but he still is a working and contributing person to society. So
thank you. Another way to express that is that under the 250% working disabled program, your contributions are my salary. This is not an
Exactly.
avocation. Yeah, this is not an avocation. I'm not doing this avocationally
Yeah.
for therapeutic reasons. Your contributions are my
Right.
salary. Yes, I'll continue. Yes,
Right.
thank
Where
you.
most people get at least a certain amount per hour or per week, you get what people are generous enough to
Sand.
give. So,
Yes.
that do show your support that way if you're at all able. The best way is PayPal. Just put the PayPal link there in the chat. So if you can find that, or you don't ever really need to find, or wait, do you have, hey, do you have on the front your thumbnail or image? I don't see the
Oh,
where you
did I
put,
forget to put that up? Wait,
yeah,
it should be.
usually, so you,
Critical
I don't
emissions.
see
It's
it.
right there on the thumbnail. Let's take a look. I'll do a screen share
Is
here.
it? Is it?
Yeah. Let's take a look at screen share.
Let me refresh. I mean, okay, wait. There, no, I had to refresh. That's weird.
Oh,
It wasn't
okay.
there.
Interesting. Oh, okay. Because I'm sharing screen right now to show you.
Okay,
but,
no. Did you?
Okay, got
I
it.
don't know if you put it after the fact, but I had to refresh and it was there. It wasn't there initially.
Okay, that must be. That's weird, but I hear you. This sort of
Okay.
thing happens all the time. They're always messing with our electronics, anyhow.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So now that I refresh, it is there. So yeah, you don't need to find the link to get to the PayPal. All you need to remember is he's on PayPal at Douglas D. Dietrich, all one word. Or it's always if you can get to any of the programs, click on any one of them, and it is right there on the front image, Douglas D. Dietrich. You don't have to type that whole link. You can just search PayPal in your search engine or whatever. Get there, type Douglas D. Dietrich. You'll see him, and his fancy getup, which coincidentally has the same theme to it, a snazzy hat and glasses. Although I think there is a different hat and glasses in that one.
Yes.
You do see a recurring theme here.
Yes.
So that's one way to recognize him. So once you get there, send him whatever you can afford, everything you can afford. It could be a giant lump sum payment, or you can set up recurring payments, say peel off a little bit every month or every time you get paid. PayPal will let you do that. So if you don't have a PayPal, don't want to get it, absolutely you're not going to use it, but are willing to contribute with a credit card, you can do that by going to his website, which is also right there on the front image, douglasdietrich.com. Ignore the button in the middle and find the yellow donate button, the upper right-hand corner. Click on that, and that accesses his other PayPal. The first one is his personal one, and they don't take any little bit of taxes out of that, but they do with the commercial one. But if that's the only way you can contribute, that is fine. And so if you click on that and you only have a credit card and not a PayPal, I'll give you a little menu. And one of the options there is donate with debit or credit card. You don't have to be logged in even. You don't even have to have a PayPal to contribute on PayPal. And there's another button for donate with PayPal again, which that goes to the commercial account, which a little bit of fee is taken out of. So, no argument there if it ends up there, but you do need a little bit of money there every month for certain expenses, but preferably the first one, Douglas D. Dietrich. And finally, there's a Venmo button. You can send money from Venmo because PayPal and Venmo now work together. So, yeah, those are right there. So, really no excuse. It's really very easy to find one of these ways and contribute financially. And if none of these electronic options are going to work for you and you want to mail physical payment, money order, check, not cash, loose in an envelope, please. If you're going to insist on sending cash, hide it in a care package, some kind of jar where their money sniffing dogs, won't smell it. And
or at least within a greeting card where it'll be hidden between cardboard flaps.
Yeah, something. Yeah. Tuck it in something in a care package that you hopefully put in other goods, snacks, trinkets, whatever you want to surprise Doug with. But he does need some human sustenance.
Yes.
And
thank you.
you do, Meals on Wheels doesn't quite cut it all the time. Right?
Yeah, barely. Oh God, it's. I wouldn't want to lose it, but it's horrible while you have it.
Yeah. I mean, it's like what is it? It's like a TV dinner you're heating up. It sounds like to me.
It's not even as tasty because TV dinners at least have that salt. They've got that heavy salt bite. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh right. Yeah. They don't want to give up. Yeah, because they probably a lot of old people get these deliveries.
That's right. That's right.
They don't want to give them salt and high blood pressure, so they don't. Right. Oh. Well, I hope you have a salt shaker or something. Seasoning there. So anyway, yeah, he needs he needs snacks, he needs drinks. And actually, you know what you don't mention quite enough is you can actually say you want to buy something on like Amazon. You can have it just shipped to him. That's an option also. So, right.
Yes. Thank you for asking. Yeah, that's right. You can have it sent directly to me just by putting my address on it instead of it's a. God, remind me to catch you up on the cell phone issue, okay? So.
Okay.
Thank you. Good God.
Okay.
Forgotten all about that in the excitement of just getting ready for tonight. Oh, yeah.
All right, but that is an option. We don't say it enough. You could have it basically shipped directly to him from Amazon. Various things he says he needs or likes. He does like his high quality mineral water, right? Because the water there where you live is really not drinkable, and there are not other niceties.
I will qualify that just so people don't get outraged. Yes, of course, I prefer high quality German mineral water. I can't even remember the brand name, but I can't afford that. So what I get is simply potable bottled water from the corner store up the street. And it's not mineral water. Every once in a while, I'll treat myself to a bottle of that, but that's very rare these days. So back to our dear friend Aristide.
Yeah, I'm trying to. What is it? It's something Gerald Steiner.
Gerald Steiner. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
If you just type into search, you like Google German mineral water, that's the first thing that comes up.
Gerald Steiner. It then. That's it.
That's his favorite. If you really want to spoil him, really anything, any type of decent water, or you can name a list of things you'd like. What?
Oh, right now, I think you did well enough.
Yes, yeah. Right, not right now, but maybe at some point.
At some point, I
can have your wish list of stuff.
Yeah. Like I said, thanks to the fucking Epstein files, I feel leery of asking for beef jerky. But
yeah, right. Well, I think theirs is not offered in stores. That was a very custom. What would you call it? A boutique item.
Yes, disgusting.
There is some scary shit. I saw there were so many of those files that like you really would have had to put in a lot of work to really pick up a lot, There's a lot you can miss. As horrifying as it is, there's a lot you can miss.
Yes.
And I saw a summary recently. It was pretty, somebody had gone through and really done a good highlights. Probably we could get to that, but I mean, I guess you won't turn down as long as it's properly packaged commercial jerky. I guess that's all right.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so
thank you.
That being said, you can if you. Oh, I was going to say if you want to send physical money order, whatever. Let me see. Did I put? I didn't hit send. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's your email. You should give him a heads up. Best to get in touch with him an email. I'll give you his address and let him know that something's on its way. Email is there, DouglasDwayneDietrich@gmail.com. DUANE, Dwayne.
Thank you. So, yes, DUANE. It's the weirdest spelled Dwayne. Weirdest spelled Dwayne that you can
see. You see it, but I guess there's a W Dwayne, but it's not that. Right. So send him an email. Let him know you want to send him something in the mail, and whatever it is, money order, personal check that you take out of grandma's checkbook because she won't know any better. $1,000, just write $1,000 on it.
There you go. Yes.
Please.
Or send it to me blank and I'll fill it out for you.
Right. I want to trouble you with all that writing. We'll take care of that. Right? Yeah. Doug will. I wouldn't participate in any fraud, but blank checks are okay. All right. So, yeah, what else? Back to some YouTube stuff. Oh, you also, if you see a button that says subscribe, you definitely want to click it. If you subscribed in the past, you occasionally want to check. If you keep getting okay, let's just say if you subscribe, you can hit the little notification bell thing, their little bell icon. Your little menu, you probably want to click all, puts little emphasis lines around the bell. That'll give pop-ups every time Doug is on air, so to speak, or uploads. And you should be, that's one good way to know that you're still subscribed. You're still getting those. If you're not getting those, or if it's been a long time since you subscribed, you're not sure, you can go to the main channel page there. It's the blue, his name in blue. Don't click away from here and go there, but you go there at some point, and make sure it should definitively say there, subscribed. It used to say it underneath the program window, but they stopped doing that if you were subscribed, only if you were not, at least for me. So if you go to the main channel page, youtube.com/@DouglasDietrich, there, show you your subscription status. It'll show you, menus for all the videos. There's a home videos, live. So live is all of these live streams. Videos is other stuff to check out. A lot of let's just say review material for yeah. Douglas Dietrich 101, especially for people who have questions like earlier.
Yes.
I don't know which video precisely would be a good question to answer, but you kind of did, and anyway, a lot of non-live stream stuff there to check out. A lot of them are shorter. If you only have say a few minutes and you don't, or not hours but minutes, there's some things to check out there to fill that time. And of course, the live is all the live streams. So do check out the channel page. Make sure you're subscribed. What do we have left? Yeah. Once it's in replay, do comment below. All the participation helps. Feel free to leave any type of comment, upvote other comments. But that is not during the live. They don't have that. They should. I don't know why they don't, but I don't know.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, that's just the nature of the beast. Yes.
Yeah. So beyond that, I guess the footnotes for what do we have today?
Yes.
I see 1, 2 asterisks in the title. That's always filled up, and it's never enough to for acknowledge all things Doug wants to. So if you click on the description and expand that, they will be broken out there in footnotes with the little dagger symbol. Yes. We can't miss them because they're separate from the main paragraph, but always check out that description there. And all the things Doug wants to acknowledge: holidays, historical things, social topics, etc. So, and then whatever footnotes. What do we have here? Yeah.
Yes.
What did you talk about?
You're asking me.
IRONSTORM. What is 81st Operation IRONSTORM? What is that?
Oh, Okinawa. America's invasion of Okinawa.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. So it's the Okinawa, which was launched on April Fool's Day. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. So in the footnote, I actually say that appropriately launched on All Fool's Day. Yes, it is basically, just so people know, the American name was Operation Iceberg. The Japanese refer to it as IRONSTORM. So I use, of course, the Japanese name preferably because, for one thing, it sounds a hell of a lot better than the American term. But I specify that in the footnote. And just so people understand a little bit here, if she's still listening, excuse me, while I lisp, and to Beth Seraphine. We're going to assume you're still listening, and just to provide some further insight for you on the horror of the Allies and why they're the bad guys. Their primary nexus, before there was an Israel, was Belgium, which is a nation that literally should not exist. There is no culture of Belgians that is organically evolved. It was an artificial buffer state created during the Napoleonic conflicts as a buffer state between the Germanic nations and the Frankish nations, or the Gallic nations. In other words, the French and the Germans, the Gallic and Germanic peoples, did not even establish Belgium as a buffer state on their own. It was established by the Greater British Empire, simply so that they could have a hold on the continent. By guaranteeing its neutrality, they effectively had a colony on the continent. But the King of Belgium, King Leopold, was gifted the core of Africa, and this was called the Belgian Congo. Today, it is simply the Zaire or Congo. It's divided. It's between the communists and the warlords, and it's a nightmare. It's where you get your medals for your cell phone, and it's all due to an ancient meteorite crash there. All of your cell phones have this Congo unobtainium that's in them. It's known as tantalum, and tantalum is what vast mercenary armies serving corporations fight over, and it's the World War I of Africa. It's millions of people have died, and that's the aftermath of the Belgian genocide, which again, when the King Leopold ruled the Congo, he was enslaving the blacks in the modern age and killed tens of millions of them. Tens of millions of them. We will never know the number, but we do know it borders on close to 50 million by some accounts. And many of them died digging with their bare hands in the mines radioactive uranium for him to sell to the Allies to produce atomic bombs. If you ever see the movie Oppenheimer, they talk about, oh, we're getting the plutonium out of this particular source, but all of our uranium is coming out of Africa, the Belgian Congo, without showing the slavery involved, the black Africans who died by the millions digging with their bare hands, all of that uranium out by to serve the Allies to create a weapon of mass destruction. This is why their own resistance had to make contact with Adolf Hitler and beg him for help. That's why Adolf Hitler invaded Africa under Erwin Rommel with the Afrika Korps. The Germans invaded Africa with the strategic objective of liberating the Belgian Congo, amongst other objectives such as closing the Suez Canal. But was Adolf Hitler's spies in contact with African resistance, black African resistance, where they got the uranium for the German atomic bomb. And the idiots who say that, oh, Adolf Hitler, he never had an atomic bomb. Well, the world's first nuclear reactor disaster happened in Nazi Germany. The Germans had the fucking bomb. Adolf Hitler used it once on the European continent, was informed by his biologists that it created mutations by damaging the cellular structure of human beings. And that's when he ordered it never be deployed on Europe again, to protect the racial integrity, the genetic integrity of Europeans. And that's why instead they inserted into the volcano of La Palma on the Canary Islands Die Glocke, or the bell bomb, relying on a dimensional phasic weapon, a phase weapon, a higher level of bomb than even the atomic bomb technology. But all of that needs to be remembered as incredibly important. And with that, we turn back to Aristides for a little bit more. And
yeah. So the Congo uranium was found before the Navajo supply? Is that like the Southwest American supply? Or?
Yeah, oh, well, the American, you know, in terms of whatever supply
of uranium?
Yeah. Let's put it this way. You'll have to tell me more about the Navajo supply, because that might be a different name for something I might be familiar with, or I might be totally unfamiliar with what you're talking about. It doesn't ring
Well,
a
there
bell
was
consciously with
in
me.
the Southwest.
Yeah.
There were later on they started mining for uranium in Arizona and stuff because there was a lot of it in the soil,
Okay, interesting.
and
So in
that's where
other
they
words,
were making like the Fiesta ware in the 40s and 50s, like the different ceramics that were like bright orange. It turns out that was all uranium,
interesting.
and
Yes.
it was like the hottest freaking dishes you could buy, radiologically speaking.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's right. So
Yeah.
tell people about, you're talking about like the glow in the dark shit. The Tartarians love that shit. Yeah, like different, like they had this radioactive green glass they were producing. It must have come from
So
there.
the Vaseline glass, all of those industrial supplies of uranium came from the Southwest. Yeah.
Mhm.
And there was a type of dishes that people remember in their grandma's cabinets and stuff. It was called Fiesta ware. It was like
Yeah.
this bright orange like blaze,
Oh.
and if you put a Geiger counter on it, it just starts going off like,
Yeah.
So, and they become collectible now because of all these contrarian Tartarian people are saying they took it off the market because it was actually good for us, like all the radium and radium water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
so
yeah. Well, they can bathe in it for all I fucking care. But yeah, no,
the
that
one dude I see,
yeah,
he definitely does.
yeah.
He literally does.
No, that, well, good for him. I mean, then we'll get to watch his flesh melt off soon enough. It'll be morbidly entertaining. But when it comes to that, the problem with the Americans was they probably considered that to be inefficient. It was simply had to be processed to such a degree it was not efficient for them to use their own source. In other words, it would be the equivalent of the shale oil that we get today. The only reason America is back again to being on top as a world energy exporter when it comes to fossil fuels is through this process of shale oil development. And by the way, welcome back aboard, Brendan. I'm so glad you're here, and hopefully your phone is working, and really appreciate the fact that you've joined us. But for the incoming questions who are saying I'm full of shit about the Nazi nuclear reactor disaster, that was on the 23rd of June in 1942. It was in Leipzig. Did I pronounce that correctly? Is it Leipzig or Leipzig?
Leipzig.
It was the Leipzig
Depends on your pronunciation, but yeah, Leipzig.
Right. Okay. Thank you. It was the Leipzig L4 nuclear reactor. It experienced the world's first reactor disaster in history. It's where the Nazis learned to clean up radio contamination, and that was one of the factors in the Otto Dillwanger brigade. How do we pronounce his name? Dillwanger? Perhaps we'll look up a video of him. Yeah, Karl Dillwanger. He was a vicious homosexual who was yes, and he was a poacher.
What does that mean? What is that?
He was a vicious homosexual poacher. Well, basically, he was in trouble for molesting kids, but he was also an animal poacher.
So he was a predator.
Yeah. But here he goes. This is like one of those photographs which, when my gang brother Beaver saw this, he said, "I never thought Germans look like David Niven or Peter Sellers. Whenever I saw those people pretending to be Germans, I said, that guy couldn't pass for a German." Here we are, Karl Dillwanger. Once he saw Karl Dillwanger, he said,
yeah, he looked sketchy.
Yeah, anyhow, this was Himmler's convict legion. But these were all criminals who were, they were one of the most dangerous units in Nazi history. I would take them any day over freshly laundered troops from Breslau numbering in the battalions. These were the men who fought the partisans and wiped them out, but they were experts in radioactive decontamination. Because they were all criminals, that was their penance. So they became the hazmat suits. These were the Nazi hazmat men. And
I mean, if anyone's doubting that, they could look at one of the Einstein letters where he writes to Roosevelt and he says, "The Germans are amassing heavy water. It's only a matter of time." So it's like, I mean, that was like in the late 30s.
And by the way,
so
look
they
at
obviously had it.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Didn't mean to interrupt. No, thank you for that. But look at this. Here we are. 4 years ago. Look who put this up after I talked about it 4 years ago.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
yeah. After I talked.
No doubt about that. I mean,
oh man.
yeah. No, he listens. He listens live.
Oh yeah.
Mr.
Oh yeah.
Mr. Felton. I know you're listening. Hello.
Yeah. We
Greetings.
know you're listening. Suck it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's made a whole career out of it.
yeah, he's made a whole career out of listening to
And
some
what
of
it-
Adolf Hitler.
The
yeah.
cheesy part, like anyone could say, oh, you guys are just, hopping to conclusions. Well, literally one night you revealed something that was almost
It was
never
the British
spoke about.
atomic bombs. I said, this is the
Yeah.
first time you'll ever hear about the British attempt to bomb Japan with atomic bombs.
And within hours, this guy stitched together footage and from all his
While we
stock
were
photos
live!
from the
While
war.
we were live!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the war, he stitched together all his stock photos and all the war stuff he had on his computer and
Yeah.
just made a video within
Yeah,
hours.
Yes.
And by the time you were done, it was already ready. So
He published it. Back in those days, I was talking 8 to 10 hours at a time, maybe 12.
Yeah.
12 hours. So he did that while I was live and published it before I even ended the show. Then when we ended the show, we were confronted with this uploaded on YouTube. And it's like there's no words.
Yeah.
I mean, but I always had the attitude that, well, you can't intellectually own history, but people do. They just exploit it and claim it as intellectual property. It's incredible to me, and people tolerate that. Like, oh yeah, well, I own history. I can copyright a historical book. Really, it's such a asinine concept.
doesn't make sense.
Yes, thank you. It's like saying I've copyrighted oxygen. We're all breathing oxygen, but it's like if you suddenly were able to deprive people of it in a contained environment and make them pay for it, historians do that. That's their version thereof. They've got you in an anorexic. What is it? Anoxic. It's an anoxic environment, not anorexic. Anoxic. It's an
Anaerobic
anaerobic. Anaerobic
Yeah.
or anoxic, meaning oxygen-less environment. You're in historically oxygen-less environment, and you pay to breathe when you get your history. I give it to you for free, and you can breathe free here. But I need your contributions to keep doing that. But definitely, I think what I definitely want to talk to you about later, dear Brendan, is the cell phone. I think that I go to settings and maybe we can change the volume on that, but I wouldn't want to do that without your input. So it's all I can say is hopefully we can do that on Microsoft Teams if your phone's not working, or is that something you're willing to share? What's going on with your phone? Is it operable, I presume?
I mean, we'll talk about it later.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Yeah, I mean, but just glad to have you with us. So can you let's take a look at who else is with us.
It's a miracle I'm on it all.
It is.
These Filipino freaking call centers are the most evil, vile
Yeah. Don't even get me started.
They hold you hostage. They literally hold your shit hostage because they're just, I don't know what's wrong with them. It's just some kind of evil shit. I don't know how to explain it.
It's
and there's no accountability. They give you some fake ass name and some fake ass number when you try and confront them, and it's just no. And then when I say, "Oh, I need a supervisor," they just hang up, and you'll never get back to them.
Man, those motherfuckers. Yeah.
And so that was the one thing that this administration was supposedly going to do that I definitely support is outlawing overseas call centers. It's just it's got to stop.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
There's no reason to do that. The only people benefiting are the evil companies that make trillions.
Yes.
And we're just getting, the customer is getting screwed.
Shafted. Yeah, just shafted. So true. And it's outrageous. I'm appalled. I'm so sorry you've suffered that. Look, Aristides, are you there? Just checking in with Aristides too, because I do need to. Oh, great. Can you guys talk? Oh, Heather, just try to come on now. Heather, come on now and join us, please. I won't do anything till she comes on.
Wait, what do you need? My battery's dying.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's why I want to get Heather on, in case your battery dies, because I need to make a short trip to the restroom. Yeah, and so Heather, Manic Tala, please jump on the bandwidth. So before I really get into the action tonight and start monologuing, definitely want Heather to check in. But I really want to thank you, Brendan, for joining us at least for a moment to tell us about. Oh, we're joined by Heather. So, dear Heather, how are you? Say hi.
Oh, not very stable. I'm doing okay. Just one of those days.
Why are you losing it?
I just people have their breaking point. You just, I push myself to the limit all the time.
Like how so this time in particular?
Just like mentally,
Mm-hmm.
my hypertension and things like that.
I see. Well, you
Magnesium.
Yeah.
Yeah, I take that.
Okay. Does it help?
Take more.
Well, yeah, I've been needing to focus on my own health, and I've been just neglecting it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, don't do that. Don't neglect it. It's we're definitely here for you, and consider us your emotional support. And
Thank you.
yeah, aside from Vinny, of course. And I hope he's doing okay. How's he handling what you're going through?
No, not good. Kind of just falling apart, and I had some really bad dreams last night.
Oh.
Long dreams.
Wow.
I was dreaming.
What was that painting? What was that painting that you sent me, Heather?
That was the painting of my little friend that came out of my foot. I was trying to identify. That picture I shared, Douglas, with you? I painted.
You painted that?
Yeah, I painted that.
Oh!
One was a picture, and then I made a painting of the picture.
Oh, yes, the little black oil drop with the eyes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah, you got to do like a super cleanse.
Here it is.
Wormwood.
Yeah.
Wormwood and just
everything.
Smoke, like fumigate with like wormwood and mugwort as much as you can.
Yeah.
Everything. I know. I've just been doing that. I'll do more.
I really
wormwood.
Yeah. So if you see the painting, it's in the text box, Brendan. Look at that. It's a really good color combination. You need to put that in a modern art store. You'd probably sell that and make a good deal of money. People love that. They love this. It's got simplistic color contrast, and it's rather ominous, edgy. It
looks kind of like a brain, like a black rotting brain.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. It's interesting. It's definitely intriguing. And it's got personality, whatever it is. Yeah, it's got personality. And so I'm just going to take a short trip to the laboratory. I'll be right back. And so Aristides, join these two in a conversation if you'd be so kind. Yeah, thank you so much. All right.
I'm here. All right. I'm here.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing, Aristides?
I'm all right. Thanks for joining.
Good. How has it been in your neck of the woods?
It's been nice. It's been feeling warm, like spring.
Yeah, it feels like summer here.
Yeah, that's why I heard summer's already there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's how it works.
Well, so Brandon, if you're still with us, can you tell us about what's going on with the planetary alignment right now? Because maybe that's part of, kind of what I'm going through.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a conjunction of Saturn, Mars, and Mercury in the 12th sign of Pisces coming up. So that's going to be another flashpoint and kind of like more miasma, more oceanic disturbance on the oceans, more warlike situations on the oceans. So just, exacerbating the already things that we know about that are happening. Yeah, because Saturn is in Pisces at the moment. I'm talking sidereally here for anyone that's into astrology, if they're wondering why I'm not saying Aries. Tropically, they're in Aries, but that is also, a warlike sign, so it doesn't help really in the situation. And there are other transits happening, but those are the main ones, so to speak.
Yeah, that noise has come back in the sky, that weird noise, but It had disappeared for a couple weeks.
What noise?
The noise that I hear at night, it sounds like a plane, but it's not a plane. It just kind of like stays in the same place, the noise.
Yeah, like a
And-
low frequency sound.
Yeah.
I think that's been
Yeah.
increasing. More people have been talking about the humming.
Yeah.
Yeah, people hear that. You know, it's just a sign of the dimensions changing, different energies coming in, different, so to speak, trumpets of the judgment happening.
Is that what
As
that
you can
is?
Yeah, pretty much.
So where is Kaliki? Isn't Kaliki coming?
Yeah, Kalki. I mean, Kalki will come. Yeah.
Can you tell me about that guy? He comes on a white horse.
Yeah, I mean, Kalki is the 11th avatar of Vishnu that is prophesied to come at the end times, and
On
he
a
rides
horse.
a white horse. Yeah,
Yeah.
and has the sword of truth, and cuts through all the ignorance of the Kali Yuga. I mean, you could see that in like Vishnu Puran, like it's there.
I love their artwork.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I mean, Kalki's like a good force. That's like, you know, the cleansing
Yeah.
force that will come to.
I think he was in my dream
Reset.
last night.
Okay, I'm back. Who was in your dream
Yeah.
last night?
Kalki, the guy that comes at the end of the world
All right.
on a white horse.
All right, party. Yeah, that's Brendan. What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good response. That's a good response.
Okay.
Oh,
go on.
you weren't here for when I explained. So Kalki is the 11th avatar of Vishnu that comes at the end of the age
Mhm.
to cleanse the realm of the darkness.
Cool. Well,
We're on the precipice of that.
yeah, we're on his side. That's for fucking sure. That's
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, totally.
yeah.
So I appreciate you saying that actually very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, because Kalki is like, that is what we need. I mean,
Yeah, definitely.
he has like, you know, the Thursian power to, you know, like a lightning bolt, come in and cut through all the darkness of this age.
Yes.
And that's what they're fearful of, and that's why they're doing their end game, because it's very close.
Yes. Yes.
There you go.
That's amazing. I'm like really appreciative of that dream, Heather. You're attuned. You're attuned. Yeah. And
Intense.
I'm sorry?
It was pretty intense.
I bet. Yes, something like that would be. Okay, and so all of that having been said, she sent an image. Let's take a look at the image that Heather has sent us. And oh, there we are. Delightful. There we go. You get these wonderful Vedic images that you share with us. And all that being said, and what else was being discussed while I was gone? We maintained good numbers while I was gone. I'm proud of all of you. And so you all did well. All such being said, what else do you feel is happening domestically or internationally that we should be paying attention to? Anybody want to jump in on that?
Not politics.
Well, just the
Delightful.
just right before you
Yeah.
came back, we were speaking of the astrological alignments. So
Uh-huh.
Saturn is going stationary. It's stationary, I believe, in Pisces right now, sidereally,
Uh-huh.
and then it's going to be joined by Mars and Mercury.
Mhm.
So it's going to add more energy to this already
Turbulent.
kind of disturbance and warlike situation on the seas.
All right.
And
Uh-huh.
like a while back, I spoke about
Mhm.
Saturn, going into this part of the zodiac is
Mhm.
going to disturb like the oceans and create limitations in shipping, international shipping, and all that, because Rahu's there, I believe. It's different grahas, or maybe K2. I'll have to check the alignments, but there are these lunar nodes also there. So it's obviously these warlike situations are, related to that, and this Martian injection is going to add more, energy to that.
Mhm.
And then you give Mercury, who is, swift and quick, so it'll add some quickness to this warlike situation on the seas.
Mhm.
So don't expect anything to end soon.
Right.
In relation to that.
Damn. And that's well, that's definitely to be expected. Thank you for sharing that. Aristides, don't be afraid to join in with what you feel is happening domestically or internationally we might be paying attention to. Your own thoughts would be appreciated.
I mean, we can get there, and if these two want to talk about, cosmology, that's fine.
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I think that was it, really.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about
Yeah.
to say he
Hey
seems.
y'all.
Yes, welcome aboard. I believe that's the voice of someone I know, Holly Kiefer.
It's Holly.
It's Holly. She was muffled. She was muffled. She was
Was
speaking.
I?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. She was speaking
If
through.
you get that echo, let me know.
It's kind of glitchy right now, but hopefully it stabilizes. I was going to make a joke
Yeah.
about how you were speaking through the napkin that was laced in what's the knockout fumes again?
Chloroform.
Chloroform, yes, the chloroform napkin. Oh, yeah, initially,
The-
but you broke out
but,
of that hold.
yeah.
God. Welcome
Yeah.
aboard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, and
I just wanted to throw in there.
please.
Let's not forget Neptune's up in this top-heavy configuration as well in Pisces.
And tell us about
We just
that.
can't see it with the naked eye. No, it's just joining up with the
Yeah,
gang,
Saturn, Neptune.
staying with the gang.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And talk about
Yeah,
water, right?
that's what initiated this huge, thing.
Mhm.
This huge,
Yeah. Yeah. That
oceanic
clump.
disturbance. Yeah.
Amen.
Because
It's
Neptune rules
visible.
seas.
Yes.
Righto. Righto. All in Pisces for a while, and then it all went right through the sun. And oh, good God. With the moon in it, that was crazy.
Wonderful.
But I've been watching something,
Yeah. go on.
and I'll be looking right at it soon.
Mhm.
That's come up. I was hoping to cross paths with Brendan on it. A configuration that I've found amazingly striking. So everybody knows the constellation Orion, right?
Yes.
Yeah, most everybody does. It's quite prominent. So there's another configuration called the winter circle
Mhm.
that runs in a big circle around it.
Mhm.
Castor and Pollux, Capella, blah, blah, blah. So since Jupiter has gotten into position, a new circle has formed right around Orion. So if the bright shoulder, left shoulder of Orion, Betelgeuse, is at the middle of a clock face, Jupiter is straight up at 12, and at 2 o'clock, there's the front star of Auriga, and 4 o'clock is Aldebaran in Taurus, and then Rigel and the dogs, Procyon and Sirius, right?
Mhm.
This circle that makes a perfect 6-pointed star.
Mhm.
And so he starred David and all, and here we are with Israel going Godzilla, and Ramadan, and all this big fat mess right in the middle of that sacred time. And we're coming up now to the end of Ramadan, right?
Yeah.
And this thing is just shining bright like it's the new boss, But here comes the scimitar moon.
All right.
And each night it rises closer and closer and closer and skims right by the head of this star
Mhm.
a few nights ago.
Mhm.
So
Wow.
it was it's an amazing, you can still see the star clear as day as long as Jupiter stays kind of put.
Mhm.
But to see the scimitar go slicing through it like that, right at the end of Ramadan, I didn't know what to make of it.
I would
But it was
think
quite a drama.
we're entering a new age of Islamic terror. I'll explain that during Arc of Narrative tonight in monologue. That's what it means.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's hard. Who's terror? Everybody's in the terror game now.
Well, no
Yeah,
argument.
I mean, beyond
and Netanyahu. It's
Yeah, no
So
argument from
beyond
me.
that, pre-Islam, pre-Christianity, this was the time of the goddess.
Yes. Yes.
So this was the goddess Durga,
yes.
who is the
Ah.
unknowable goddess. And during
Yes.
that time frame, she goes through all of her forms, some of which are fierce. that cut
Mhm.
off the head of the demonic force.
Yes.
So it's an inversion. Like what we're seeing on the face is an inversion of the actual celestial movements of the goddess
Right.
herself, cutting off the head of the demonic force. That's the
Ooh.
Durgic thing. So
All right.
Right, because humans always blame the wrong people.
yeah, I mean it's beyond human. Yeah, it's like way beyond.
That's what I
It's
mean.
just on the
We
human
don't
level,
have the
it's being-
sense to decide.
It's being inverted by the fallen beings. So that's because they're scared of that. I mean, the ultimate, like, they actually are devotees
Yes.
of
Oh, yeah.
the goddess. I mean, they're devotees of the goddess. Like, if you look into the Ramayan, like, mythology, there
Yes.
was the son of Ravan, who was the demon king that ruled over the realm.
Okay.
And his son was the highest sorcerer, like, in history, essentially. The biggest dark magician, like, in the mythology. This being was known as Indrajit, and Hanuman actually conquered him, or like attacked him, but through the goddess he was able to like solve that issue, right? And but the thing is even though Indrajit was on the side of evil, he was praising and serving the goddess Durga. That's where he got
How do you
all his
like
power.
that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So they took Ishtar. It went to the Ishtar, who is the moon goddess of Babylon.
Oh, they're glitching you. They're glitching you. So
Now
repeat
it's
that
like
about Ishtar.
It went
Repeat-
into.
Repeat that about Ishtar because
Oh,
they glitched
I
you.
said.
Yeah.
Yeah. So pre-biblical, Judaic, it was Ishtar was the goddess of the moon,
Yes.
who is what was praised, and around this time. That's why it's Easter. That's why it's Passover.
Yes.
She passes over these signs
Excellent.
and
Yeah.
stuff like that. So that force is what's being inverted to create these situations. But ultimately, it's in the hands of the goddess. She's like the most, powerful. Yeah.
And will make the just decisions.
Yeah, I mean, whatever she decides
Hopefully.
is unknowable. That's what Durga means, is like the unknowing.
Uh-huh.
It's it's unfathomable. That's like the best way to translate it. She's so deep.
Tibetan
so
has
mysterious.
Ekajati in that role.
Yeah, that's Vedic. Like, that's a Vedic goddess. Yeah. So
Ekajati is
that being
Tibetan.
Yes. Yeah, so it's derivative of the Vedic. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Okay.
But she's the unknowable one, who is like, the Ek means like the force, like the Shaktis.
Okay. Yes.
So there's nothing to really fear. It's just these negative beings that rule our plane. They use that,
Right.
They use that energy to perform these evil deeds, but they don't. Ultimately, they lose. Like, that's what all the Vedic mythology says. They
but
have this.
us little ants get crushed in the battle underfoot without notice.
Is that
That's
how?
what worries me.
But if you connect to that force, like, it's preserving. Like,
There we are.
it's a
I
preserving
believe
force.
that too. It must be, because here we are.
Yeah, I mean, she's very like,
It must be. Yeah.
So
Wonderful.
there's also an ancient Egyptian name for that force. It's called like Holkate, the goddess of light. So when all three forces like combine, then you get Holkate, or the full light. Yeah.
Whoa. What does the Egyptian one look like?
I could provide an image.
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Excellent. Excellent. And while he's doing that, dear Holly, what else stands out to you?
Hey,
Yeah?
I just slid into base here, but I did catch about Britain and bombing Japan, or wanting to.
Yes.
So it just occurred to me, did Britain have any kind of plutonium refinery going on the island?
Yes, what had happened was that the British had uranium bombs, I believe.
Okay.
That they were not plutonium. Only the Americans had plutonium.
I see.
So the British had some uranium that was a bleed off from the Belgian Congo, and they were working
Ooh.
with that. So
Ooh.
yeah, that's what.
That's some blood
yeah.
uranium, boy.
Mhm.
Jesus. God.
Yes.
God. Oh, shiver
And
to think. And because it freaked me out when I found out, it's a small island.
yeah.
And so much of the middle of it is behind a chain link fence
Mhm.
of disused currently army waste grounds.
Oh God, yes. If you're talking about places like the Solway Firth and these other places where they test depleted uranium and all this shit, yes.
Gigantic.
Yeah.
And war maneuvers, they
Yeah.
themselves to train for World War II.
Yeah, yeah. And
God's sake.
yeah, you had a little bit of a fuzziness there with the last sentence since World War II
Oh,
when you were
okay.
talking about that. But so feel
Yeah.
free to repeat that sentence so people can hear it more
They
coherently.
bombed the shit out of themselves and contaminated a beautiful country
Yes.
to train for World War II, to go do it someplace else.
Yes.
That's some logic for you. My
Yes.
God.
Yes. And not only World War II, but do you also mean to say World War III throughout the Cold War as well?
Well, I think it faded back.
Yeah.
There was a period when stuff faded back. We saw it with the army bases here in California too.
Mhm.
But the concern is it might be waking up again.
Okay. You mean the
Lately.
elements? Yeah.
The acreage,
Okay.
vast acreage
Uh-huh.
of starting to
By
wake
that
back
you
up
mean
out there.
wake back up? You mean the half-life is beginning to toxify the environment?
Well, but that of this great rush to militarism
Oh,
is affecting.
Okay, so by
Yeah.
that you mean a sense of mobilization. Oh, Heather, we love you dearly. Come right back. There we are. She says she'll be
Oh,
right back.
sorry.
No
Yeah,
worries.
I wanted
No,
to
no,
say
she's
hi.
fine. Yeah, no, she was
Okay.
expressing how she's just kind of out of it tonight, but she's welcome to join us back
Hmm.
whenever she feels like it, of course.
Yeah.
You
I hope
yourself
she
now,
does.
because people do care about all of you individually. We do want to hear about how you're doing as an individual. By the way, take a look at the wonderful images sent by Brendan into our text
Yes.
box of this
Yes,
this
yeah.
Egyptian goddess. And
Cool.
yeah, and that having been said,
Wow.
yeah, there we are.
That's really something.
Yes.
Yeah, I love the one ever too.
Mhm.
Whoa.
Mhm. And so
The winged.
yeah, winged, yeah, and gold,
With
yeah,
a
a lot of gold
scarab
there.
breastplate. A scarab breastplate. I love it.
Yes,
And a codpiece.
yes. Anyhow, codpiece. I like that. Yes.
Yeah, me too.
And so
Very Baphomet.
how are you doing as an individual? People do care about you. You
Hey,
know, they care about people who come on the
all I
show.
can say is well enough.
Okay, you're alive.
And that's good enough. Well, and have enough to eat, cars running, surviving.
Yeah.
And
The car's
nothing
running.
fantastic has happened. Nothing terrible has happened, except one thing did happen terrible.
Ooh, sorry to hear that.
But
Something you're willing to share, or only hint at?
it's touchy.
Okay. Yeah.
God, it's personal too.
Mhm.
But no, I like I say, I'm keeping my head down, trying to contribute to the good, trying not to cause suffering. If I can at least do that,
Yeah.
not cause suffering.
Uh-huh.
I mean, trying to keep a leg up. Oh, there was something from earlier. Oh, yeah, you asked for current events.
Yeah.
Ouch. I mean,
I love that. Yeah.
this is a hurting one.
Uh-huh.
And it was the Supreme Court.
Yes.
Let alone birthright citizenship, which is bad enough.
Yes.
But they just legalized conversion therapy.
Oh, in a particular state, you mean? A state.
Well,
It's not national.
No, it doesn't have to be.
There you are.
The national wasn't before them.
No.
So I tell you what, that is a sad state of affairs.
Mm-hmm.
Is that supposed to be Maha or what?
Yeah, well, that's more like Make America
Fucking
Sick
what?
Again. Yeah.
My God, make America
Maza.
suicidal or
Yes,
even more.
suicidal again.
Even more.
Well, it's look at the state. The particular state it's happening in is so red. Yeah, that's like
I'll take exception to that. Colorado has walked in the past. Oh my God! I mean, and it is a military-industrial center of the country.
right.
But they are walking a fine line because there's money there
Mhm. Yeah.
that isn't red necessarily because it likes nature. I mean, red likes nature too,
No, in a different
as
way.
long as they own it.
Yeah,
Yeah, in a different way. Yes. But Colorado's pretty neck and neck.
Mhm.
And Polis is hung out walking both sides of the line as governor.
Mhm. Okay.
And it's right down to the finish line. There's the best and the worst in Colorado.
Mhm.
And so, well, it remains to be seen. But that's a terrible blow. I mean,
It is.
Utah's the home of that shit.
Yes.
And they may still be doing it there right along. It's only 20 states that have laws against it to begin with.
Yes.
So
Yes.
shit.
And
Brutal.
so has
What's
Colorado?
wrong with those people? That court. I mean, that's nuts.
Well, they were packed. We all know that. The Republicans have been packing the courts with red agents, and it's of course.
That's not freedom of speech.
No.
God damn.
Well, don't even get me started. All that being said, this is a transitional reign of terror, and there's only so long.
boy.
It's so self-destructive. There's only so long that it can continue. But in terms of Colorado, try and explain to us just it's obviously a strange place, and I would
It
say
is.
that Mile High City, which is of course the Boulder. Boulder is kind of separate from
Well,
the
in
rest
Denver's
of Colorado.
the
Yeah,
real
go on.
Mile High City.
There we are.
Denver's
Thank you, Denver.
the original.
Yes. Yeah. The
Boulder's even higher,
Yeah.
but not that high.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it.
But it's over a mile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
It's
both.
still the last of the flatlands
Yes. Yes.
that go to Missouri.
Yeah. But as far as I'm concerned, Colorado is kind of like it's Denver and Boulder, and the rest is essentially almost uninhabited as far as I'm concerned. I'm sure it's not like that, but as far as I'm concerned, demographic power is in those two center points, and the rest is kind of like just uninhabited. And as far as as far as I'm concerned, uninhabitable. But
booming, construction gone wild everywhere. That's changed and changing.
Yeah.
Because now, every place, and a lot of it is very habitable compared to any place else anyway.
Yes.
So yeah, it's booming. And so, I mean, prices there are like San Francisco.
Yeah. But if you want to hear something, maybe to counter that, you remember how that idiot, and Brendan, are you there? If you can talk, Brendan, because I know your battery is low, do speak. Do say hello, because I want you to hear this, and it'd be funny to get your response to this. That would be, so if you can talk, let us know. And same with Aristides, or Heather for that matter. Oh, let me heart some of these other wonderful images. Yeah. What's that? He said, "Roar, roar, roar." Then he went mute. He said, "Roar, roar, roar."
Maybe it.
Did you hear what he said? What did he say? Could you make sense?
No, I don't know.
Been here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So now, look at Heather's painting. Oh my God! Everybody, look at Heather's painting in the text box. That's beautiful. Heather, you really need to open up a kind of art front, meaning a front on some property, at least a little bit of storefront property, and put these.
What about? I mean, I did that all on it's digital or whatever. It's on my Meta, so I didn't use real paint. And I'm used to making big messes all the time.
Well, print it out. Print it out.
Yeah.
People love this stuff.
Yeah.
This is like, people really go for this. And yeah, you're an artist. You're an artist at heart. Print it out and frame it. Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, lease a little storefront.
I was gonna try to actually make a real fresco.
Yeah, try that too. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly.
I bet that's messy.
Yeah, but that's fine. No, people love that, honey. It's very expressive form put to a visual medium that people can really resonate with. A lot of people who are willing to buy it. So yeah, put yourself out there. They would love you.
Cool.
They would
Thank
really love you just as being you. They would really love meeting you and talking with you, and yeah, that's you have a lot to offer. So
Thank you. Well,
yeah.
I'm gonna be listening. I might switch over to YouTube.
Okay, honey. Love you dearly, and say goodnight to
I love you
Vanderford.
guys
That was
too. Thank you so much
definitely
for
a hell of
everything.
a foot. That was definitely a hell of a foot sore.
Yeah.
But the
Yeah.
paintings are kind of great, and they
Yeah.
read like sperm.
Yeah, yeah,
So those would sell right as quick as you could make them.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
They totally would.
yeah. People are like that. Yeah,
Black sperm.
yeah, yeah. People love that shit.
Well, yeah, they don't know it's your foot.
Yeah, but
It's
they
a
find
hell
out
of a
that
thing
something.
to come
no,
out
Yeah,
of
but
you.
that wouldn't
in
drive
my
them away.
detox water.
Yeah, but that wouldn't drive them away if people were to meet and mingle with the artist. They would love that
Yeah.
story. They would love
Yeah.
that backstory.
They would. They would.
They would take it at the very what some of them would take it as literal, some would take it as metaphor. It doesn't matter. People would buy your paintings. Heather, you really got to start getting
I
into that.
like four of them.
What's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Holly,
Because
you can
one's the
glitch.
photo, but there's
Yeah.
4 paintings.
Oh, those are
Digital.
are
Digital,
pictures.
Picture.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I like each one.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I know they're cool, huh?
yeah,
Yeah.
just print them
Yeah.
out. Yeah, if they're not real.
And
But-
we know the inside story.
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
really ought to start doing real paintings too. But if your master comfort zone, if your comfort zone is digital, just print it out. You know, there are people who are more
So
comfortable
easy,
there
yeah.
than they are with real paint, and that's understandable. Real paint's expensive. It can
Oh,
it can
God.
be a real pain in the ass. It's a real pain in the ass. It really can be. And some people just can't do what they can do digitally with real paints. But since Brendan says he's here, Aristides and Brendan do join in on this, as well as Holly. I want everyone's feedback on this because it's so fucking funny. You might remember that idiot Peter Moon would just go on ad nauseum about his interpretation of Romania. And he was someone who would just speak as if he knew all the secrets of Romania while being married to a young vampiress, a dampfire, half vampiress, and not even knowing it. You know, the level of idiocy at which we're speaking, the oblivious hubris, conceit, and monomania of a true narcissist of psychotic proportions. But of course, if anyone remembers, he had a certain Romania that he would portray to the world through an actual rapist named Radu Cinemar, whom he was affiliated with because he himself was a predator and had supported predators all of his life, like Preston Nichols, whom he would spend hours talking about and revising in terms of that individual's insanities. But all of that being said, I do want people to know that considering what happened in Colorado, brought to our attention by our dear Holly, that Romania has forced their law enforcement to recognize the gender of trans people. Romania.
Wow.
Yes, Romania has made it official through their highest court that trans men
Wow.
are, basically the Romanian court has forced the state, meaning the Romanian judiciary, has forced their federal government to recognize trans identity. And so if
For
Romania,
women too, or just men?
well, it's a precedent case. The precedent case is a man's
Yeah.
identity, but that means that he was a
Man.
woman. Yes, they're recognizing.
Huh.
But
Well, that's a little twist.
yes, and in fact, the precedent case is Ariane MhtsRāfī-Ahi, someone who I would need Brendan to tell me the ethnic identity of. I have no idea what this individual's he's obviously Muslim or Vedic in background, but he's a trans man with dual Romanian and British citizenship. So the federal court has ordered the state to print a birth certificate reflecting his gender identity. So this is the court in Bucharest, the capital of Romania. This is a landmark 2024 EU ruling that is now being ordered enforced, and it's so Romania
And shoved down their throats.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so Romania is
Oh boy, that's not gonna go well.
Yeah, well, Romania's a lot more progressive than fucking Peter Moon
boy.
is. Yeah, that's for fucking sure. So
Yeah,
here's
but
the
there's
guy's
a lot
photograph.
of
So-
EU hatred.
Yeah, there might be no. It's a EU ruling, but you know they didn't need to go with it. And the Romanian court, yeah. So here we are. This is one of these people. If it's the man or the person who identifies as a man, that's this individual, and it matches with the sound of the name. So, Brendan, any idea on the national ethnicity of this individual? Obviously British national, but ethnically sounds like a combination of of Muslim and Vedic name elements. Very strange. But somehow this individual wound up living in Romania, probably because it's a lot more liberal than fucking Great Britain at this point. What with all the fucking gamers and Russian-influenced Brexiteers you got going down in England, he made the smart move and went to Romania. This is Romania, okay? Not the shit that Peter Moon was pushing. It's this. So
Those nice-looking, friendly people.
yeah, there you go. And so there
Accepting.
you have that. Yeah.
Benign.
Yeah, there you go. None of the shit. It's Ariane. So I'm going to take his name and cut and paste it for our dear friend Brendan. Let's give this to Brendan and see if he can figure out this individual's name. Here we go. Ariane Mৰ্থМዀ-Ahi. Ariane Mৰ্থMዀ-Ahi. And have no idea what that is. But maybe it's because they're married. It's a hyphenated name. So it might be a
Wait,
Muslim.
is he trans?
Yeah, obviously. Yes.
Oh, are they both trans?
No, the other person was the judge. The fat lady was the judge.
Oh.
The judgess. Yeah, the fat lady was the judgess. Yeah, and
Well, the guy looks guy enough to me.
Oh, you'd be surprised. It's like, let me give you a link here of this other individual who's actually, I hate to say it, raises the revulsion in me. It's like replicant. Let me see, replicant. What is the AI dating? So here we go. This individual. I don't know.
Oh boy.
Yeah, some people trigger it in me, and this is one of those folks that does. Here we are. This one.
No.
Let me give you the link. This is actually hideously funny. And this is one of those people I can't help but make fun of. You know, I think that the gamers have destroyed Great Britain. But when I see a case like this, I flip to the gamer side. So here we have this guy. Guess which one is guess which one is the man, and guess which one is the AI avatar.
Is the robot.
Yes.
One of those is an actual robot.
Well, not an actual robot. It's simply a phased-in image of the AI avatar he's been dating. They probably made a life-size wax doll. He's probably
I get it.
I would believe he made a life-size wax doll, or had a plastic rubbery.
Now I get
doll
it. This
made.
went past me
But this
today,
is a trans
but
man.
yeah.
A trans man, Ian Nicholson, has been dating himself for 3 years, both in
Yowza.
plasticized doll form and in AI. He's basically this would be the body that he humps, and the AI
Yeah.
would be the voice. It would be like, here's what it used to be on Barney the Dinosaur. When Barney the Dinosaur was on, and parents said they started protesting because Barney the Dinosaur started talking about AIDS. Do you remember that?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I do. And he was a dinosaur anyway, and hard Christians don't believe in dinosaurs.
Well, some do
In the
actually.
South.
Yeah, some do. They
Yeah.
just believe that dinosaurs
Yeah.
were around at the time of people and were only, as old as people are,
Yeah.
and that they all died
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
flood, that kind of shit. Yeah, but at any rate, Barney the Dinosaur turned out to be a black porn actor. Black porn actor. I don't know if you knew that. The body.
Oh, funny.
The body. But he's not,
Yeah.
he wasn't the voice. So when parents got together and started protesting about different questionable aspects of Barney the Dinosaur, the production staff would ask them, they would tell them, they wouldn't ask, they would tell them, you can only speak with the voice or the body, but not both at once.
Huh.
Like it was, by the way, that's almost like a divine manifestation. It's like David Koresh's followers wouldn't even talk about him like that. It's like you can only speak with the voice and the body, but not both at once. Anyhow,
Yeah.
so that would throw him off even further. That is like the weirdest shit, but that's because the voice was not the body, and they could only wrangle up one at a time depending on their schedules. So when it came to this dude here, this dude is like, he's got the rubberized doll that is the body that he humps, but the voice is AI online. Get what I'm saying? So it's either the voice or the body, but to him, they're one seamless unit. But to anyone else, he's pulling a Barney the Dinosaur. It's like he's dating Barney the Dinosaur. And,
Got it.
Yeah, he's humping the body, but the voice is... Yeah, there you go. Thank you. But the guy himself is like the ball. Which one did you guess was the real one? Which one did you guess was the real one?
I had to. Well, God, it's really hard. I mean, I want to say
it's the bald guy. Is
the one up front is more realistic looking, but it's the nerdy one that would have got this whole ball rolling.
Yeah, it's the nerdy one that is the avatar, how he envisions himself. But the real self is the bald one with the nose ring. That right through the middle of the nose.
Weird.
Yeah, to make himself look even more repulsive. Which, by the way, that can work on a sexy young lady. That nose ring right in the middle there, like that can work. Or on a sex bomb, that can work on like. You hate what?
Ear gauges are wrong on anyone.
No
one should have an ear gauge, and he's got big ones.
Oh, those are horrible.
Ear gauges.
Yeah, earplugs. You mean the earplugs like the...
Horrible.
Yeah. Oh, well, obviously that's the real one, because no AI would be that stupid as to do that.
Oh. Yeah.
But as a female to man, this is FTM.
But he wants to fuck a nerdy looking white guy.
Oh no, it's a nerdy looking younger version of himself. This is actually what's called clonosexuality.
White as hell.
Yeah, yes. This is what's actually called clonosexuality, in which he's basically a narcissist. He's a psychotic narcissist. FTM in this case, but if that's trans, it's what I'd call a fail.
So I want to be with a 50 pounds lighter white guy.
Yes,
that's me.
Yeah, that's me.
Me, yes. 50 pounds lighter and white.
Yeah, you're right. He does look more ethnic. He himself looks more ethnic than his avatar. Correct? You would agree?
I don't see him as white.
That's right. I don't see him as white either. That's true. I agree. But the avatar actually I could see as Asian Indian, or some kind of bleached out ethnic.
Barely. He could be British too.
Yeah, British too.
And all uptight. Yeah. Or New York.
Oh shit. That's
or Silicon. They got no life.
Anyhow, Brendan's convinced the whole thing is a troll. He's convinced the whole thing is hoaxery and a troll. Unfortunately, it's not. Here we are. Brendan's brought some other links. US
Well,
yeah, go
that's
on.
important, but before that, for the second part of the comedy
Yeah.
act,
Yeah.
Christy Gnome's husband.
Oh, tell us. I know
Well,
something, but so
Google
little.
that shit.
The
Yes.
reason why I
Just
said it
Google
was
it.
troll is because of the name it chose.
Oh yeah, what's the name? What's the name?
It was Mního, Mního. My Mního.
Oh,
that's what
that's
it
right.
is. The
Oh,
avatar's name is Mního, which is just
that's a
Mini-ho.
stinker. Yeah, yeah.
Dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God! But what do you think of the name? Did you
Instead
see
of
go on.
Mini-me, it's MiniHo. It's just
Got
stupid.
it.
Uh-huh.
Yes, thank you. I forgot all about that. The person's so repulsive. I just bleached them from my mind.
Hey, AI's gonna help our creativity.
Yeah.
Whoopee.
Yeah, that ain't creating shit. That ain't creating
Right?
shit. Yeah.
Well, that's what it's doing.
Oh, but Brendan,
Like that theory only works if they didn't they didn't kill off all the geniuses and the artists for the last 100 years.
Yeah,
Thank you.
exactly.
So
There won't be anything else.
Brendan, if you scroll above that link, there's the name of that trans man in Romania, whom the Romanians just identified per his desire, who they basically recognized him as a man in Romania. What is that name? Arian Mರ್ಥMዀ Ahi. It's a hyphenated name. If you could take a look at that and tell us what you think that nationality is. They might be married to someone who gave them the Muslim name or the Ahi name, which sounds Japanese. Like Ahi tuna.
You don't hear of Japanese and
it'll
Muslim
veer
marriages
into
very
too
often.
much controversy, but they're basically, the chosen folk.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
so did you see
that's
the
why that's why they pushed it through as some kind of national thing, because it was.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the photograph of
But they're most likely Roma. I'm assuming they're like not, partially, they're mixed.
Interesting.
Roma and that thing.
Got it. So
Yeah.
Romani, he's basically Judeo-Romani.
So MĽ is a variant of an Arabic Hebrew root.
Got it.
Mm.
Okay.
It's some
Interesting.
kind
Makes
of
sense.
Hebraic name.
Mm.
But I don't want to get into this.
So he's like Palestine meets Israel, yeah.
So so here's the photograph. Can you see it, Brendan? Here's the photograph of the judges, and here's the photograph of the trans man. So this used to be a woman, and in her case, yeah, and look at the statue. What is that statue? That's like lycanthrope feet. That's like human feet, but it's in a lycanthropic position.
Oh, some kind of satanic shit. Yeah.
It's Romania.
Oh, and the statue up the stairs. Is it? What kind of position is that? What? It's like some human being in the position of Prometheus, like he's chained to the rock, and the eagle's gonna feed on his liver every day. Yeah, that's what I see.
Yeah, wherever they're at, it's like an art gallery. You can see the plaque on the wall.
Yeah, there you go. And but here's the Romanian. He's a dual citizenship, Briton and Romanian. But the Romanian court just forced the state to issue him, a male birth certificate. So he was born again in Romania.
Yeah, where's Andrew Tate now? He ran away from Romania, and then they like forced him to do PR for Dubai, and now he's stuck there doing PR for them. So it's safe. I'm in my high rise, and it's totally fine.
Oh, meanwhile, our chick.
You should bother that guy.
The gymnast chick.
Yeah, meanwhile, she got to leave.
She went to Thailand. She went to
Thailand.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. Thank God. She's the only one I would save out of that whole country. Sorry to say.
Oh, and she's not even ethnically Arabic. She's
no,
Iranian.
No. Whatever she is, she's better than any of these fuckers.
There we have
Yeah,
that.
did you see the latest photo where she's driving around all happy and shit? It's like,
Yeah, yes.
that's nice.
Yeah, she's so happy to be out of
Nice.
fucking Dubai. Yeah.
Right. Some fucking desert ass, you know, indoor skiing. It's like, come on. And I'm not saying this to hate on them. It's like I've hung out with these people, like these like Saudis and stuff. It's like their idea of a good time is a fucking mall.
Yeah.
So they made the desert into a giant mall, and it's just like, dude, that's so lame. It's so fucking lame. With all that money, you could have Hanging Gardens of Babylon and shit, but instead they built malls. It's like fucking crazy. That's why, like I said, I could talk about this because my grandfather's passed now, but that's why he always hated them. He said they just destroyed nature out there, took all this money, they don't know what to do with it. And every time he would come on contract to help people like Gaddafi and Saddam, they would just screw him over, take his passport, fuck him over. When he was supposed to be there as a consultant, like an agricultural consultant, trying to like greenify the desert and shit, and they would just fuck him over. So he always hated them for that, which, like I said, I support him on that.
Yes, I can understand. Yeah.
Like, imagine bringing. There was one example, and you could probably attest to this, seeing it, is that in Saddam's case, he brought him there so they were having these issues with the Euphrates, was like blowing in all this sand and just killing all their crops, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my grandpa spent months there writing up this report on how to create these sand blocks, these things that would prevent the dunes from taking over their fields.
Right.
And
to prevent desertification, it's the desertification.
To prevent desertification and make it
windbreaks
again.
Yeah, and regreen the desert.
Yeah, to regreen the Euphrates.
Yeah, which used to be the Fertile Crescent, which used to be green. So just so people understand, yes.
Yeah, so my grandfather was like there on basically forced to go there to help them, and he took his passport, forced him to write this whole report, and basically imprisoned him, like house arrest.
Oh, man.
And had my grandpa write up this report on how to fix everything. And he said they did the exact opposite of what he said. They just had people out there digging holes. And it was just, and so he said, look, I'm done consulting. And he had to smuggle himself out. Literally a friend had to put him on a little Cessna and get him out of the country. Just overnight he had to literally bail, and he from what he told me, he was wanted by the Saddam regime ever since. That's why.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, obviously not anymore, but he was ecstatic when they blew him up. Same with Gaddafi. I remember he wrote articles about the Green Revolution 2011.
Yeah.
And he said fucking, I'm so glad they're all dead.
Oh my God. Well, what did he feel about Gaddafi's artificial rivers?
Well, he was there to consult and help build that, but Gaddafi was just crazy. He wanted to build. So instead of pursuing the artificial, pursuing the greenification, he called it the Green Program, because that was the green. His banner was the green banner, right? That was Gaddafi's flag and all that jazz. Was the Green Revolution.
Right, that's right. It was basically just sheet of green, his fucking flag. But go on,
So
greening the desert, just like Israel Zionists always claim.
Gaddafi wanted to do that, and he brought in all these consultants. One of them was my grandfather. And when my grandfather gets there, he wanted to make this fucking open air petting zoo of all these exotic animals instead. So my grandpa gets there, and he's like, there's a nature reserve. He called it a nature reserve. But before they did all the greenery and he was like, my grandpa was writing what trees would survive and what were the best ways to reforest it and all this shit. To reforest the Sahara, literally, this would have been world changing, climate restoring and all this good stuff. Instead, Gaddafi had all these African animals, all these Asian animals, all these North American animals flown in before any of that was done. right? Just crazy, because he just, you know how these,
That's a
he
mess.
just said do it. He just said do it, and they said, sir, we need, like, they need food, they need water. He said, no, I want them now. And so they flew in all these animals.
Oh, did they all
For the-
die? Did they all die?
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
So my grandpa, he said he gets there, and same thing. They took his passport and they said, look, you're on this project, you know, all this shit.
Yeah.
And then the contact my grandfather had in Libya came to him in the middle of the night, and he said, we have a problem. And he took him to the warehouse where they were kept all these animals, because this is how stupid they are.
Yeah.
This is how retarded they are. They kept them all in cages, not even in a zoo, just straight up in cages inside of, like, a closed warehouse.
Oh God.
And my grandpa said they went in there and they were all dead, every single one. And
Whoa.
and instantly my grandpa said, he's gonna kill us all. We gotta get out of here. So him and his friend had to literally, again, another example of the craziness. He had to fly in the middle of the night and leave, like, run away, literally escape.
Yes.
Because everyone on that project was basically never seen ever again.
Oh
No.
shit.
Because Gaddafi, like, goes to visit and all the animals are dead. And so everyone's, you know, it's like a fail, right? So he kills
Your
everybody.
fault.
Yeah. Yes.
But
Oh.
that was the impression my grandpa had, but we will never know. You know, it's lost to history.
Yeah, well, we know that's how Gaddafi operated. He killed everybody. He was not a nice guy. This was a horrible human being.
Yeah.
Yes. Go on.
So he did it all backwards, and because he is the dictator, you couldn't say, look, sir, you need food, you need water for these animals. He just said, bring them all, you know.
God damn.
Right?
Yes. Well,
So that's what happened.
Thank you for sharing that story. That's horrific. That is horrific, and no doubt he hastened the what do you call it? Extinction. He hastened the extinction of the white rhino and other species through that, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was my grandpa said these were, like, endangered Amazonian animals, like stuff that nothing that could ever live next to each other. Like, it was
of course
just
not. Of course
a
not.
fever dream.
Yes.
It was like Dr. Seuss. He was like, I want everything, right?
Yeah. Of course.
Anyways.
Well, you're talking about somebody who's not thinking realistically, and to him, this is all like they're like toys. They're like stuffed animals.
It's like, you remember those games, the Sim City and shit. That's what he was working off of. He said, "Oh, just build it, build it," and they would have to, like, the army would have to figure out how to do it. And none of them were educated. That's why they were flying in people from the Arab world, like my grandfather, who were, like, PhDs.
Yeah.
You know, studied in America and all that, and then they wouldn't listen to him. They never listened to any of them. That's why they're all backwards still.
Of course. No, that's the horror. What a horror story. But it's also true. Yeah, and it's like that. Oh, tell them about NÍHÅ. What do you feel about NÍHÅ?
NÍHÅ failed. They came out and said it was failed.
Okay.
Like, they canceled. It's canceled.
Yeah, and so it's like, what are they going to do with all the damage that they've done? Just let it rot in the desert, and get reclaimed?
What we just said illustrates how they think. They just say, "Oh, it didn't work, done," you know, and that $1 trillion they invested is gone. Yeah. It's in Kushner's pocket. Shit, like, who knows?
That's right.
Yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with Kushner.
Good
investor.
Developers always get paid. They never suffer the consequences.
Yeah, so he's a very good businessman. He's a great. I appreciate the way he does business. Great genius.
Oh
really.
My god. Oh my god. Facetious. He's being facetious.
No sarcasm. No.
Hey, it's a successful business model.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Honey.
Hey, I mean, if you look at his stock profile, you would say he was the best businessman ever.
God. Oh my
God.
God.
Coming soon
Holly,
to Gaza.
Remember when Peter Moon was on the show and he was trying to say what a genius that Trump was, and he said, "Yeah, he got it done in New York. He got it done in New York. They want that stadium built. They wanted that stadium built. They never could have gotten it built without Trump. And he did it by not paying any of the contractors. And he just contracted them all, and then he did it by not paying them, but it got done." And I was like saying, Peter, with a business model like that, how does anything work? You can't have that as a continuous business model, the economy will collapse. And it's like, well,
You'd think.
yeah, you said, well, nothing will get done otherwise. And that was his stance.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's
Imagine the vibrant ethnic neighborhood that was mowed down to have that wonderful stadium.
yeah.
It's always the case.
Yes. Oh my
You know.
God. Yeah.
It might be low class, might be a little gritty, but it was thriving, motherfuckers. Every time. Olympics
Hey,
too.
you guys don't have the real estate acumen.
That's it.
Mm-mm.
That's it. That's good.
I got no
You have
business
to be
business sense whatsoever. No.
Oh, well, in terms of, well, what I'd like to do soon is I'll probably head into monologue
What have
cycle.
you guys built?
We,
Look what he's
touche.
built. He's built
Touche.
towers. He's built towers.
Touche.
Oh yeah, but look up Christy Gnome's husband before I go.
Oh well, we knew that. I mean,
But
that-
tell us about
Imagine
this.
being around that.
You
stupid
gotta
Stepford
see it.
Wives weirdo. I mean,
Well, that's what I'm
Turn
saying.
anyone
These
to the other
people
side.
don't have happy home lives.
Oh.
So there's nothing supporting these puppets up there.
So I'm looking up Christy Gnome husband. Okay, like you
That's
said.
all you gotta do.
So he's an unhappy looking guy. Big deal. Unhappy looking, stiff, starch. Yeah.
Okay. So the latest
No,
came
there's
out.
breaking
he was a
news.
cross-dresser. He was a cross-dresser. So freaking what?
It's
No, it's worse. It's
is this
boobalicious.
him? But wait a second. Is this him? Just gonna do a screen share here, and then you can tell me. So when I
Well, someone exposed him, and then she came out and said, "Oh no, I never knew."
really that's well, okay. So
Hard to
if we
believe.
if we that's not him, is it? It says here model paid $25 a minute to talk dirty with Christy Gnome's cross-dressing husband. So that's
No,
the
you
model.
need
No,
put in boobalicious.
Boobalicious.
Boo.
No, that's not him. No
Okay.
way.
No,
that's
that
the
wouldn't be
That's a real
That's
lady
the
that
model.
paid.
Yeah, that got
Yep.
paid, right, to talk with him. Got it. And so if we put in Christy Gnome husband boobalicious, boob,
Yeah, well, if you trust me, he ain't. Like you said, he's a failed
AI and
cross-dresser.
it's down, but
Oh, okay. This must be
everywhere.
this must be him. Okay, here we are. This one is no. I don't know if they're going to show the
It's like
image.
he needs to go to drag boot camp or something.
No.
There we are.
Wow,
Oh,
it's
my God.
gone.
Oh, it's altered
on.
pic. Altered pic. Just because it's
Okay.
trending doesn't mean it's true. He says fact checking at the speed. Oh, well, let's find a real one. We'll find a real one. No.
they're
There's
just
real.
covering for him.
They're covering for
It's
him.
worse than that.
Yes,
Yeah, it's
it's worse. than
Either that
Yeah.
or it's some really deep
No,
AI
thi- thi-
penetration
This is
because it went nationwide,
is it.
all
This is it.
news.
This is it. This is it. The one from Daily Mail. Got it. So
Yeah.
comically
Now, if that's
oversized,
AI penetration,
lopsided. No, this is real. This is real.
okay,
Yeah, this is where
that's
he's-
why I mentioned it.
Yes, this is real. So he's like the Daily Mail published it, but it's a real photograph, and he's wearing comically oversized, lopsided breasts, complete with fake nipples. Yes,
And pink bike shorts.
yes. And
So you can see why she might play around, right?
yes, obviously, that's
You
like.
can see why she might need a boyfriend.
Yes.
Oh
She
my
obviously needs it.
God.
That is
I
like
mean, these
what?
people are they're like Barbie dolls. They're not real people.
They're not healthy. I mean, they can't sustain it. They're on some arc, that's not
Forget
sustainable.
about sustaining. They never took off. It's like they've always been in the mud. Like
Yeah, I know, but now they've got budgets
like-
in the billions of dollars.
it's like life
So-
that never evolved. It's like they're just gross.
Oh.
Yeah, but they got the $1 billion budgets to gas our cities and stop
Like,
the elections.
At least in They Live, they were all like competent. Like in our version of They Live, they're all fucking retarded.
I love it. You get that joke,
Yeah.
Holly? You get that?
It's the reality leaking through
Yes.
of how it's always been.
Well, except we got the bum version. In They Live, they were like all organized and shit.
Yeah.
They were all coordinating, but in our version of They Live, they're all like fucked up and goofy ass. Just they suck. None
Mutated.
of them can function.
Yeah.
That's why the term, it's not, people bandy around like Illuminati, as the, reptilians. It's like, no, they're desperati. They're fucking desperate to keep shit. Yeah.
Yes.
They're fucking
Yeah.
desperati. Yeah.
Branderati.
Okay, everyone. I guess what I'm going to do is start in on monologue, but I do beseech everyone here to interject whenever you feel like it. I mean, just cut in. Do not wait. Just do not ask permission. Just blurt it out. Whatever you feel like saying, just join on in and just jump in. And so the water's fine. We're doing this tonight because there is a lot to talk about. We might as well get on it, and it is what it is. Welcome back to Critical Omissions. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you going to say something, Holly, Brendan, Aristides?
No, I was just grunting my support and girding my loins.
Oh, well, get ready to participate because that's what I ask you to do. Matter of fact, even before we get started, let me make certain my electric shawl is on because my torso begins to freeze as the temperature drops precipitously on a San Francisco night. Hasn't been that way for a while, but we're returning to the San Francisco norm in terms of climate, which is fucking frigid. And Brendan, what's that, honey?
Rain tonight. It's supposed to squirt a little rain tonight.
Yes, well, it's already been doing that, honey. The other day I got caught in it.
Hardly here.
Yeah.
No, you guys get it all. We get nothing. We get everything for you, nothing for us.
I'll live by that
arrangement. This way.
Hey, I'll live by that arrangement. It actually isn't true weather-wise. We don't get that much rain, to tell you the truth. Now, Brendan just entered.
I get it.
Yeah, Brendan can explain what's the significance of this latest DW. Tell us about this, Brendan. Says in the Iran war, Trump says he will be leaving soon as strikes hit Beirut, Tehran, and central Israel. It's
developments.
Well, it's like.
Well, I think the title says it all. He's gonna finish the job.
It's
back right out of that cul-de-sac.
He can't finish.
It's like
Go on.
You're the one who started it.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah,
that's the thing.
Yeah, I guess that means he can leave whenever he wants.
At Israel's behest.
In his mind, but it's not that simple.
Well, I mean, astrologically, it started on a waxing moon. It's not going to finish soon.
Yeah, thank you.
There's no way at all.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you.
And if Jupiter stays put, this sickle will rise again through it at the next new moon.
Jupiter's like fine, like there's nothing wrong. Like Jupiter's auspicious. Like
no. But I'm saying this 6-pointed arrangement will maintain through the next new moon, and the scimitar will come again. Like I was saying before,
like the sickle moon is like good. It's not like I explained before. That's like the celestials have.
Well, no, one's Israel and one's
Islam.
One's Islam.
Yeah, but they're perverting the celestial energies. I'm saying like the real celestial energies are operating like to benefit us.
I know. I'm just saying it's an interesting visual.
Jupiter is in Gemini, going into 4th sign, where it's exalted.
Yes.
It's actually exalted in 4th sign. So.
Right.
That's the blessing.
Right. Oh, let's hope.
That's God.
Yeah.
Like Jupiter is Jove. So that's like the blessing we're getting.
Let us hope.
A period of divine blessings.
So
to straighten Israel out and fast.
You know what? Before I jump into monologue feet first, Aristides, are you still with us? I'd really like you to participate in this. What the fuck is this Artemis shit? Really? I mean, they keep saying we're going back to the moon, man. We're going back to the moon.
It was on April 1st. It's a joke. I mean, they just.
I'm not sure. Does Katy Perry get to go? I'm not sure. They've been talking about it for a while. Like it's the next great step for mankind.
They're talking about it like it happened today, but like Brendan said, this has got to be an April Fool's.
It did. They launched it today, but it's just a farce. It's the NASA. Never a straight answer. It's just
billions of dollars.
Don't make me go on a flat Earth tangent, please.
But please.
Just know it's bullshit.
Here's where you can.
We know that.
Here's where you can shine. And obviously, Brendan and I don't agree on everything. Our cosmologies are not necessarily the same, but we both agree this is outrageously unbelievable, literally unbelievable. Because honestly, if we were landing on the moon again, you would know it. But these people, they're making the claim they're going around the moon. I mean, is that what they're seriously saying? Because I know these fuckers aren't
Like,
going around the
whoopee.
moon. No, but wait a minute. That would
It's like
be
a couple of years ago. I mean, NASA's full. They're clowns. I mean, a couple of years ago, they said we lost the technology to go to the moon. That's why we
which is
haven't
true.
been back.
Which is true. Which is all true.
Okay, so then what's this latest? I mean, they're not going anywhere.
Yeah,
They're not even trying. Like, I mean, just like I
So
said,
it'll be
I don't
fake
wanna go
moon
on-
landing too.
It would be cool if they actually did a fake moon landing, but they can't even do that. Even the Indians did the CGI shit.
Yeah.
It's like, come on. It's like ridiculous.
Jeez.
Like,
It's crazy.
no, NASA's on its deathbed. It's like it just can't.
All
stay
my
this
life.
way. Dismantle.
But I don't know. Is this tech bro money?
That's yeah, is it? I mean, what is it?
It's just propaganda. It's just fake propaganda for all the people. It's just
but I mean,
But
let's-
nobody gives a shit about a moon orbit.
Well, I mean, people do, but what I can't understand is where is the money coming from? The government is broke. We're in the middle of a war. We've got $1 trillion debt. Where's the money coming from to send these people as a thought experiment? Where is this coming from to send these people around the moon? Which I cannot believe. If we're going around the moon, we would have footage of the moonscape.
It's
the night side of the moon.
Beyonce's turn.
Oh, but no, but this is like, come on,
they're not
Aristide.
even hiding it. They did it on April Fools. It's a joke. I mean,
Yeah, it must be.
it's not even.
Why would they do that? But then again, Americans have done crazy things like launching the invasion of Okinawa, where 80% of American Marines never reached the coast. In the invasion of Okinawa, 80% of American Marines were annihilated without ever touching the beach. In Operation Iceberg, the invasion of this island that required as many ships as D-Day in Europe. And the Americans took it all for nothing. Typhoon Louise came and wiped out all American gains. It was like a massive, sick April Fool's joke. Yeah, there we have that, and something.
Even now they can't even operate on Okinawa. The governor of Okinawa is kicking them out. I mean,
Yes. Oh, tell us about. Oh, how much can we say about Sailor Greg? Oh my God, how much can we say about that?
oh well, let's not go there because I think we can't say. I'll talk to you about that.
Okay,
privately.
yeah,
I
we'll
think
talk
it was
about
our
that.
fault. I think it was our fault.
Could
poor
be.
guy.
Oh my God, could be. Yes.
Your fault, actually.
Yeah.
Your fault. This isn't my program. It's your fucking fault. You had to just open your mouth. Oh, nothing will happen to him. Nothing will happen to him. They don't work like that. Yeah, well, they got him, you know.
Oh man. Oh, that poor son of a bitch. Oh man, he's got nothing to live for. No, nothing to live for.
Yeah, well, no thanks to you. It's like literally within a week, he calls me. Everything's changed. Yeah. Anyways.
Oh, that's awful. We'll talk about that privately. Oh my God, it's so sad. And in the middle of a war, no less. Jeez.
Yeah, well, and if any, actually, in the cosmic order, we've actually saved his ass, but in the meantime, he's all fucked over. Yeah, don't deal with vampires. It's dangerous. Don't deal with anyone that is, I'll take the Ripperger, stance. Like anyone who's into the occult, do not talk to them. Do not, oh, I'm possessed by Lucifer. Oh, yeah, let me talk to him. No, don't talk to him. Don't interact. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, Aristide certainly.
Are you sure it's not Beelzebub, dude? Like fucking Lucifer, my ass.
No, definitely not. Oh my God.
Or there was like an even lower aspect. That's you. You're freaking. What's the third one?
Well,
Azazel and shit.
Yeah, there's plenty. There's Belial,
Yeah, well, Belial is like the goth. Like he's more.
yeah.
Hardcore. Yeah, you're like one of the fly demons. You're in below level. So.
Oh, those are my enemies. Those are my enemies. Do we deal with plenty of them. Believe me. But when it come on, Aristides, help us out here with the technical aspects of Artemis. Give us some input, some opinions on this. Don't tell me he fell asleep already. Jesus Christ.
Dude, he's in
East Coast.
Pisces land.
No, I really just recently found out about it, so.
And what do you think?
Yeah.
What's your impression? I mean,
What
what
do
the
I
fuck is
think?
going on? What the fuck is going on? We're going back to the moon. They're going around the moon. I mean, wouldn't they have footage to send us of them going? By the way, I believe we landed.
Well,
on the
but
moon.
that it's not at that point yet because they supposedly just left, and that footage, if it were to come,
Yeah, they
would
got
be-
the CGI department working overtime.
would be forthcoming in, I don't know, 3 or 4 days. But yeah, let's see if we get all these great high res, because surely the cameras are better now. We'll get all these high. I'm sure we'll get
be like some fucking blue blob. Oh, we found it.
Well, let
Yeah.
Aristides finish. Let Aristides finish.
No, right. I mean, you would think, that with the cameras they have now, we'd get, super, 100 megapixel pictures of the dark side of the moon, but we'll see.
Yes, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
and no, I appreciate your input, and like you said, you just found out about this, but that's part of what makes it so strange. How would this not be a Kennedy level mobilization effort where the entire nation would know these people like as if they were, you would be as familiar with these people as if you had grown up with them. These astronauts, if they're going on a voyage around the moon, you would think that these people would be on talk shows, that they would be brought on, interviewed, that this is an American moment, that they would say, look, this is something to take pride in, people, that we're able to do this in the middle of a war. And bear in mind that when Kennedy started the moon program, it was only realized at the height of the Vietnam conflict. You had Lyndon Baines Johnson fighting a 1,000,000-man war. 1,000,000 men were in country, Vietnam, when we landed on the moon. And you had America fighting the war on poverty simultaneously. Trump instead has got a trade war that's impoverishing us, a war for poverty. We've got a war going on which is driving prices sky high. And yet somehow we're sending a team of Astros around the moon? And nobody's hearing this every fucking day? Why was this?
This is like fucking Moonraker. They're going up there to put a laser beam or some shit. And this is like a joke.
It's better than shooting bus-sized bullets into the moon,
But
which
still,
was very popular in the 2000s. They did that more than once.
Yeah, 2000s? Was it that recently? I thought that was more of
Yeah.
50s and 60s thing.
No,
They
no,
did it multiple
no.
times. They did it multiple times.
Multiple
Yeah.
times.
Yeah, they
And
did multiple-
talk about an
yeah.
insult to nature. Jesus.
All right, I've got something.
Oh, yes,
Here.
tell us.
So I asked, good old friendly Google search AI.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, no, it's good. It's good at aggregating, public.
I hear you. I
Public
do.
articles, and take them for what you want. But I
I
said,
do.
what is the earliest that the Artemis 2 mission was mentioned?
Yes.
And it said
Good
it was
question.
the program was established formally in 2017. The crew members were officially announced on April 3rd, 2023. So, I mean, it's been a thing.
Talk about efficient.
Since Trump won. See,
Right.
this has
Yeah.
been going on since Trump won. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was
First time around.
established
First
by
go
the
round.
administration during the first term of President Donald Trump. So, it was then, and then maybe it just got real quiet and kind of, slow, in between Trumps, and yeah, I know. True. Why is it nobody's heard of this?
Thank you.
I guarantee they're going to parachute a golden statue with Trump down on the moon. That's the payload. I guarantee it and
That's
take
like
a picture of it and come the fuck home.
That along
No
with-
American flag or anything. It'll just be a big gold Trump chunk for the
So-
aliens to find someday and wonder about
It
when
was.
the
It
Earth is a
was.
potato chip.
It was originally scheduled for the 2024 timeframe, but was delayed to analyze heat shield data from the Artemis 1 mission, which, okay, what was that? So they had some technical stuff they wanted to do better with heat shields, and they delayed it. They're saying.
Because they probably tried with Artemis 1, but it was too
Okay, let me see.
rickety.
Artemis 1 was an unmanned loop around the moon. When the fuck was this?
Yeah, when the fuck was that? Yeah. I mean,
Uncrewed moon orbiting mission that launched on November 16, 2022.
Okay.
Was it successful, or did it make it? Because they had all those expensive, $4 billion Mars,
Over and over. and
Mars
year by
probe,
year.
like poof, gone. Like, where'd it go?
You got to spend that money to get more next year.
Well, but they disappeared. They were like, yeah, we're sending a great new probe to Mars, and poof, it would just be gone.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
yeah, and that's so important. I really appreciate you bringing that.
It
Yeah.
was years ago. It was years ago. It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am.
And this one was delayed at least once, but for humidity or something. Because didn't it go out of Florida?
I don't know.
It was
Aristides?
delayed by like a week.
Yeah, and I'm definitely thinking that there's something suspect about all of this, simply because even floating an automaton, an unmanned satellite around the backside of the moon, why don't we have buku footage from that? I mean, that
Yeah.
should have been
I
like all over
mean-
the internet,
Right.
just available for anyone. To like, hey, we just went around
Right.
the moon. Look at this,
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So it's for Trump's eyes only. Live with it.
that's
It's not your concern.
Yeah.
Just send money.
Yeah, no, that's cute. But I mean, seriously, I'm so glad. We have Aristides with us on this. I'm so glad Brendan
Yeah.
Zogit gives his, his own analysis on it. I won't call it an opinion. I'll call it an analysis. That we all are very cynical about this, and with good reason. It doesn't seem
My
to make
God.
any sense, and especially in economic times like this. But what is more puzzling to me is that in economic times like this, why aren't we hearing outrage or complaint about money being spent on this while people are unemployed and starving? Oh,
Mm.
and by the way,
There shouldn't be any more outrage than all the other, all the other shit they're launching
Right.
military programs. There should be
Which-
less, actually. It'd be like,
I get
Which
what you're
means
saying.
it's Doge approved. It's got the Doge stamp of approval. Oh, this isn't ridiculous waste in pork barrel.
well,
This matters.
it might have had such at the beginning, and they just rolled with that, and perhaps that's
What I think.
and that would explain why they're embarrassed to say much about it. Maybe they don't want to bring up much about it because they're afraid of the backlash and of people getting outraged. But recently,
Maybe,
we-
but Doge sure didn't.
yeah, but recently we had Kid Rock, who I can't believe they're saying that, oh, Kid Rock and other influencers are drawing young men into the Republican Party. Really? That guy looks like he's
Yeah,
a mummy,
I know.
and he looks like he's crying. Every time I see the motherfucker, he
I
looks
know.
like he's bursting into tears. He looks like he's crying every time I see it. He looks like a washed out, homeless.
Because of Obama
Yeah, well,
and
yeah, well,
Biden.
oh my God! Well, he looks like somebody who's been sleeping on a park bench for the last 20 years, and wherever
And he's wasting.
yeah,
That's clear.
Yep.
Or Ozempic. I
Yep.
don't know which.
yeah. Thank you. And the fucker had that big flyby with armed military helicopters to do this whole
Yeah.
patriotic video shit, and they got suspended. The air crews were suspended for abusing taxpayer dollars for this stupid propaganda bullshit. But then Hegseth immediately pardoned them. He immediately said, "Oh, you're back on duty, patriots. Keep on rolling on," because he's our great cheerleader for war. And but Hegseth, who we could go on for hours about that. But when something like that causes enough public outrage where the Pentagon suspended those air crews before Hegseth rescued them, then imagine how the public should feel about sending 4 astronauts around the moon while we're all
Yeah.
looking for jobs. I mean, that's
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh man, oh man.
Now the other
Because NASA's been the tail on the tech bro dog for a long time.
yeah.
And so now anything out of Vandenberg or down there in Texas or Florida all has a corporate stamp on it.
Yeah.
And not just Elon. Bezos has Blue Origin or something, and somebody else has something, and Branson's kind of fell apart.
Oh my God!
But this is all.
Well, I don't know about NASA riding on the coattails of the tech bros when the tech bros want to start their own space programs. It's the exact opposite of
Well,
NASA.
that's what I'm saying. They didn't have to. They had NASA, and they infected NASA to the point where NASA does what they tell them to do.
I don't know about that.
Not the other way around. I'm quite sure of it. Everything going out of LaGuardia,
I'm not saying
Canaveral is Elon or Bezos or somebody.
Well, Bezos
branded.
is heavily involved there, but they all have their private shit going down. I'm not saying that what you say is not the case. I'm not arguing against it. I'm just saying that's not how it strikes me, because NASA is totally government. It's just federal, where a bunch of it's a welfare state for engineers and scientists that otherwise would be completely unemployed. So they always just
and it's been, remember, strangely hated by Republicans for decades.
I don't know about
before
that
all this MAGA stuff.
Well, probably
it
because
was
Kennedy,
hated.
Probably because it was Kennedy and LBJ, so that explains that.
Yeah,
but it was actually
hated.
What really killed the space program was the fucking Democrats. They're the ones who fucking killed it. Remember, Reagan wanted to go out there. Reagan wanted Star Wars. Remember that? And it was all the Democrats
military contracts
said, "Oh no, we got problems here on Earth." And
because it was okay when it was all scientific Star Trek exploration, but once it was dedicated to military use, that always caused disconcert.
Well, fuck it. Get out there. It doesn't matter. Of course you're going to send the military people first. Let them bite the bullet first. Let them die in the back.
And I'm not justifying it.
Yeah,
I'm not justifying it.
But
there was a difference between the Kennedy mission and the...
No, honey. The Kennedy mission was
Reagan's
all military astronauts. Those fuckers were all military.
I get that. But in terms of how they sold it to the public.
Yes, understood.
Was straight science.
Yeah. But it was all military, and everybody knows
it was like climbing Mount Everest or something.
Everybody.
It was a facade. I get that.
Yeah.
But now there's no facade.
By the way, just to validate and vindicate what Holly is saying, my father, my legal father, never liked NASA. He hated NASA for that very reason. He thought it was a bleed off from military necessities. But such having been said, just as this is not, how would I say it? It's an imperfect analogy, but like the discovery of the New World, the people going overseas to land on the New World, these are all buccaneers and privateers and generally military men. If they're not mercenaries, they're straight out and out crusaders like the conquistadors. I mean, these are all military expeditionary forces. Later on, you bring the woman and the kids because the guys need somebody to fuck. Whether it's the woman or the kids is probably of no consequence to them, but they need something to fuck other than each other. Now, that having been ascertained, it makes perfect sense that the Reagan angle, send the military up there first, then that's the most commonsensical approach. Let these guys who have signed an oath to die for their country, die for their country. If they're biting vacuum and eating hard vacuum while they're doing it, it's no different from a war. That's the whole point of that TV series. What was it? one giant leap for man. It was a play on that statement, but it was, what if the American military, well, the American space program had continued? But it didn't. And what killed it was actually the Democrats, who said we have problems on Earth. Stop playing with your toys in space, all the rest of that, once the Reagan administration was over. Now, granted,
Right,
to
because that
qualify,
whole Star Wars thing was a
yeah,
totally debacle.
well,
I
not
mean, it was
really. He said, no,
ridiculous.
it succeeded in the sense that it bankrupted the Soviet Union in trying to keep
True.
up with it. So
Okay.
understand, it attained its strategic objective. In that
Gotcha.
sense, it was a magnificent success. But
Okay, at only at mere millions.
y-
We
yeah,
weren't into the billions yet.
yeah. Well, we were approaching.
For mere
No,
millions.
we were approaching. It was all black budget, but yeah, we were billions,
Right.
but it was all black budget. But
Yeah.
but in terms of where to qualify, understand that at that time, Lyndon LaRouche was heavily involved, so it was half a cultic exercise, literally, and
Mhm.
and as it always was. But that being qualified, I would have to like go on a tangent for hours. Now, I really regret Brendan not being with us, and hopefully he jumps back on. But I want to
LaRouche
bring up
was
some.
libertarian or something else. He was something really specific.
Yeah, LaRouche was.
What was his thing?
He was practically on Mars. I mean,
I know,
he
but
was on another
he
planet.
was.
He was like, you can't qualify.
Who
LaRouche.
was it though? It might have been libertarians.
It's let's put it this way. It's indefinable. It's indefinable.
The
Yeah,
ones that published
yeah,
his book for free
yeah,
and
yes, the
distributed it for free.
well, the LaRouche.
Oh, it was oh yeah, now
It
yeah.
was like, first off, Lyndon LaRouche, just, this is like a rabbit hole, but just to dwell on it briefly, Lyndon LaRouche started off as a Trotskyite communist who then turned fascist, quote unquote. But
His book on the Bushes was good. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, and then what
Yes, it
happened?
was.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. And then,
Yeah.
but
It
Lyndon
stands the
LaRouche,
test of time.
yeah. Well, yeah. Well, Lyndon LaRouche, he, just so people know, this story's endpoint first. The punchline of the story is that Lyndon LaRouche was hardcore right wing. He was definitely cultic in the sense that he was heavily involved with Michael Aquino, and in the end, Lyndon LaRouche. He did jail time, just so people understand that. Ran for president from prison
Yeah.
multiple times.
That's right.
And his running mates were fellow prisoners, like usually black, so that he could prove he wasn't a racist. But poor son of a bitch then defected to Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union, which he helped to collapse through the Star Wars program and his influence therein. He was like the propaganda for the Star Wars program was Lyndon LaRouche, but he defected to Russia. But if you really want to know the impact of Lyndon LaRouche, it is definitively libertarian. Holly's completely right on that. And that's because he ran the cult that included Larry Niven and the Reginald Brentner and a number of other right-wing science fiction authors. Now, all of this traces back to all of libertarianism is born out of American science fiction, which is completely
fascinating,
pervasively corrupted by libertarianism.
Ouch.
All of American science fiction, from Robert Heinlein
Bold
to
statement.
Cyril Kornbluth. Yeah, Cyril Kornbluth, C.M. Kornbluth. If you ever look up C.M. Kornbluth, which I highly recommend you do not, Cyril Kornbluth wrote shit. Pure shit. His stories don't even make any fucking sense. They're not entertaining, but they're libertarian treatises, dramatized. And I could go on about, it's just, all of science fiction is polluted by libertarianism, and
it doesn't
in American science
surprise
fiction.
me.
Yeah, it's
that
just
way.
all these crazies who think that that barnstorming.
It's all about freedom.
Yes, yeah, that space is all about barnstorming. They think it's like the early days of barnstorming when you had private aeronauts who were just literally dying in the air like flies, dropping out of the sky like flies. Well, they ran private businesses that were supposed to revolutionize humanity to the point where it would change humanity's evolutionary course to the point where the elite would be living in the skies. I mean, they truly believed this, and they felt that we would all be living in massive aerocraft or flying cities. And so they were all like doing crazy shit, like literally their planes had like little like compartments that you'd open, and you were supposed to drop from one plane to transfer onto another in mid-flight. And people died trying this shit. I mean, this is like the early barnstorming days of America. Is an ugly act in Darwinian selection. And so when they feel that space is going to pioneer like that, we're not dealing with that kind of technology. Early air flight was so completely primitive compared to space, and what you need in terms of a environment support system for the human, animal. There's no comparison. And I mean, whatever parallels you have are going to stop after a certain point. But these idiots feel that, oh yeah, we'll all just be living independently out there, as if we could all live in vacuum sealed bubbles out in space in our own little colonies on the asteroids. And that's the free belter mentality.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great?
No.
Jesus.
No.
What fun, right? Who would want to do that?
Well, first off, I will tell you that if the asteroid belt in particular is ever colonized, it would have to be by people who would breed true as midgets. First off, you'd have to have people who were extremely small.
That's the
Basically,
truth.
these would be colonies of dwarfs. That would be sustaining themselves
Very
as
thin.
colonies of dwarfs and breeding true as dwarfs. You'd basically be creating a subspeciation of the human race. You would have that on all the planets. All the planets would have to have a subspeciation. But all that being said, when it comes to these idiots, they think of themselves as big he-men on these rocks. And that was romanticized forever by science fiction. And that brings us back to he's the total opposite, but just as insane. He's just insane at the opposite end of the spectrum. Was Norman Spinrad, one of the few leftists in science fiction. And but when it came to,
I dare say Le Guin might.
Oh, of course,
transcend that
yeah,
boundary too.
Louine, yeah. Ursula
Ursula.
or Warsala, or
Yeah.
Ursula or Warsala K. Louine or Le Guin, depends on I don't know how she
What
pronounced
country
it.
you're from?
But Louine sounds much more euphonic to me, so I'll go with that. She might
like a
correct me if
soft
she
G.
were alive. Yeah. But Warsala Le Guin, as I call her, but other people would say Ursula Le Guin or Le Guin. She was definitely socialist, definitely communist, basically borderline communist. In fact, I'd say out and out she was a communist propagandist. She's just the side of Jane Fonda. So her and Norman Spinrad would be at one end of the
Just
spectrum.
my cup of tea.
Yeah, if you say so. Yeah, if you say so.
Compared to Heinlein, give me a fucking break.
Well, let's put it this way. I hate the libertarians. Don't get me wrong.
I know you do. That's why I count on you.
Yeah.
If you didn't,
but I hate the communists just as much, and
I get that too.
So understand from my perspective as an Asian,
I get that too.
As an Asian born in Taiwan, her book was profoundly influential in the loss of the Vietnam War. So just understand, her book was The Word for the World is Forest. That was her primary work in terms of what
I read it.
Yeah. Aristides, can you add Sammy Romero? Sammy's trying to join us, and that's important.
Okay.
So
the Lathe of Heaven was the one that gutted me. Oh God.
Yeah. Oh, that wasn't Ursula. That was someone else, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. That was Ursula.
Oh, I didn't know that. Anyhow, that was
and
awful.
the film is marvelous too.
Really? The BBC one? That was horrible. That was just
I
wretched.
loved them both. But the book blew my mind.
Yeah. Sammy, you're on with us. It says you're on with
Hi,
us.
Sammy.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Oh, okay.
Hey.
For some reason, you're still ringing us, so let's hope that dies
Loud
off.
and clear.
The ringing is
Sorry.
maddening. Yeah,
I
so
was reading.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
yeah, we can barely hear you. I think the ringing
Okay,
should stop
hold on.
soon. Let's I don't know how to handle
How about
that.
now?
It's still
Perfect.
ringing. Sammy Romero is calling you. Is there something you can do to stop calling us? Okay, there we are.
I don't hear
Finally
any
died.
ring.
Let me hang out. Let me hang up and then
No,
call back.
no, you're back. You're back.
Okay.
Yes, so
Oh,
just
okay.
stay there. You're and so. Oh my God, that was maddening. See, you don't hear it, Holly, because you're not producing the show. The problem is, as the person
understand.
who originated the call, when people call me,
I get it.
hear the ring, and that's what was happening that time with our man T-Tank when I went nuts, when he just broke me. That was that at the time. Love you, T-Tank, out there. It wasn't your fault. It was actually the fault of that that half African, half German bitch I was talking to in Munich at the time that wore me down before I spoke to everyone else on that call. But when it comes to Sammy Romero, thank you so much for joining us, and by all means, do share with us. How are you? First off, people do care about you. Whatever you're willing to share.
Oh, thank you. No, I'm doing fine. I'm doing daddy duties today. I took the kids. They had egg hunting and after school, so I had to do all that. But it's just dad life and working, adulting. Pretty much most of Teen Dietrich does. Besides Doug.
Yes, thank
Um,
you. Well, I kind of do that, but it's so
yeah.
different. It's different planet. That's go on.
Of course. You know what? At least I don't sound like I used to call in from the Qantas air hangar when I used to work there.
Oh, we
That
love
was-
those days. Brooke loved it when the horse was there, the rhino or hippo, whatever that was. Oh, we love those days. Those were wonderful days. Brooke loved them when you used to show
And it
us
was
them.
clanging chains.
Yeah.
It was chains and
No.
clang. Wow. I love
Right,
industrial
right.
noises, but it was a little scary.
Well, the Qantas air hangar was the sound of the gates of hell, pretty much.
Yeah. Oh, it was epic.
Yeah.
Because
So
I am a connoisseur of
yeah.
industrial noises. That was real. But you always
Yeah,
spoke so beautifully and
thank
pure.
you.
So hey,
That-
man,
That rhino
keep
though
hell
got
at the
me.
gates.
Yeah, that rhino got me a little nervous. I had to leave the city,
Yeah.
which is crazy.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible. And
Yeah,
you dealt with so many assholes there. Tell people about you used to deal with military veteran assholes, and they were exactly what I told you they were. But go on, yeah.
Well, it was mostly they were very, how can I say it? They were just very socially awkward in the sense that you're busy doing your work. They would want to shake my hand, like, and these are retirees. These are mostly retirees that worked for a contractor, but everybody was always, and there's nothing wrong with them. It's just they were just annoying sometimes.
Oh, there's plenty wrong with them, but go on.
I couldn't really engage them in small talk because I'm managing, a bunch of guys. So, it was a little, I had to play along. But, I mean, there's a guy I used to work under who was, he wanted to be a sheriff. And I guess his wife wrote a letter to the sheriff's department that he was mentally insane. So he got disqualified.
Oh, man.
So he always had like a gripe. Like he always was pretty much when you saw him, he had that, sheriff CHP haircut, that 90-degree, flat top.
Yeah.
But, think of Ned Flanders, but, kind of anger issues, the type of person when they get mad, they smile, yeah, that type. But other than that, it was cool dealing with Cathay. Cathay was very interesting. Besides the latter years, dealing with the my fellow Pinoys, and they're cool. They're cool, they like adobo like me, I'm sorry, I'm just being facetious, this is all tongue in cheek. But other than that, I was reading the the thing you sent me about the
Yes, please
the
address that.
Americas thing,
Yes.
which it's just it's very pretty much what Trump is right now. He is a slime ball.
Yes.
And obviously what we're seeing now is Iran showing true power.
Yeah.
And it's going to be very interesting them taking over the Strait of Hormuz, pretty much. I mean, not that they didn't, but this is really going to solidify them even more, which is, it's in a lot of ways, good for them. I think Iran is getting they've been getting their share of punishment the last years, even with the Biden administration. So, at least with that previous administration, it was strategic. It wasn't to the point.
Yes, I'm
It
sorry. I'm
wasn't
only
to the
laughing
point.
because of go on, continue. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at what you're saying. Not laughing at what you're
Right?
saying.
No. I mean, it was strategic, and even with Obama, he used diplomacy, and he kind of used his Harvard charm. It's one of these things where we're really seeing what leadership was, and what I mean by that is at least give the illusion of someone that doesn't have their head up their rear end, that's not high on their own fumes, their own gases.
There you go. There
Uh,
you go. Yes.
and this is playing out to where the Middle East is going to have significant changes in the sense of power structure.
Yes.
Iran's probably going to have more bargaining. I would not be surprised if the UAE really, sticks it to us in the sense of really discombobulating that area, or just making it uncomfortable. Those.
I think it's
the UAE,
I think it's well beyond uncomfortable at this point. But go on.
Well, we can we can feed them our babies like we always do, whatever they do, or send more. You know what I mean. That we can pull our strings. The thing is, they're not very happy with us, and a con man like Drumpf is very much. He's just a bad car salesman. Okay,
Yes.
Unfortunately, but it's just the times that we live in, and people right now are, we're waiting for him to drop.
Yes.
Whether it's obviously today was, this is almost prophecy of what you talked about. This is about a year and a half ago. I remember you talked about the 14th Amendment
Yes.
being abolished. Okay.
Yes.
You talked about Roe versus Wade. Hell, you talked about that maybe 4 years ago.
Thank you.
Where this is all coming to fruition. It's almost like you had I don't know, like you had a magic 8 ball, or dare I say, what do you call it? My God, it's the Hellraiser cube. I don't know. I forget.
I love that. Yes, that's right.
The
What do you think?
Artilica.
Yes.
But forget, whatever. The magic genie lamp, whatever. Might as well be right, or maybe the Naga juice that your mom left back in the refrigerator.
Yes.
But Officer Black Sarka, there we go. Sorry, it just came into mind. But what I'm trying to say is,
you held that well. By the way, that's congratulations on retaining that. That's very good. It's such an obscure. Yes, so go.
Well, Doug, you might as well say it's genie lamp because it's. I mean, people. We're dealing with Americans here. We're dealing with the U.S. I mean, come on. We still think the guy from Kung Fu Legend Continue is actually Asian. David
Carradine, yes. The
Carradine,
heroin addict. The hophead, yes.
And I was one of them. I actually did thought he was Asian. So, fool me. So, and he played a very stoic Asian. So come on, man. I mean, that's the power of being a great actor, which Trump is not. A terrible actor. I have to give it a ranking.
David Carradine was too. I like David Carradine, but he was no actor. He was just, and the reason he looks like a stoic Asian was because, this isn't an insult. It's because he was a hophead, and so he had that, like he was a stoic.
Right.
Yeah, but But anyhow, back to.
I mean, he seemed, in fact, Martin Yang seemed like he was an Asian. Derek Carradine seemed more Asian than Martin Yang.
Yes, it's true.
Yang
That's
can
actually
cook,
true.
you know.
Yes.
So, you know, go figure. But then, you know, Martin Yang was actually he played the stereotype. So what are you gonna do, right?
Yes.
Sorry, I seem to keep going back into, you know, all these topics, but it's just I have to think of the presidency a lot to me to make sense of it as more of a symbolic. Obviously, your cabinet helps you, and you have your departments that are working. It's like a corruption that works, is what I'm trying to say. You know, we can go down the line with Reagan, with the Iran-Contra scandal, and you know, the drugs for guns, and you know, all those wonderful stories that you know they try to sweep under the rug with and by the way, they're saying that Pete Hegseth, I saw a post that he might be, who's that one idiot they pardoned that
Oh God.
the whole Iran Contra scandal.
The Marine, Oliver North. Yeah.
Oliver North.
Yes.
Except, it's he makes Pete Hegseth makes Oliver North seem like he's General Patton. Okay. And, that's where we live in right now, where it's like, come on, man. It's one of these times where people are trying to make the comparisons, but this goes beyond. This is not even governmental. This is beyond idiocracy.
Yes.
This is because I can appreciate a long-time government official who knows the ropes. Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney's a very good example. He was a POS. Everybody knows Dick Cheney ran the government.
The power behind
really
the
pulling
throne.
the strings.
Yes,
Exactly.
He was the actual administrator of the administration.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He was the brains behind it. But the one thing I gotta give Cheney is he left his, his insanity to the imagination. He kept his mouth shut. He was in the back of the scenes. He was, like the interview he did with, I don't know if it was Barbara Walters or some news article. I think it might have been 60 Minutes.
That's right.
He said,
yes. Go on. Continue.
or with Dan Rather, one of them.
Yeah.
Mind you, I was a preteen.
He was speaking to a female journalist, I believe, in the quote.
Right. He says,
yes. Yeah.
If we have to go into the darkness to get the job done, something to that
The
effect,
dark
we will
side.
do
He
it.
said we have to go to the dark side.
Right.
He said, yeah.
Right. And it's one of these things where he channeled his inner Emperor Palpatine.
Yes.
And
nothing inner about it. He wasn't channeling. He was Emperor Palpatine.
Well, absolutely. But if you stick a bifocal to him and a top hat, he's a penguin.
Yeah.
If you really look at him, but he kept his mouth shut. He only gave you what he wanted you to. Right now, we're dealing with a senile, patient right now who is giving Iran the whole playbook. Or would you say he's giving Iran what he wiped his ass with and just repeating it because it's not even a playbook. And this is what the markets are following. This is the game's not, like I said, sports right now is rigged, obviously, because of gambling. Gambling has opened the door where, a basketball can be controlled through, remote control.
Right. Yes.
That's fine. The thing is, you're not supposed to show us the damn remote. Everybody knows, politicians are, it's a game. Everybody play along. I hate you, you hate me, but hey, if it's a government shutdown, we still get paid.
Yes.
Yeah,
they do. Yes.
Well, of course, absolutely. They still have to get paid. I mean, they don't hate each other that bad. I would be very impressed if Trump really, I would actually clap for him. I would if he actually passed something like that. But, as far as I'm concerned, right now he is unraveling. He's getting worse and worse. he's going to have to. It's almost like this. He's going to surrender. He's going to make a deal where Iran is going to really strengthen himself, and obviously China and Russia are gonna have some type of power boost to this. It may be small or big. I don't know the details, but Russia's in the drive. Russia, I mean, Iran's in the driving seat. They have the cards, and
Yes.
we're seeing the gas prices. We're seeing the price of groceries. We are seeing more and more Americans go on public assistance. This is what we're heading to, and eventually, when this is over, it's pretty much going to be finger pointing. And this is just my prediction, but what really is going to happen is there has to be a reset.
Yes.
I've said this and I'll continue to say this. There has to be a reset when it comes to our debt and our tax system. I'm sorry to say it. Everybody who doesn't like that word taxes, well, it's only bad because the rich are not getting taxed.
That's right.
I've always said it. I would be a Republican as long as they have social programs. They don't have that. I'm sorry, they don't. They, even the slave labor they are, exploiting, they want to get rid of and then bring them back and then pay them less. It's been insanity. This insanity is just going on and going on, and it's getting worse because even in those capacities, you still need some type of diplomacy. You still need to work with Mexico and Central America and give the soft aid to them, so on and so forth. And one of the things that we're seeing is this is just pure insanity, to the point that governments are ignoring us. They don't take it seriously. You have Trump giving open threats and then reneging on them and changing the terms. Stocks fall and rise. All this is pretty much, the boy that cried wolf, or, the old senile man who can't zip up their pants some more. It's one of these things
Yeah,
where,
the impotentes. Yes.
you can draw your conclusion of what I mean by that, but my point is, globally, we're in these last few weeks where either Trump panics, and because we're already seeing it with Israel.
Yes.
I wasn't even aware of the 1967 situation where they bombed. And correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm confusing this. This is not the Suez Canal situation.
Right.
This was 1967. They bombed one of our ships.
Yes.
And nothing happened to them.
The Liberty, the USS Liberty.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you. I saw a little post on that, and I kind of want to run it by you because it's just you're my walking. You're pretty much the Dietrich Arlicht incarnated. I'm sorry, Doug.
You're very gracious. You're far too generous, but go on.
Well, I mean, slap on, a little, you like coke, you like your sex workers, and you like your booze, but I mean, you're not the Dietrich Arlicht, but you get what I'm saying. They combed your brain. Come on, man.
Yes.
But my point is, that 1967 situation, I never learned that in grade school. I've never learned any of this. This is, to me, very alarming because this confirms the psyop that you've always talked about, where this region in the Middle East is pretty much a farce. This is, to me, almost like how can I say this? This is not even the Lend-Lease program. This is just sheer. What country would attack us and not, show any retaliation in the United States towards it? This is obviously because there's an agenda, and this is just common sense. This is not me spewing any hatred rhetoric or anything of that. This is just this question needs to be answered, and this is something historical. These were American sailors that got killed, and it just got ignored.
Yes.
I've always found that very well. When I found that about that today, I mean, this should have been brought up. Why were we paid reparations? You know,
Yes.
as their protectors. Why? You know, this could have been a bargaining chip that we could have used with Israel,
Of course.
especially with the West Bank.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
I mean, we showed them mercy by not blowing them to smithereens.
Yes.
This is 1967. This is what, you were 1 year old, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah. We're talking about, I was barely months old because I was born in October of 66. So I was only, might have been about a year old by the time things really heated up. If we're talking the Yom Kippur region of the year, the Yom Kippur time of year and the high holidays. So it would have been, I would have been 1 year. Yeah. 2 years in Asia because they count you as a year old out of the womb. So, but we know that,
Now,
yeah, go on. Yeah. Please.
mind you, was Henry Kissinger was he pulling the strings back then, or this was maybe more later on?
No, he still was. We're talking about. Let me see if we think of the 70s. That was Nixon, but Kissinger had been involved with the government for so long that he probably had. He might have been still quote unquote a rising star at that time, but
Okay.
but he was still gaining a lot of influence. But when he effectively took over America's foreign policy, was
Right.
it was before Nixon. It was definitely before Nixon, but
Right.
he definitely, by the time of Nixon, he effectively became the man who administered America as an
Right.
empire. He
Right.
administered America's empire. So it was the 67 war. However, he was definitely influential, and so that's
Right.
an important thing to bring up. Basically, the important thing is, if you're speaking of the Yom Kippur War, you've got 67. That was let me see now, because there were several that we
Of course.
happened during the holiday season. So let me see, 67 War and Kissinger. Let me see if I can jolt my brain with that. And go on.
If you don't mind me asking, did
Yeah.
he have Mossad connections?
He didn't really need them. Obviously, he did in
Okay.
the sense that he was when you think about the fact that he received the Israeli version of the Congressional Medal of Honor, their highest
Okay.
national medal for manipulating
Okay.
America into the war, then he obviously was so connected with the government. The Mossad is almost
Okay. I see.
collateral. He was so connected with
Okay.
the
Yeah. I
Israeli
get it.
government. So he definitely, during, I think what happened was he was definitely influencing America at the time of
Right.
the 67 war. He definitely
Okay.
was. And so when it comes to the 1967 conflict, he basically brought America into the war. They will try to undermine that fact, and they'll try to say,
Right.
well, he was more influential in the diplomacy thereafter. No, what they are really saying was he ran American foreign policy thereafter.
Right.
He brought us into the
Right.
war and then ran America's foreign policy thereafter. But it was just an incredibly horrible, decisive moment in history. For those of you who do not know, the United States dollar collapsed. That during that period of time, it literally collapsed. And at that time, America was just basically, the presidency resultantly collapsed. And that's when Kissinger effectively became the acting president. So when he became the acting president, then everything in America became centered on Israel. Just everything was slave circuited to Israel. But just so people know, the 1967 conflict itself was Lyndon Baines Johnson was president. He was president until 1969. So he was heavily involved with Vietnam at the time. So Kissinger was already involved with Vietnam. He was participating in the Paris peace talks. But then what happened was when it came to the war in the Middle East under Nixon, that's when he became effectively president by getting Nixon to help the Israelis, so to speak.
Right.
And that was when the whole world turned against America, and it was something that basically changed everything. When Richard Nixon basically decided in the 1973 Yom Kippur War, that was when Nixon backed up the Israelis. When Europe said, no, we need the oil from the Middle East, or it'll kill our economy. Asia said, we need the war from the Middle East, or it'll kill our economy. The whole world, including the Soviets, Europe, and Asia, that centered on Japan economically, all said, no, don't help Israel. But Richard Nixon, under the influence of Henry Kissinger, put everything behind the Israelis in the 1973 Yom Kippur War by an airlift. When he airlifted all this
right.
advanced military equipment to Israel, he basically, America fought that war and made the Israelis win. And at that point,
Yeah.
that's when we had OPEC shut us down with a gas crisis, and that
Wow.
collapsed the American dollar. And at that point, for the next multiple generations, presidents were really no longer in power. Congress was effectively governing, and the president was just a figurehead for several generations after that. But go on, please, back to the sending. Yeah.
It's very interesting because Trump had his own mouth. Okay.
Mhm.
He said that he sent a U.S. civilian. Okay.
Yeah.
Jared Kushner.
Yes.
Okay. It's very interesting, that he sent somebody what is he doing over there? Yes, I understand he's a rich bastard that,
Who happens
the
to
man-
be Jewish? Yes. Go on.
Well, a woman, and I, nothing wrong with that.
Beyond
but,
beyond that, yes, he's actually a woman
You know.
who is trans. He's a trans woman, FTM, female to male. Continue. Yes, by all means. That's true, by the way.
I mean,
Yeah,
bless his heart. I mean, just, that's not the point. What makes him qualified? Why are we sending, he's not even he's not listed as a cabinet member.
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of, but, then again,
nobody
that's not
voted
really-
for him. Nobody voted.
Nobody
for
voted for him. But then, I mean, it's the Trump cabinet tree. It's not saying much. I mean, Christine Noem's own husband has, apparently he wishes he has, triple D's, Not that this is obviously, I'm comparing them. I'm comparing the circus show, okay?
By the way, wasn't that image horrible? How can we ever get that image out of our eyes? How can we?
At my point, I'm very accepting of people, believe it or not. I can care less. Okay. In fact, I'm very accepting. Like that's like you roll your eyes because it's the reason why I say this because a lot of these far right, quote unquote Christian evangelicals are freaks.
Yes, it's true.
And it's like, come on. It's really not a big deal to me. It's just, the rounds of memes are going everywhere. He's getting roasted, and this is, you're talking about the late night shows. This is Hollywood, It's almost like Hollywood is pretty much the last bastion of free speech. Go figure, right? Their agenda, and I'm not completely, with them, but yes, the only thing we have is we can parody somebody, I'm sure I'm not sure if the Blood Boys told you, but the comedian Drewski?
Drewski, I've heard the name.
Did they mention anything like that where some black comedian dressed up in drag as the Kirk widow? What's her name?
Oh shit, Erica.
Did you hear about that?
Vaguely. I was tuning it out.
Okay.
It was some talk about it in the background, but I tuned it out.
Okay.
So tell me.
Well, he he didn't even name her, but he said, this is what conservative women do when, they lose their husband. They go out and celebrate and have, a rally, and, they're not mourning, and, they, they, they manipulate the situation to elevate themselves pretty much. And she was parodying her, how, she, she can cry on cue, and, all these innuendos and everything. And, it was, to me, it was okay. It wasn't as funny to me, but the thing that kind of gave it more life was, Erica Kirk acknowledging it. Like, why are you making fun of me? I want to sue you now, or, how dare you make fun of me? When, she fell into the trap. Like, if I were her, I would ignore it. I would, in fact, I would say, thank you. You're actually making me more money. So, it's just,
she's
in other
advertising.
words,
She's advertising for her
she's
attacker.
advertising. And not only that too, though, that she's actually gaining more sympathy, and that means more money. She could play this to her advantage. And my point is, it can play both ways. It's just, they're using this as a ploy to, victimize her even more, when it's like, it's really just flattery, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But we're living in these times where, it's like it's a distraction after distraction, and it's, it is what it is. But we're living in the internet age now, where even someone like you can get parodied, Doug. Okay,
Yes.
or even me. Okay, I can get parodied. It is what it is. It's not that big of a deal. But it's, unfortunately, anything political that's involved politically, it's just gets magnified, right?
Yes.
But back
Yes.
to the whole 67 situation with Israel, I found it very, and it's not that I didn't know. I knew about the Suez Canal situation where we were at odds with them, but I wasn't aware of this situation where we were directly affected and attacked by them. Which,
Yes.
to me, it's like, it's amazing how we hear crickets, and people don't want to acknowledge it or even talk about it, almost like the Havar Agreement.
Yes.
You've talked about that numerous of times, where this should really vindicate the Third Reich. This should
Thank
really
you.
kind of give a slap to the face to the world. Like, if this regime was so anti-Semitic, then why did they establish this apartheid state?
Thank you. Yes.
There's a lot of information that the world is scared of.
Yes.
And it's not necessarily the world. It's the world doesn't know of this. We're talking about history really has definitely been suppressed, especially these last couple of years, where I don't even want to look at a textbook. How can you look at a textbook?
Thank you. Yes.
How can you even look at the Declaration of Independence or our amendments when they're literally being used as toilet paper? This to me, this wasn't the case. One of the things I remember you talking about was the Brooks brothers. This was the 2000 elections where they protested. The recount in Florida.
Yes.
That was a version of a little mini version of January 6th.
Yes.
All these references are make, to me, they're more resounding now, because it's far worse now. Obviously you tack on the media and the propaganda. It's very much, you definitely are what the world needs, a sense of trying to make sense of things. I just think at this point we're really seeing a dementia patient really just spiral out of control, and like another Peeper Moon,
Yes.
how he was spiraling. He was spiraling, literally rejoicing the fact that you had this surgery, and you was thinking you might be dead, literally on air, celebrating that you're hurt.
That's right. That's right. That son of a bitch.
He was melting in front of us. He literally was. His mind was melting. You know, the last couple of days, the last two transmissions, I couldn't, I really couldn't listen. I couldn't hear. Like, there's so much of, you know, of the topics that he talked about, and I don't mean this as a bad way. It's just it really slowed your movement down, in my opinion.
Yes, I
Um,
agree. Yes,
it slowed
quite
it.
right.
It
Yes.
it it became very stagnant in the sense of um you
Well, in a
can't
sense,
listen
that was his
to.
job. In a sense, that was his assignment. But continue. Yes.
Well, L. Ron Hubbard and all this stuff that he talked about, it's, you know, and Aleister Crowley. Don't get me wrong, it's you know, Thelma and all these topics that are in the back of my head. And it's not that it's wrong. It's just um there's only so many connections you can make. Okay.
Yes.
And it wasn't, there was not, there was not, well, purpose. It's just anything involving the future. And that's the one thing I did appreciate about you, where you can, where you've always talked about the universe, where,
Yes.
you know, any stars that we see, we're literally staring into the past.
Yes.
Uh, you know, we have to go forward, and how the best way to go forward is, you know, continue going forward. You know,
Yes.
we don't want to repeat the past, but my point is, when you do bring up history, there's purpose to it. You know,
Mhm. Thank you.
and you know, his rhetoric became very just stagnant.
Yes.
And a lot of it was just droning. But
Yes.
you know, back to in the present now, there's only so much Donald Trump can do now as far as propaganda, where I'm in negotiations, you know, and we're doing good, and you watch the stock market go up, and then, you know, it's like a game, and that game is pretty much run out.
Yes.
Iran, if you look at Iran and their administration, you know they mean business. They are not budging. They're not even, they are very just calm. Like someone that is already checkmate. They know it's checkmate already.
Yes.
We're gonna give in to their demands. They're gonna have that Strait of Hormuz in a chokehold now, and we're probably gonna pay reparations to them. That's what
Likely.
it's gonna look like.
Yes. Yeah, that's actually
We're,
conceivable. Yes. Continue.
there's gonna be reconstruction, and if we're this broke, we're probably gonna have to take a loan from Europe. You know, um,
Wouldn't
more
that
than
be
likely.
ironic? Yes.
Well, well, I think Europe might gonna have to come and, you know, wipe our ass and, you know, pat us and say go to the little kids table. We're gonna take over now. That possibly could be it, because this is where the point that we're at. We're hemorrhaging so much money. We're in the negative.
Yeah.
I don't see how we can pay reparations. I mean, we can print more money, obviously, but you know, there has to be some type of leverage, and that's what we don't have. So, like you've talked about it, we're gonna have probably, if it's not this administration, until this person is gone and or this administration gets impeached, all of them, um,
Mhm.
probably the next administration is gonna have to come up with the resolution with Europe, you know, heading that part of the world, and we're gonna be asked out.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately,
Oh yes.
we're gonna be cleaning the bathrooms, you know, uh, cleaning the toilets. Um, you know, we're gonna be out in the sense of how we look. But you know, that's just my little 2 cents. Obviously, you know, my little ramble. But you know, maybe that can kind of give you, you know, a little break for you can kind of, you
Oh,
know,
definitely it did. I really
do the
appreciate.
cleanup. Okay.
Yeah, I really appreciate the time that you have purchased for me with your observations. I will address what you've brought up as well as I can. And what Sammy has brought up has been a number of issues. Honestly, Sammy, you're a lifesaver. But perhaps just so people understand that what I did was I put the text of what I had sent you into the text box right here on the call in Infinite Call. So if you take a look at the text box of Infinite Call, I don't know if you can access that while you're on your cell phone or whatever you're using at the moment.
Yeah,
Perhaps you could
I can
just
see it.
briefly go over
Yeah.
that for our listeners and tell them what it was that I had asked you to address, which you've already addressed. You've already addressed it, but at least tell people what it was you addressed, that there was this summit that really, as you said, exemplified, well, Trumpiness, really, the
Well,
sleaziness of
what it
that.
sounds like is the Shield of the Americas. What Trump was trying to do is some type of coalition with keeping the region safe.
Quote
Obviously,
unquote.
Mexico
Oh my
was
God. Yeah, but go on.
right.
Yes.
Mexico, the big bad Mexico with the cartels. Shame on them. But pretty much what Trump did was it was pretty much just for look. He pretty much shrugged them off. Most of them didn't show up, and the one nation that showed up, never got a chance to address anything with Trump.
Yeah.
And it's very much like Trump. If you do not fit his agenda, and this is what happens when you don't have real diplomacy, when there's not a serious factor. I will always know there's never going to be, a black and white president who is for the righteous, and no, there's unfortunately, until this country really cleanses itself of our anti-godliness, our anti-God history, our Masonic, curse, really.
Yes. Of anti-godliness.
If we don't,
That would be the
right,
term.
if
Yes.
we don't,
Continue.
if we don't get an exorcism when it comes involving in a type of an identity that, and when I say identity, I mean culture-wise, where it's based on something, a natural foundation, okay? And you can argue in a lot of ways on what it is. The one thing I do know, it shouldn't be based on that Masonic type of rhetoric. It's too out there. This co-aligns with just extrastellar entities that should not be played with, period.
Thank you.
Obviously, if anybody looks into, all the civilizations that are right now present in the world, Japan being one of them, really the Axis.
Yes.
They all have some type of culture. I mean, France has revised their constitutions numerous of times.
Yeah. 5 times so far. Yes.
Right. That's what you call an actual civilization, a Western civilization who can rethink and almost like a college student. Me being one of them, I cannot be afraid to make mistakes and redo something and reconfigure, measure, look at my notes, talk to my colleagues. And this is what this nation is only 250 years old. We're not even we're really babies. We're really this country is really a toddler.
At the same time, the nation, our nation, has the worst of all worlds in the sense that when it comes to the American Revolution, unlike other cultures where they hit you on the head with their revolutions because their revolutions are their identity and they export their revolutions, the American Revolution you can't export it because it was a revolution of plantation owning, slave owning white supremacists. And there's no way you can import that revolution other than to support it. Yes.
Absolutely. Well, it's funny you say that. President Sheinbaum did a speech, and I can find it. I'll send it to you.
Yes.
Where she said, the last time we asked the United States for help, and this is pertaining to the cartels, she said, the last time we asked the United States for help, they took half of our country.
Yes. There we are. Okay.
And she said, we don't need their help.
Yes. And that's good for her.
Right.
Good on her. Yes, continue.
Well, that's one of the things that she said. Now, Mexico's giving aid. Obviously, from what I hear, Russia is starting to already. But Mexico decided to defy Trump and give Cuba aid. And, obviously that's going to come with consequences. But one of the things that, Sheinbaum had to remind their country is you can't work with them right now.
Yes.
They're pretty much, we're dealing with a third world nation, really.
Yes. Well, what
And-
Sammy is saying, just so people don't get confused, when
Right.
Sammy uses the term third world nation, he's not talking about Mexico. He's talking about the United States. And what makes the United States so incredibly unique in the most negative sense is that whereas with Iran, we were dealing with a rogue state, in terms of the United States, we are now dealing with a rogue empire. This is something that is very unique to history. It's almost a historical first. What you do in response to a rogue state is one thing in terms of dealing or contending with that on the global stage. The global stage is now confronted with a rogue empire. And it's an empire that is completely unpredictable. But when it comes to Scheinbaum, yes, she's making a humanitarian decision to help the Cuban peoples. And this is something that is also based on Mexico asserting itself so that it can defy the United States. It's an act of defiance. And yeah, we'll see where it goes from here. I mean, obviously, what happens next, we can only speculate, but continue. Yes.
Well, and this goes back to that Shield of Americas, which was pretty much a farce.
Yes.
Because if Trump was really serious, he could have got something done.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
He could have got. In fact, if he really had a cabinet, he could have used Venezuela as pretty much a coalition of aides, and obviously us helping, whatever, including Mexico. We could have helped administer something with Venezuela. So it was almost like the PAC treaty that we got out of. I'm losing.
Yeah, the TPP,
See,
Trans-Pacific
TPP.
Trade Partnership. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Something to that coalition where there's some type of light in the end of the sewer that we're in. Some type of, where, it shows some type of, I get it. This one thing I've always, I have to use Brooke as an example.
Yeah.
Because I love her. She's dear to me, I care about her a lot, But what I always liked a little about Brooke is she had a Southern charm. Her Southern charm always just got me. She's a wonderful woman. I learned a lot from her. But, she's from South Carolina. There's some things I had to accept. It's just part of it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's part of her culture.
Yes.
And obviously you can, I'm sure you can relate, obviously work in the Presidio military base, you dealt with a lot of people from the United States and the world.
Yes.
But my point is,
and a lot of Southrons, yes. Quite a few
Absolutely.
joined the military.
But-
yes, go on.
but you can appreciate their charm.
Yes.
They had a charm to them. They're
Yes.
and it's very persuasive. It really is. And most of it's because they have some type of Confederate culture.
Yeah, it's true. This is actually
And,
true. And also the fact that they were mostly descended from the more peripheral cultures that were persecuted in Europe, such as the Celtic peoples. They're a very Celtic and Gallic-oriented culture, more Gallic in the Louisiana area where they actually have parishes instead of counties, like in France. And of course it was French territory for the longest time. But when it comes to their culture, it actually has that Celtic and Gallic influence that doesn't exist in the North. That was overwhelmingly Anglo Dutch. It was this Anglo Dutch kind of puritanical white bread culture. Yeah, much more cracker, so to speak. But go on, yes, there you have it. Yes.
But you see the layers of how even in the quote unquote white society of the United States, there's a hierarchy,
Yes.
to the point where, the Bush dynasty had to come to the South to become more marketable.
That's true.
Um,
Yes, they had to pass themselves off as Texans. They were pretend
Absolutely.
Texans. Yes, go on.
Heck, they even lived in Compton. They lived in Compton, California.
Yeah.
In fact,
That's right. Oh shit. That's right.
in
Oh
in fact, there are still ranches in Compton, California, of all places, because of the Bushes.
yes.
So, they're a very well-traveled family. But my point is, they had to learn to adapt to what they wanted to be. Obviously, you throw in the the government careers that they have. There is at least some type of decor in the sense of how things work.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I'm making sense, but
Oh, yeah,
um,
definitely. What you're talking about is there was at least a presentation, however potentially facile, of an
right,
acculturation that was beyond the, shall we say, naked power. It was something that at least
what?
it gave us a sense of depth and cultural identity that was a bit more colorful and flavorful, and actually gave some depth to what would otherwise
Well,
be the emptiness we have now.
right.
Go on. Yes.
Well, one of the most touching, eulogies I ever saw was George W. Bush talking about his dad at his funeral.
Yeah, there we have it.
That was one of the most touching eulogies I've ever heard, because George W. Bush literally sounded like a 5-year-old kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was bawling like a 5-year-old kid. To me, it kind of gives you an insight into, at least some of him is human. He's not a complete, subhuman. And you don't get that from Trump. He doesn't
Thank you.
have anything.
Thank
You look at him, he is whatever entity is there, doesn't feel anything.
Yes, Trump
It,
manifests anti-humanity. He's basically an anti-human, an anti-man. Is basically what Trump
well,
is. It possessed as he is, yes, by whatever's inside of him.
well, and if you see him, he hits on any woman that's around him,
Yes.
and it's like his mind, his filters are fading. His,
Yes.
as a man, you have to. Now, am I saying, if there's a woman with nice cleavage, I won't spot it? No, absolutely, I will. But there's ways of doing it. It's like looking at the sun, right?
Yeah.
You just don't stare.
Yeah.
Now,
But
to
by
the
the way,
point of,
just because I can't resist, the way you bring up Trump, Trump reminds me of Ron Jeremy. It's like Ron Jeremy, the porn star that they used to
yeah,
call the Hedgehog, who was just so
yeah,
senile he was humping women on sight because that's what he did on set. That's what
right.
Trump is like. Yes, go on.
To Ron Jeremy's defense, he was actually a very educated man. He just was, a porn star.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. True.
the point,
He's up on Trump with that. Yeah. Yeah.
he wasn't a dumb guy. It's just, he liked to bang girls. It is what it is, right? My point is, yeah, you see where the level of error that we have now. I mean, Mitch McConnell, obviously we roasted him, and we could talk about him, but it's almost just sad. It's sad in a sense because this mafia that that political party has, and it's a loose one, believe it or not. It's based on fear, and people don't want to lose their position, but now they're gonna get swept, unless Trump, and I'm not saying this is not possible. It's just at this point, I'm not expecting. I'm expecting unexpected, because midterms are pretty much. It's going to be Trump's freedom on the line.
Yes.
Nancy Pelosi, when she gets out of her crypt or wherever house she lives,
She has her own crypt here in San Francisco. Yes, her own
well, I mean,
mausoleum. Yes.
she's no different. They're going to impeach him as soon as they win. He knows that,
Yes.
and he knows the time is ticking. That hall that he's supposed to build that got shut down.
Yes. The wing.
So,
The
the
east.
wing.
Yeah.
Yeah. The whole ballroom crap that he's building. Which it really was.
Yeah, go on.
It's a dementia patient's project, what it is. Okay.
Yes.
It's a painting. But my point is that got shut down. Everything that he's put his foot forward to and pretty much ignored protocol is getting shut down, even to the point of his Supreme Court appointees. Thank God. They're not completely,
Corrupted.
but they see the writing on the wall as well.
Yes.
And it's politics. Politics is backstabbing 101. So, it's actually the normal thing to do is to backstab each other. I mean, that's just what it is. So we're seeing this. It's just when a person like him is cornered, that is when, you make dumbass decisions like get involved with Iran. And he is bankrupt. The only thing he do now is just continue bankrupting our country until they take away. They literally have to haul him away. But, now the question is, who has the cojones now? Or we're going to have to wait till November, which, we're about November's, how long? 6 months away?
Feels like 6 years, but yeah, it's about, let me see.
That's a long time.
Yeah, it's a long time. And a lot can happen during that time,
Yeah.
But it's about half a year away is what it feels like at this point. Yeah. Yeah, because it's basically at the end of the year. But go on, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very long time, so, just a little reminder, but, that'll be my 2 cents. I mean, I wish I can say more, but, I also I want to give you plenty of time to kind of, put your spin on it, because,
Well, definitely.
obviously that's why you're here.
Well, definitely, I appreciate that. But before we go there, just to take advantage of you a little bit more,
Yeah.
what do you think of, as for those of you who have heard us, we've repeated the supposedly breaking news that NASA has launched astronauts on the first lunar trip since 1972. Basically, 4 astronauts have embarked on a high-stakes flight around the moon, so we are told. Humanity's first lunar voyage in more than half 100 years. And it's supposed to be the thrilling leadoff in NASA's push toward a landing in 2 years, an actual landing. Now, I'm not saying this isn't happening, but it's very mysterious to me. I don't understand. How is it we haven't heard about this on a daily basis? Why don't we know all of these astronauts as if they were famous celebrities? I don't understand how at a time like this we are even expending money on such a exercise when we're obviously going broke. It's something so bizarre about all of this, but the most bizarre aspect of it is not taking advantage of it for propaganda purposes to try and mobilize and unite us all as Americans. I mean, honestly, isn't this like a Kennedy moment? Isn't this like supposed to be, look at what we're doing, America, so that Trump could be proud of, that he could... Why is it we heard so little about this? It's like suddenly we're just told this, but it's not even really being promoted. And so what is your impression? Please, by all means.
One of the reasons why I think this, and I have to say millennials because we're pretty much the adults, quote unquote, right now. Conspiracy theory has really poisoned the mind of people in a sense of how science it works in the sense of reality. You'd be surprised how many people think, how many flat earthers they are. Okay.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised how many they are.
Too many, but go on.
You'd be surprised. I mean, I know you're not surprised, but I'm talking
Yeah.
about your audience.
Yes.
How many people don't believe the moon landing happened? How many people think, you know, a lot of these monumental events that's happened in the last 70 years, a lot of people don't really believe. I had a friend of mine who is an engineer. You know, he was in the church auxiliary. He was an assistant pastor. You know, this man works for an aero company that makes fasteners for, you know, I think it's either for Northrop and Grumman, one of those companies. He really told me, "Do you really think we landed on the moon?" Coming from this person that, you know, you're literally in the aerospace industry.
Wow! Holy shit! Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Go on. Yes.
He did not believe in the moon landing, and you know, I said, you know, yeah, of course we did, and I left it like that. I didn't want to argue with them because I don't, you know, and also believe it or not, most people don't care.
Yes.
We're literally so deep in poverty right now. People still have to pay bills. You know,
Yes.
I mean, it's amazing. Even someone like you, the horrors that you've been through. Okay.
Thank you.
That you can still talk about what's going on in the world. You talk about a lot of subjects that there's certain things I cannot talk to my wife about. Why? Because her world does not, it's not that she doesn't care. It's just there's more important, immediate things that, unfortunately, those type of events don't matter because of, it's almost like this.
By the way,
only reason,
women generally are very practical, and if it's not of practical importance, most of the time they feel it's not really, doesn't merit their attention. So that's understandable. Right. So do continue. Yes.
No. And I believe right now, most adults, as far as young adults or regular adults, we have so much, but we still have so little in the sense of substance. Everything is forgetful. One thing comes up and tomorrow everybody forgets it. Why? Because space to us, it just seems like, I gotta say it, we're just so enamored. We're just stuck in this matrix that we are with social media, Trump, even Trump. Our president literally seems like a reality TV show.
Yes.
What president?
He's still acting that out. He's still acting that out. Go on. Yes.
Like, and I hate to come back to this, but this is really what I'm trying to get. And this really, it's almost therapeutic to me. What public sworn official will just perjure himself, lie, make up shit? Like, oh, I had a president tell me he was envious of me going after Iran. When they asked him what president it was, oh, I can't tell you that. Well, there's only like 3 living former presidents. Which one is it? And they asked Obama, they asked Bush, and they asked Clinton, and their rep said, we don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. Wow.
And
that's amazing.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Like, okay, well, that's Trump. He's a liar. Well, that's the person. That's literally the person who, is running. Is your symbolic, mask to calm you down, to say everything's going to be okay. We don't have that right now. So a moon landing, you might as well be landing. You might as well be landing in the Tenderloin. Okay.
Yes.
But that's just my point. I mean, do I think it's great? It's cool. It is. But, you know,
Thank you.
even me, I really wish they would just come out with it and say, we weren't the first to land on the moon. It was Japan,
Thank you.
you know?
Yes. I appreciate
You know.
that profoundly. And I'm so proud of you for owning one of the first original editions of The Garden on the Moon. That's incredible that you were prompted
So-
to. Yeah,
But-
go on.
But even in one of the first pages, it talks about pretty much Pierre, I forget his other last name, but the
Fuck. The author of I'll have to look it up myself. Pierre Boulle, Boulle.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we are.
Pierre
Yes.
Boulle, he makes a side note about the Kennedy assassination,
Yes.
and he kind of gives his regards that during the writing of that book, you know, Kennedy wasn't shot yet. So I think that stuff like that, I think is cool. I think it's very important, and it kind of shows the world that we used to be, where people, you know, show respect,
Yes.
and not, you know, even, you know, someone like the Mueller, the guy Mueller that died,
Yes.
where Trump pretty much said he's glad he's dead.
Yeah.
You know, and it gets swept under the rug.
Yeah.
You know, and everybody just, you know, goes along, and he doesn't get reprimanded. There's no apology. The administration, when they said, "Do you agree with it?" They asked one of his aides. I forget what asshole.
They're
look
all
the same.
assholes. Yeah. Oh, that's
They-
beautiful.
They said something to the effect of, "Well, all we know is that, you know, a president, we understand what he's been through as far as a leader, and, you know, that's all we can say. The pressure of his presidency sometimes gets to the, you know, it gets to him."
Yeah.
So, you know,
But
it's
that's, in other words, just again a rationalization for his inexcusable behavior. Well, I watched and note you've been incredibly helpful. And of course, love you dearly. Share that love with
Yeah.
Maria and your family. And anytime you feel like it while you're listening, if you feel compelled to interject, just jump back on the call. Just, you know,
we'll
leave the
do.
call open and jump back on the call whenever you feel the need to interject. I'm going to go into monologue mode now, but I definitely want to thank you for helping me to get to that point where I felt ready to do that.
No
And-
problem.
Yeah, and but your insights are profound and always appreciated, and we look forward to you joining us, you know, hopefully during
Yeah.
the weekend for at least a few minutes, you know, coming up.
Yeah, I'll
All
try.
right. All right, bye
Yeah,
now.
have a good one.
Yeah.
Happy Easter.
Thank you. The same to you. Happy Easter. And it was the weekend of Ishtar recently, the pagan Easter. And it's been, certainly wonderful for me. I look forward to returning to the estates this weekend because it is the tomb sweeping holidays where we take the young lads to Coma and teach them about the maintenance of the graves of loved ones. The overwhelming majority of them, probably none of them, have any relations that I'm aware of that are interned at Coma, but in fact, most of them being orphans have no relations at all, but we do tell them about the reality of respecting the dead, and this is a time for honoring one's ancestors, and even though none of my ancestors are in Coma, we teach them a lot about how Coma is the city of the living dead. Well, excuse me, it's the city of the dead. It's a necropolis, and the overwhelming majority of its residents, probably around 90%, are dead. But it's maintained by an overwhelmingly ethnic Filipino community, and they serve as the tomb sweepers and gravekeepers for San Francisco. San Francisco has no room to bury or intern the dead. It's on a peninsula. So San Francisco's dead, in general, go to Coma. And so it's where San Franciscans go to die, or rather, after they're dead, they go there. We still have plenty of graves, many of them mass graves in San Francisco, where people need to be disinterred from and reinterred, usually in coma, because of plagues and fires and earthquakes that have swept California and particularly San Francisco in the past. Dear Brendan is telling me how disgusting I am. Oh, yes. Love you too, Bren. And he's typing something else out. Yeah, yeah, let me respond to that. He says, Vampire exploitation holiday. I'm answering him with 100. Yeah, he's got it. Now, welcome back to Critical Omissions, where our efforts to come up with a clever April Fool's edition have been foiled by the increasingly surreal nature of the global news cycle. It wasn't too long ago, after all, that the United States president openly disparaged NATO as a paper tiger and threatened to withdraw from the alliance. Well, wasn't so long ago when that very act would have been a headline fit for a certain satirical newspaper. I'm thinking of what used to be the San Francisco, or at least Oakland-based, San Francisco Greater Bay Area Metroplex regional-based Onion. Now, global outrage continues to mount against a new law passed by apartheid state Israel's parliament on Monday to open our work week, which would make death by hanging the default punishment for Palestinians convicted of deadly attacks. The law is written so that it cannot apply to Israelis convicted of the same crimes. The measure passed with 62 of the Knesset's 120 members voting in favor, including the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It was championed by the National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, head of the far-right Jewish Power Party, who has a history of violence and incitement against Palestinians. Ben-Gvir and his cultists wore gold lapel pins shaped like nooses on the floor of the legislature to show their support for the bill. While celebrating with champagne, one of the executions to come, well, celebrating all of the executions to come, Ben-Gvir said, "Soon we will count them one by one." Well, whatever gets you off and gets you through the night. Israel abolished the death penalty for murder convictions in 1954, but retained it for exceptionally severe offenses like treason and crimes against humanity. The country has legally executed only 12 people in its history, the last of which was the Nazi war criminal Adolf Eichmann in 1962. I guess we're all waiting for a sign. International organizations, government leaders, and Wall Street are attempting to divine the endgame of Israel's American war with Iran amid increasingly chaotic and contradictory statements by President Donald Trump as his maladministration struggles to find a way out of the month-old conflict. The war has pushed American pump prices up $4 a gallon, threatening a political pain for Republicans in a midterm electoral year. Trump, 79 years of age himself and probably nearing the point where he no longer gives a shit about the living that are still around him, is said to realize that the current situation is untenable, according to persons familiar with the matter. He scheduled a televised speech about the war this evening. Now, here's where we need some context. Remember, Israel and its 50 satellite states in union, also known as the United States or Israel's colonies, have launched coordinated strikes against Iran, resulting in the death of Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. In retaliation, Iran has attacked United States facilities and interests in several countries. Israel's American empire has destroyed over 1,000 targets in Iran, including ships, submarines, missile sites, and command and control centers. President Trump has stated that the operation will continue until all goals are achieved. But America's treacherous sneak attacks objectives have never been clearly defined. Regardless, speaking from the White House, President Trump said United States forces will finish the job in Iran, the Iran war soon, and that core strategic objectives are nearing completion. Trump just gave America so much gas, in his own words, but not in the way he thinks. In tonight's speech on his unprovoked wars against Israel, in tonight's speech about Israel's unprovoked wars against Venezuela and Iran, puppet President Donald Trump bragged that invading the two countries had left America with, his words, so much gas! A statement with which many ex-users seem to agree, but not in the way the president intended, I mean to say. At one point during his address, Trump said, "Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rises in gasoline prices here at home. The short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching terror attacks against commercial shipping." Yet, in seeming contradiction to that statement, Trump later added, "Because of our drill, baby, drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are the #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet." He's exuding a lot of gas, all right, people. I mean, he's like a pufferfish, and you hear the gas emerging from him. Even later, he reassured viewers that without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that. Saudi Arabia and Russia combined, and that number will soon be substantially higher than that. As for the spike in oil prices worldwide that resulted from Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz in response to his own invasion, Trump insisted that when this war is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally, like a butt crack. Oil will resume flowing, the stuff that comes out of butt cracks, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Yeah, and so as Brendan Zoget says, apparently we're just out of diesel. I think that's a biofuel. Trump's producing that. Yeah, that's don't be afraid to jump back on, Brendan. Just jump back on and you interject. The news from Trump's speech was
we have plenty of gas, but the diesel's like $20 a gallon or some shit.
Yes, tell us what's going on with that. Whatever you feel is going on with that. Yeah, it's like what about that?
I don't think he knows. I don't think he cares. He doesn't even know that there's some other type of petrol. It's just there's only one kind.
I agree. I really believe that. I believe that because he never brings it up. Good point.
Because he doesn't understand logistics. It's just that simple.
Thank you.
He thinks it's like just gas that goes in a car. I don't think he knows.
Yeah, thank you.
There's like other forms of it for like logistics. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. I believe you.
Like business shit. Yeah.
I would bet the farm what Brendan just articulated is exactly how it is. That Trump has no concept that there's different types of fuel that you would use on planes, different types of fuel you would use on ships, and then what goes into the car is not necessarily what goes into another car. One car takes something, another car will not. Yeah, that none of this means anything to him. He does. Go on.
Like even just petrol itself is only like 10% of the entire supply.
Thank you. So,
Like-
yeah, go on. Yeah, continue.
There's diesel. Diesel's like a big chunk of it. There's like kerosene and
Mhm.
other industrial solvents.
Yeah,
But like you said, there's no way he knows about them.
that's right.
And if people try and tell him, he just says, "Oh, okay, whatever." And like, doesn't listen.
And yes, no, that's true. That's right. And the only
Because I'm
reason,
pretty sure the Chevron CEO has like tried to like, tell him, look, we can't just make gas out of this Venezuela soup oil.
thank you.
And he
Thank
says, kicked him out of the meetings and shit.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. If he doesn't want to hear it, he's not going to let you talk. And
So there you go.
what's amazing is that he disambiguates gas and oil at all, but I believe he does so because as a property shyster, he knows that gas heats homes. And that gas is ergo different from oil in that sense. That's what I would assume. That would be my stereotype. But thank
That's
you.
almost giving him too much
Yeah,
credit because he
true.
usually just says energy.
Yes.
Like it's cold fusion. Like energy.
Yeah.
We need energy.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, that reminds me of when you were at school and all those chicks were playing that big ghetto blaster. Big Dick Energy was the song when you came out and they finally had what they needed. Yeah.
I don't know how that reminded you of anything, but that's...
Well, you can assure our listeners you didn't do anything untoward, but they were all excited when you came out. Emerged suddenly while they were playing that song. That was actually, if you
they started giggling and laughing and trying to come in the room with me and shit. And it's like, look, you guys got to go.
Damn. Everybody envies your problems, Brendan. Well, some of them. Some of them envy. They envy some of your problems,
trust me.
but not the rest.
Trust
Yeah.
Yeah. It ain't worth it. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Oh man. Now the news from Trump's speech was not that he made these claims at all, but rather that he has said them innumerable times already since declaring his wars. For this reason, social media users jumped on the fact that Trump's supposed big war speech offered nothing new to justify already unpopular conflicts. Even worse, at less than 20 minutes length and delivered in a rambling, slurred tone, it was also perceived as dull. It's hard to bore people in under half an hour, but Trump succeeded. On X, the Democratic strategist and former senior advisor to Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris, Mike Nellis, posted, "Prime Trump understood that the worst thing you can be in politics is boring. He never would have given a drab speech like that. Old man Trump doesn't have the juice and is lost trying to find a political exit to this war." Ex-user Fernwood Freddy posted, "Trump given yet another rambling, unhinged, frankly very disturbing address tonight on the Iran war. And no, this is not an April Fool's joke." Everybody needing to understand if they listen to this episode on the upload after it's already published, that the speech I'm referencing was delivered today on April 1st of 2026. It est on All Fool's Day. During the address, the ex-user David D posted, "If this was Trump tonight, he is going to be finished soon. He could barely stand up, slurring, and was just reading his texts one after another." Perhaps thinking back to the lone 2024 debate between Trump and then-President Joe Biden, which is why I laughed when Sammy Romero brought Biden up, this particular ex-user, David D, posted, or added that, "I have never seen a lower energy president, not even Biden. After the speech, he nearly fell back. And telling people that we are going to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age? Really? That is not a plan. And as long as Iran has oil countries, we'll rebuild them. He is living in a dream." Ex-user I Am Real Person more succinctly expressed the same tonight, opining that Trump has lost it. Low energy, sleepy, rambling speech. So boring. Hashtag Sleepy Dawn. By the way, I was reading aloud that former ex-poster David D., and I should have read the last sentence as, "That is not a plan," referencing bombing Iran back to the Stone Age. And as long as Iran has oil, countries will rebuild them. He is living in a dream. I read that because I was reading his post directly. I didn't really get his context, but I finally got the syntax right. Meanwhile, the ex-user Sasha compared Trump's inability to deliver anything substantive to his claims of victory to another failed Middle Eastern war over a picture of President George W. Bush in front of a banner reading, "Mission accomplished." Sasha wrote, "Turn the Trump speech off because I've heard this one before." In so doing, Sasha referenced Bush's invasion of Iraq in 2003 and the subsequent 8-year war that he insisted had ended mere weeks after he started it. Even before Trump's Wednesday speech, meaning today's speech, this midweek episode of Our Own Transmission, my hosting this Our Own Transmission, today's speech, he's been accused of failing to address criticisms that his wars will increase gas prices. Last month, the White House spokesman Kush Desai, fuck Brendan, what ethnicity is that? Kush, K-U-S-H, like the Hindu Kush. Kush Desai, or Desi, Kush Desi, D-E-S-A-I. Anyhow, that guy, I don't think Republicans consider him a real American. He referred to economists Ed Gresser and Richard Wolff as idiots, or maybe I should do his accent, idiots, when they described the Trump advisor Peter Navarro's defenses for Trump as not correct and depending entirely on linking rising oil prices to geopolitical and military risks. Oh, our man Brendan says G-U space J-U. Guju. Gujarati. Gujarati.
Guju. Yeah.
It's Gujarati.
Yeah.
Gujarati.
Yeah. They call them Gujus because they're like the Jews of India. Gujarati.
Thank you. Now, according to government organizations and the United States-based human rights activists news agency, more than 5,000 people, mostly civilians, have been killed in this war so far, almost 3/4 of them in Iran. Just over 1,300 people have been killed in Lebanon, where Israel opened a second front against the Iran-allied Hezbollah for no apparent reason other than to open a second front, as there were no attacks on the part of anyone out of Lebanon. A majority of Americans oppose Israel's wars, which the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his puppet President Trump began despite ongoing negotiations with Tehran. In other words, under cover of peace talks, Israel and its Jewish-lobbied United States launched a treacherous sneak attack. America has, shall we say, nothing to complain about when it comes to Pearl Harbor. Trump citing a shifting set of justifications, but no public evidence, that Iran has presented a direct threat to America. Now, with Trump's near daily threats, entreaties, and all caps social media posts about this conflict, one in which Iran has managed to punish American imperial allies and energy markets alike, leaders and investors may be looking elsewhere for clues as to what happens next. By the way, a new incoming GIF from our man. Thank you. Done and dusted. Cool. Yes, I love it. Love the armband, too. Now, the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, issued a letter addressed to Americans on Wednesday today. It may be Wednesday by the time you're listening to this upload. But today, by our measure, as it's still 10:28 p.m. on the Pacific Coast, Well, the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, issued a letter addressed to all Americans today, arguing that his country has no enmity with the United States and has acted only in self-defense. One of Trump's initial reasons for attacking was related to Iran's killing of thousands of protesters in recent uprisings there, which would be justification enough for myself, but it's one that's been unused as a rationale ever since, with Pezeshkian warning that continuing along the path of confrontation is more costly and futile than ever before, and noting that attacks on infrastructure, which Trump has threatened, directly target the Iranian people. Yesterday, Pezeshkian said the Islamic Republic has the necessary will to end the war, albeit with certain guarantees. In what I would consider a breaking situational status, the Supreme Court is deciding on who gets to be an American. As brought to our attention by T. Tank Berry, Donald Trump's approval rating has hit a new low. As Americans bear costs of the Iran war and DHS shutdown, Washington politicians have just left town, with Trump telegraphing the strongest indication yet that he plans to withdraw from NATO as ill, all while the Supreme Court is skeptical of the Trump birthright citizenship order. Inside the Supreme Court, Trump faced the justices he's criticized. Now let's take a look at what our dear friend Brendan has sent to us in terms of latest communique. And we've got another wonderful GIF here of the Jolly Roger going up in a One Piece reference to One Piece. So U.S. Supreme Court is debating citizenship with a rare Trump visit. Thank you for that link, Brendan. Dearly appreciate it. Now, all of this in wartime. George W. Bush gave up golf while he was president during the Iraq War. President Donald Trump isn't about to do the same amid the Iran war, describing his occasional golf outings as a brief reprieve from the pressures of being commander-in-chief. In a phone interview, where he literally telephoned it in, he told NBC News, "It's a form of relaxation. It's a little exercise, and it takes your mind off things for a couple of hours." Dude, I don't think your mind's been on anything for a couple of fucking years. And President Donald Trump has given his strongest indication yet that he plans to withdraw from NATO, citing allies' failure to join in the Iran war. I mean, like, what if they gave a war and nobody came? Especially when, it's a stinker and nobody wanted it in the first. Okay, lovely images here, GIFs from our man. Brendan, girls to provide me some moral support. Now, tackling one of President Donald Trump's most provocative policies, members of the Supreme Court expressed skepticism about the lawfulness of his proposal to limit the constitutional guarantee of birthright citizenship for anyone born on American soil. The executive order at issue would limit birthright citizenship to people who have at least one parent who is a United States citizen or a permanent resident. It has been on hold while making its way through the courts because Donald Trump is unpopular at the moment. Usually, when a Supreme Court session starts, all eyes in the courtroom are on the mahogany bench behind which the justices sit. Not this time. A buzz with word that President Donald Trump would become the first sitting president known to have attended a Supreme Court oral argument, reporters and others in the courtroom were craning their necks in the opposite direction. Now, got some more incoming imagery from our dear friend. Oh, here we are, Italia, Germania. Excellent, thank you, dear Brendan. And oh yes, incoming lovely goth chick with some fascist influence. I can certainly appreciate that. Now, over the past year, I've thought a lot about the question of who gets to be an American. At Team Dietrich, we've been consumed with covering the Trump maladministration's immigration crackdown. But as a historian, I call precedent to a previous anti-immigrant movement in our history. In the late 19th century, it was Chinese arrivals, mostly on the West Coast, who were met with racist fear-mongering, exclusionary laws, and the creation of a vast government bureaucracy to keep them out. Michael Lau's book, which I have assigned to all my blood boys for review, is tutoring the lads on that very subject. Michael Lau himself, his first name Michael should be self-explanatory in its spelling. His surname is spelled L-U-O, Michael Luo. And his book is titled Strangers in the Land, subtitled Exclusion, Belonging, and the Epic Story of the Chinese in America, which was published just last year, and it chronicles this period, which I reference as precedent to our present predicament. Taking a look at more incoming imagery from to boost my morale from our man Brendan here. And basically, historians think a lot about contingency, the way specific events are connected in a causal chain. Nothing is foreordained. A single change can mean a different outcome, or a cascade of them, that shifts the course of history. One of these hinge moments was the Supreme Court's 6-2 ruling in 1898 that Wong Kim Ark, a cook who was born in San Francisco, my own Golden Gated Bay Area, was indeed an American citizen, under a clause in the 14th Amendment that states, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Tens of millions of people in this country today owe their American stories to this decision. Yet there's also an individual, human-scale intimacy to the way history unfolds. The court's ruling meant that Wong Kim Ark was able to help 3 sons, all born in China, enter the United States as American citizens as well. The youngest, Yuk Jin, was just a child when he arrived in San Francisco in 1926. Norman Wong, who is Yuk Jim's son, which makes Norman the grandson of Wong Kim Ark, with the family now theorizing that Yuk Jim might actually have been Wong Kim Ark's grandson, which would make Norman a great-grandson, is now 76 years old and lives in my Bay Area, where he used to work in carpentry and maintain apartment buildings. He and his wife, Maureen, have 2 daughters and 3 grandchildren. For most of his life, he had no idea of his connection to American history. In the late 1990s, during a visit with his elderly father and stepmother who live near Sacramento, where our man Brendan Zogit is residing today, they told him that a Chinese newspaper had published an article about Wong Kim Ark and his descendants. At the time, they seemed to have had only a limited grasp of the case's significance, but Norman and his sister Sandra, who also became interested in their family history, would come to realize that they embodied something of transformational importance. In January of last year, the Trump maladministration issued an executive order that sought to eliminate birthright citizenship for children without at least one parent who is a citizen or lawful permanent resident. Ever since, Norman has become an unlikely late-in-life activist, delivering speeches, doing media interviews, and lending his voice to the fight to preserve the legal bedrock of birthright citizenship. Today, he addressed an audience from the steps of the Supreme Court as the justices inside weighed the constitutionality of Trump's order. Trump himself was in the public gallery, becoming the first president to attend oral arguments at the court. As he prepared ahead for this momentous day, Mr. Norman, well, I just call him Norm, described Wong Kim Ark as an ordinary person who decided to take a stand. Norman said there was nothing special about him, except that he was not willing to have his citizenship taken away. The rest is history. According to The Economist magazine's tracker, Trump's net approval rating is minus 20, 8 percentage points below where it was at this time in his first midterm, and lower than it has been at any point in his second. The Iran war and the economic fallout are probably responsible. Yesterday, the average price of gas climbed above $4 a gallon. When investors are feeling jittery, they often turn to gold. It emanates no cash flows. Well, even though it emanates no cash flows, it offers insurance against a blow-up. Since the Fourth Gulf War began, and remember, Iran versus Iraq, an 8-year conflict in which over 1 million people died, was Gulf War I. Bush Wars 1 and 2 came after that, so this is the Fourth Gulf War, and since it began, and we're in our 4th into 5th week thereof, however, the yellow metal of gold has not served as much of a hedge. It has plunged by about 15%. Now, I'd ask Brendan Zogan about that. He's just given us a, great speech, dude, might-ass touch, a link that says breaking Standard & Poor's 500 futures erase minus $550 billion in market cap in 25 minutes as President Trump delivers his address to the nation on the Iran war. Yeah. And so...
Yeah, it didn't impress the day traders, let's put it that way.
Damn. So this stupid question here, forgive me. Yeah. I don't do this shit myself, even though I can talk about it as a historian analytically. I still get thrown off when I see the graphics. It seems to be going way down. It's dropping, right? That's what I'm seeing. It's really dropping. I mean, like free fall, right? That's what this looks like to me. Is that what's going on, right?
Yeah, it's basically they're betting against a predetermined future. That's why it's called futures.
Okay.
So they're expecting it just to fall out the bottom to come in a few hours here when the trading opens.
Got it.
They weren't impressed. Yeah.
God damn. And
they're betting that it's going to lose 500 billion.
Oh man. Oh man.
So they're not happy. Yes.
Yeah. And well, cool. I love it. And like the GIF too, little cat girl, ŋŋgo girl, they would call it. Yeah. Yay. She's saying yes. Yes, it's party time. So tell us then, why do you feel the gold's not, why is gold falling 15% in times like this?
Yeah, because you need money to buy it. I mean, it's like, that's what I was saying before. It's like it can only go up so much. Like once it can go up in value, but it has no liquidity. So it's like it's starting to cap. It's like it's hit its peak.
Oh man, that's incredible.
It's like it could be worth, I mean, $10,000 an ounce, but there's no one that can buy it, so it's useless. It has to correct. It's not useful.
It's not sustainable. Got it. Thank you for that.
Or it's just not even usable. It's like it's just sitting in vaults.
Oh, yes. Oh, while you're with us. So tell us
Yeah.
your own impression of Everyone Hates Their Jobs Anyway. Remember that guy I told you about? He was getting, all the flack like he should. Everyone hates jobs. Let's look him up. Now, this is something that,
Are you talking about that idiot that was talking about UBI?
yes. AI, everyone hates their jobs. That I'll try and
It's easy to say when you have money.
Yeah. This is the techno CEO, Aravind Srinath's. And let's take a look at him. Let's take a look at this guy. And see if I can take his name. First, I'll have to cut and paste his name so that we can do the correct search for it. And matter of fact, well, here we go. How about this? The California Post. Let's do a screen share here and see if we can look this idiot up. There we go with the screen share. So here we go. The tech CEO said they'd give us other pictures. Here we are. There he goes. Look at the son of a bitch. Aravind Srinath, co-founder of the San Francisco-based conversational AI company Perplexity, said, "Hey, it's good everyone is losing their jobs. They should be happy. Everyone hates their jobs anyway." This
Fucking asshole.
yeah.
Yeah, this dude's making like $500,000 salary. It's easy for him to say.
Oh man. Yeah. He said, yes, my AI get rid of all jobs, but yeah, people are unhappy anyway. Now they'll be happy. They're not working and shit. Yeah, there you go. That's what a piece of shit. Yeah, and
and they never have any kind of solution. It's just you should be happy you're not working.
Yeah. And he says, "Oh, there's a new opportunity. Just take these tools, use them, learn them, start your own mini business. Like we're all entrepreneurs. Not everyone is a born entrepreneur, motherfucker. We don't."
Well, even then, it's like if everyone is trying to sell something, who's gonna buy?
Yes,
who's the buyer?
Thank you. Yes. So, this it was just do you know what ethnicity is that guy? With a name like that, he's is he one of those Southies or a different kind?
What do you mean ethnicity?
He's obviously Asian Indian, I presume. Am I wrong? Or is he a certain?
Well, yeah, he's obviously Indian, but
okay.
Yeah,
By that
I don't know where. What's his name?
Well, India is so fucking big. Okay, so we'll look him up again because I just bleached him from my screen because I couldn't stand to look.
Same. I didn't even look at him.
Yeah. There you go. So tech CEO, everybody, we'll look him up again. Everybody hates jobs. And there we go. Here we are. Aravind, here we go. Aravind, let me do the screen share. Then you can see it for yourself and read it for me because I'm mispronouncing it. By God, we all know that. Okay, this name, Aravind Srinath. And
how's it spelled?
It's here on the screen share. Can you see it?
Aravind Srinath. Oh, he's Southie.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you can tell people about them. They all what are they? They all hate each other so much that they only breed in families.
Yeah, I mean that was a big issue in the South. Yeah, they're all inbred.
Yeah.
India.
He's talking about India, believe it or not.
Yeah, apparently that's just a thing everywhere. But yeah, in all the southern lands. But yeah, no, especially South India, it's pretty bad. Yeah, because they're very stratified. So people that are rich are from only the upper caste, and they don't marry between each other. So it literally has gotten so bad that all the people that become doctors and these people are all they have physiological symptoms of inbreeding. So they're like pinkies. Their pinkies are all deformed and shit, which is a sign of pretty bad inbreeding. Yeah.
Oh my
And they'll admit it too. They'll just straight up say, "Yeah, that's why my hand's fucked up."
Oh my God. How about this one? Look at this one. Can you see this? Bali tourist choked out by locals after he's accused of inappropriately touching woman. So they really, they slammed this.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Because all these idiots go over there thinking, "Oh, yeah, they're Asian chicks. Just grab them."
Oh man. Yeah.
And then they get the shit beat out of them. Kind of like that Somali idiot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Johnny
Like,
Somali.
I can just go to Asia and troll people. It's like, and now he's 3 years hard labor.
Oh man. Yeah, he won't survive that.
And then his mother's like, "Yeah, hell, get him out."
Oh my God.
Yeah, bitch, you raised this sicko. He should get 10 years hard labor just for making him like that.
Yeah, like I thought when those they suspended the air crews who did the propaganda flyby over Kid Rock's estate, and they suspended.
Oh, that was so stupid.
Yeah.
That's
But
so
then Hegseth pardoned them all and said, "Get back,
Yeah.
Patriot."
Yeah, Patriots.
Yeah, I would have preferred they had been fucking court-martialed. Those guys should have been mustered out of service, wasted taxpayer dollars to propagandize for Kid
They
Rock.
should have freaking, what, heat-seeking missile his ass.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
That would have been worth it.
Yeah.
It's like, he hasn't even made an album in years. Like, what is he even doing?
He looks like he's old and crying. He looks just like this crying.
Yeah, he's not healthy looking.
Yeah, old man.
He even admits it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there you go. What a fool. And that idiot is like, they say he's helping to draw young men to the Republican Party. What young man would be attracted to that? I can't imagine him swaying anybody. That's got to be. Right. They're full of themselves. They're deluding themselves. But at any rate, let's look at the term regime change and Trump's own regime change swerve. Donald Trump claims that he has effected regime change in Iran. His abuse of the phrase says more about his priorities at the moment than it does about the reality in Iran. Critics have used many phrases to describe Donald Trump's presidency, some of them unprintable and unreadable and therefore unrelatable vocally over the bandwidth. I just can't afford people reporting me. So scholars and journalists have debated whether Trump's approach is white supremacist, authoritarian, or simply Judeo-Russiist. None of which are contradictory, as the Judeo-Bolshevik ideology is the most white supremacist in the human experience. More recently, however, a growing number of people have begun referring to the Trump regime, including myself. The New Republic's Michael Tomasky wrote that the Trump regime has proven over and over that its morality is the advantage of the stronger. A fellow at the Libertarian Cato Institute complained that oversight tools were effectively destroyed by the Trump regime last year. And a writer for The Nation called for Democrats to launch a Nuremberg caucus to investigate the crimes of the Trump regime. Google Trends shows that although the phrase was occasionally deployed during Trump's first midterm, it has become far more common over the past year. These usages are meant to tell us something about the state of contemporary politics in the United States, although exactly what is not always clear. Ambrose Bierce, the sardonic author of The Devil's Dictionary, who disappeared in Mexico, might have observed that a regime is any government that one doesn't like. Those referring to the Trump regime this way seem to be implying that the maladministration is rapacious and authoritarian. But few of them are explicit about that, and their counterparts in the academy indulge in the same vagueness. In 1996, the political scientist Gerardo L. Munk complained, to quote his T, "Very rarely do regime analysts stop to define what they mean by political regime." The word was popularized in American politics as a sort of euphemism, during the George W. Bush presidency, regime change was a bloodless technocratic term for the bloody, chaotic effort to topple Saddam Hussein and install a democratic system of governance in Iraq. A good working definition, as Munch told the Fourth Estate, is the set of rules that regulate how people come to occupy government offices and how government decisions are made. But even scholars often employ the term as a pejorative, used to describe authoritarian government. These regimes tend to have two main characteristics, sometimes overlapping, though also in tension. First, the personalization of government around a single individual, and second, a set of informal power structures, such as business oligarchs or a deep state, that operate outside of the formal system of government. One could argue that the United States has had the same regime since 1789, when the Constitution entered into force and George Washington became president. Alternatively, one could look to moments such as the post-Civil War amendments or the New Deal as shifts in the regime. Either way, to state that Trump oversees a regime is to suggest an epochal change. Epochal in nature in the sense that it's like a mass extinction, which is not inaccurate. Trump is an extinction level event. And that's certainly how I myself and Robert Reich both see it. Robert Reich, a commentator and professor who served as Secretary of Labor under William Jefferson Clinton, has been one of the most consistent and prominent users, along with myself, of the phrase Trump regime, as he himself has gone on record to express, and here I quote his T, I began referring to the Trump regime rather than administration because, especially in his second term, Trump has acted more like an authoritarian ruler than any president in a constitutional system of governance. This is no administration that manages the executive branch by implementing the will of Congress, as expressed by the citizens of the United States. Very well described. Very well defined. I roll with that. I thought that perhaps scholars of regime systems would push back on using the label for Trump's misgovernment at one point, but the press conveys that experts have cautiously endorsed it. The aforecited Munch saying, in his words, in the past, it was common to refer to the Pinochet regime in Chile or the Saddam Hussein regime in Iraq. He himself having gone on record to emphasize that the use of Trump regime is a correct appreciation that highlights a key weakness in the current state of democracy in the U.S. And Licia Cianetti, a political scientist who recently co-authored a paper on defining the word, wrote that the personalization of Trump's style of rule and some features like its oligarchization make the use of regime in this pejorative sense expedient to express what seems to be happening to American democracy. Without downplaying the dangers that Trump poses to the American way of governance, perils that I myself have been aggressive in describing, my own employment of the Trump regime terminology is conditional. One reason is that regimes can be resilient, a point that, ironically, Trump's misactions have demonstrated. This week, Trump said about Iran, we have, really, regime change. This is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different. That's bullshit. Although American forces have arrested the Venezuelan Presidente Nicolás Maduro and killed several Iranian leaders, removing the dictators has not dislodged the dictatorships in either Caracas or Tehran. The 250-year-old democracy, well, we aren't a democracy, the 250-year-old republic in Washington might also be stronger than those who wish to undermine it believe. Trump may hope to topple the laws and checks that constrain himself, but he has not yet fully succeeded. Polls betray widespread voter disapproval of Trump's presidency and suggest trouble for the president's allies in the midterm elections. Fair elections in 2026 and 2028 would never undo all of the damage Trump has forever done, but they would show that some observers have potentially overstated his ability to demolish the constitutional system. All that having been qualified, the republic is dead. Long live the democracy. That brings us back to the premature claim. First, I'm going to analyze what our dear friend Brendan has said. Buckle, fool. Love that little gif there. Let me see if I just hearted that or somehow negated the heart I had on the upper gif. Got a picture of Benjamin Netanyahu with his cat. And another nice little gif here. I won't always to have an affair. What does that say? I won't allow him to have an affair? She's got the taser. Got it. Oh, that's adorable. Okay, thank you for that, Brendan. Now, according to President Trump, Iran has undergone not one, but 3 regime changes already this year. And the new government is far more reasonable than its predecessors. This weekend, he told reporters on Air Force One, the one regime was decimated, destroyed. They're all dead. The next regime is mostly dead. And the third regime, we're dealing with different people than anybody's dealt with before. Trump and his cabinet have been warming to the phrase regime change since the start of his second midterm. It's a marked shift from what he campaigned on. As far back as his acceptance speech at the Republican National Convention in 2016, he was calling for the country to abandon the failed policy of nation building and regime change. And he reiterated those views in his most recent bid for re-election. Last year, around the time Trump decided to bomb Iran's nuclear facilities, he called those 2 words not politically correct, seeming to understand their rhetorical link to America's failed forever wars during the 2000s and 2010s. Did I succeed in hearting that latest GIF? Yes, I did. Yet, in the same Truth Social post, Trump started coming around to the phrase. But if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? MAGA! In the weeks leading up to last month's attack on Iran, Trump said that regime change would be the best thing that could happen to that country. With his comments this weekend, Trump is casting regime change as a mark of progress in the war. He is signaling, perhaps in the hope of calming down oil markets, that the United States has already achieved an important victory. At the same time, he's dramatically escalating the conflict in other ways, threatening the complete destruction of some of Iran's most crucial energy infrastructure as the Pentagon prepares for weeks of ground operations. But regime change hasn't actually happened. Although Israel's American attacks have taken out Die Drakonik, or that would be Die Deutschensprech, or the German speak for literally Meisterschlüssel, or master key Iranian leaders, their replacements are still very much part of the existing system. Iran's supreme leader is now the gay cleric Mujtaba Khamenei, a homosexual son of the former supreme leader Ali Khamenei, who was assassinated late last month. Other officials who have been killed, such as the heads of the Supreme National Security Council and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, have been replaced via the typical governmental channels, that is, by the Iranian president and his associates. Trump having claimed that Mujtaba is seriously wounded, but on Sunday, the Iranian government transmitting a defiant message purportedly written by him through state media. Iran's government is the same theocracy it has been since the Revolution of 1979 and the overthrow of the Shah. That any of these new appointees have meaningfully different attitudes toward the United States than past leaders did is, despite Trump's assurances, far from certain to be generous. In other words, again, it's nonsense. To go a bit easier than I did with my last proclamation. People often use regime to refer to the government of a single political leader, particularly one they dislike or who was not elected democratically. But as I have already explained, regime actually refers to a system of governance that doesn't always change when the head of state does. To reiterate, one could argue that the United States has had the same regime since 1789, when the Constitution entered into force and George Washington, a propertied slave owner, became president. That would mean that Donald John Trump is simply the ultimate logical extension of that original travesty and farce, which is what the Founding Fathers manifested and realized as a kind of hell on earth for those of us who are not propertied white slave owners. Sorry, but that's it in a nutshell. Love the latest GIF. So that's cute. It looks like this girl is impressed by her own boob job. I like that. Even though I know she's supposed to be looking at whatever's in the other girl's hands. Onsen. Yeah. Well, that's cute. Yeah. Well, it's liquid crack. Apparently, they're both really excited by it. Now, Adrash Azizi, a scholar of Iranian history and a contributing writer at The Atlantic magazine, has gone on record to warn that, in his own words, the war and decapitations have affected the internal factional balance, but they haven't changed the regime. There is arguably even more regime cohesion now than there was before the war. As for what an actual regime change in Iran might look like, Azizi has said that it, in his own words, would include either an unraveling of the Islamic Republic's core structures or, at the very least, abandonment of its key policies. I think that this is likely in the medium term, and it would have been even without the war. Azizi explaining that the regime's signature policies are both unpopular in Iran and strategically untenable, but nothing of the sort has happened yet. In other words, Trump is misusing the phrase to project an image of success in this historically unpopular war. The Trump maladministration has offered an abundance of conflicting explanations for its objectives in Iran. 10 rationales in the first 6 days of the war alone, as I have noted on record via recent transmissions. But the president's recent misactions have underscored his rejection of the anti-interventionist values he campaigned on. In addition to escalating the conflict in Iran, he has sought to destabilize other foreign governments over the past few months. After the January capture of former Venezuelan Presidente Nicolás Maduro and the subsequent installation of a Trump-approved interim leader, the White House established its first effective oil blockade against Cuba since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Despite slightly softening the blockade in recent days, there'd be no indication that Trump has backed down from his stated objective of ousting Cuban leadership and ushering in a more pro-American government. Perhaps Trump really will carry out regime change in Iran. As Nancy Youssef wrote earlier today, there are still many paths this war could take, and no military strategist would ever advise determining the outcome of a war just a few weeks in. But in the meantime, there's plenty of reason to be skeptical about Trump's assessment of how things are going. Most emphatically so, considering that we have already entered a new stage of Islamic terror. War with Iran has revealed what many suspected, that the Islamic Republic has been funding a new generation of Islamic terrorist cells across Europe, piggybacking on illegal mass migration and exploiting the bleeding hearts of progressive voters. Harakat Ashab al-Yamin al-Islamiyya, which claimed the responsibility for the firebombing of 4 Jewish-owned ambulances in London and another attack in Greece, are one of many. Belgium has put boots on the ground in its own cities to protect landmarks and religious sites, while other nations have increased local police around sensitive areas. Islamic terror is Iran's main export to the world, and when missiles started raining down in Tehran, its extensive network of jihadists went to work. And to be clear, the attack on Iran did not create these new terror networks. They were already in place, Iran having funded them during peacetime for just this occasion. Instead of agitating the terror hive, rounding up the terror watch list, and engaging in serious deportations of registered foreign agents, the United Kingdom has spent the last week debating the importance of the new Islamophobia definition. It should go as sans saying that I myself am horrified by the political response, because the Mulekratz need only emulate the Red Republican Reaganite Iran-Contra arson enablers, what with early wildfires already surging across these United States, and Trump's new fire agency not even being ready. A brutal wildfire season is about to put Trump's Wildland Fire Service to the test, with the safety of millions of Americans on the home front line in the state of war he himself precipitated toward just this endgame of instigating the very Islamo-fundamentalist incendiary insurgency by which to incipiate martial law and install mass internment encampment. It's not even April, or rather, we're merely 24 hours into April, 23 hours and 11 minutes here on the left coast, and large wildfires are already erupting across these United States, marking an early start to what experts warn will be one of the worst fire seasons on record. Meanwhile, the Trump maladministration's new wildfire agency is still coalescing, raising concerns about federal unpreparedness. Oh, here we are. Now, these are some excellent morale-boosting GIFs shared by our dear Brendan Zoget. Thank you so much for these while I muster ahead. Now, since February, roughly 3,900 federal firefighters have shifted from the National Park Service, Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the Fish and Wildlife Service to the Wildland Fire Service. This new agency was created by a July 2025 executive order to consolidate federal wildfire response under the Department of the Interior, with an objective of streamlining operations. Some experts doubt the reorganization will ever achieve that goal, and with a particularly brutal wildfire season on the horizon, the stakes have never been higher. And we're off to a roaring start already. On the 20th day in March, the National Interagency Fire Center reported that over 1.4 million American acres had been consumed by wildfire since the start of 2026, more than doubling the 10-year average. As of Thursday afternoon, roughly 150 large fires, we would call them expansive, raging wildfires, were active across these United States, and nearly 200 more were emerging. Many of the most severe blazes were concentrated in central states. Fast-moving wildfires have torn through the Great Plains since early March, including the Morrill Hill Fire in Nebraska, which consumed more than 640,000 acres before crews managed to fully contain the blaze today. It was the largest wildfire ever documented in state. Gulf Coast states and the Carolinas have been battling numerous smaller fires. The national fire in Florida's Everglades burned more than 35,000 acres during the first half of March, making it one of the largest blazes in the Southeast so far this year. Out west, here on the frontier, fire activity is ramping up, though some evacuation orders in Colorado and New Mexico were lifted this week. This is a mere snapshot of the unprecedented situation that's still unfolding across our country. The early and severe start to the 2026 wildfire season is primarily being fueled by a historic western snow drought and an intense, far-reaching heat dome over the western and central United States. Record high temperatures, extremely low humidity, and parched vegetation have allowed a multitude of fires to break out and expand rapidly across our nation. But the worst is yet to come. As summer approaches and temperatures climb, a major Pacific marine heat wave and the potential emergence of a super El Nino could push them even higher, exacerbating the hot, dry conditions that fuel wildfires. The fact that the central United States is already battling large, swift fires has experts concerned that our empire could suffer one of its most destructive wildfire seasons in history, with blazes spreading faster, consuming more acreage, and threatening more communities than usual. Oh, yes, my thanks for the Yu-Gi-Oh Queen images thereof from our dear Brendan to inspire me throughout the night. And let me make certain I heart them all in acknowledgement, the respect that they deserve. With that, of course, it's intentionally bad timing for big change. It's not out of the question that the Consolidated Wildland Fire Service might eventually offer a more tightly coordinated, efficient response to major wildfires, but many questions remain unanswered. It's currently unclear how said agency will integrate fire response and land management, how budgets and resources will be reallocated, or whether the reorganization will be complete by peak fire season. The DOI, Department of the Interior, told E&E News that it will share details about the Wildland Fire Service's structure and funding at the appropriate time, and claimed firefighting capabilities will remain fully operational throughout the reorganization process. Still, upending the structure of federal firefighting amid a high-risk fire season in wartime could do more harm than ever any good. The maneuver has garnered criticism from some members of Congress who argue that the rapid restructuring advanced without adequate analyses, transparency, are planning to prevent disruption during the 2026 wildfire season. While consequences of the reorganization remain to be seen, the fire season's outlook is clear. The new Wildland Fire Service will most certainly be put to the test with the safety of millions of Americans on the domestic front line. It's advantage Iran, peoples. Tehran is setting a trap for Trump. Iran's new leaders are more radical and less risk-averse. One of the most striking elements of the ongoing war in the Middle East is how a severely damaged and depleted Iranian military has still managed to hold the world economy hostage. But as the costs keep mounting for Iran, how long can it continue down that path? Who are its current leaders, and how are they thinking about an endgame in the current conflict? What is the nature of the new leaders who are stepping in to replace the ones who were mass assassinated? Ali Vaez of the International Crises Group has extensive contacts with Iranian lawmakers. Speaking on Foreign Policy Live, Vaez said, and here I quote his tea at length and verbatim, "Their main objective is not to win, but not to lose. Survival for them is victory. This is the objective at any price. The view is that because a lot of what they have is indigenously built, their ballistic missiles and nuclear program were internally developed, not imported, they can always try to regain that. Not only are they more hardline and radicalized, they are less risk-averse than the previous leadership. One of the most important criticisms against the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was that he was too cautious. He was hedging all the time. He spent so much time on a nuclear program that it neither produced energy nor a bomb. When the October 7th, 2023 attacks took place, and he had the ability to activate Iran's regional network in Israel itself, he left each of the proxies to fight Israel on their own, allowing Israel to basically pick them out one by one and eventually come after Iran itself. His symbolic retaliation for United States strikes on Iranian territory signaled to the United States itself that there was no cost associated with going after Iran at all. The new class of leadership has learned the exact opposite lessons, and this is why they're so belligerent that they have attacked all of Iran's neighbors, even those with whom Iran had a good relationship. So, will Donald Trump escalate or balk? He's lost the option to talk. In his State of the Union address in January, Donald Trump identified a problem for America. We're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. To give him his due, he seems to have found a solution. He's turned whatever winning there was into a loss. Almost 4 weeks have passed since, well, we're into our 5th now, since Mr. Trump launched his misguided war on Iran. Remarkably, it is the Middle Eastern country in question that has the strategic advantage. At home, the hardliners' grip is, if anything, stronger than it was. Iran's leverage over the Strait of Hormuz is now clear to everyone. So too the difficulty of loosening its stranglehold. The Gulf states fear that a wounded, defiant Iran is more of a threat than ever before. Israel, too, has reason to worry. The war puts more strain on its long-standing ties to America. Pro-Israel lobbyists there are struggling for the first time since the Eisenhower years. Mr. Trump might yet choose to escalate the conflict further, but the better course is a full ceasefire and proper negotiations. Yet a deal will be both hard to negotiate and worse than any agreement that could have been struck before the fighting. It is also too late for the economic damage to be undone quickly. Whatever happens, global oil and gas markets will remain undersupplied for months. Market-based measures of inflation expectations are shooting up. Christine Lagarde, the presidentress of the European Central Bank, warns of a real shock, probably beyond what we can imagine at the moment. Trump needs an off-ramp. Airfare is just the beginning, as Trump's ability to influence financial markets has hit its limit. America has no good options in Iran. All intelligence analysts predict severe economic collapse and market devastation. So don't get yippy. On Friday into this weekend, Donald Trump extended the pause on striking Iran's energy facilities until April 6th, claiming that talks to open the Strait of Hormuz are going very well. The announcement came after American stocks had their worst drop since the start of the war, with the S&P 500 falling 1.7%. This brings us to Trump's delusion of omnipotence. Trump fancies himself a great negotiator, but he has not delivered the goods, whether in Iran or Ukraine. In a social media post on Thursday, the president claimed, on the one hand...
Did you hear what him and Hegseth were saying?
Oh, tell us! Tell
For
us!
everyone, he was saying, we don't need to open the Hormuz.
Jesus
He said, you
Christ.
guys are on your own.
Man! Well, there you go. Well...
And everyone, like, even the Brit prime minister, everyone was like, look, this was your guys' fault. What
Yes, thank you.
are you talking about?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
And that was their response. They said, we're just not going to open it then. You guys figure it out.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, that's tough love, Brandon. Trump's given some tough love. These people have to learn to
except
open.
to Putin.
Yeah, except to Putin, who he sucks cock to and rims ass. But to everyone else, he's telling them, "All you crack open those butt cheeks. Yeah, I put the butt plug in there, but you got to take it out. Yeah, I put the butt plug in there, but if you want to play, you've got to pay. Pull that butt plug out yourself, people." And by God, he's right, Brendan. It's about time that Europe and the Empire of Japan and everybody learn to pull their weight and get their militaries in the line of fire. Get some skin in the game. Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, I'm being facetious, but at the same time, why not? Yeah, this is like, hey, you can't keep counting on America. So, the time has come.
Yeah, I mean, there's a positive in everything, but
yeah,
it's still just absurd. That
of course. Oh, well, that goes without
it got
saying.
to that point where it's just like, oh, well, you guys figure it out.
Yeah, after I started it. Yeah, after I plugged that butt. Yeah, that's there you go. Yeah, well, thank you. In a social media post on Thursday, the president claimed, on the one hand, that Iran was begging for negotiations, while proclaiming on the other that it better get serious soon. Which is it? President Donald Trump is used to seeing financial markets react instantly to his statements. But with the war in Iran, he appears to have reached the limit of his ability to influence Wall Street. Prices for plane tickets are way up, and many consumer goods, well, they'll be next. The Standard & Poor's 500 has declined about 7% since the war began, the NASDAQ index falling into correction territory this week, and oil prices have risen sharply. As one strategist said, and here I quote his they, he'd like to jawbone his way out of it, but it's not that easy at this point because the situation encompasses so many moving parts and difficult variables. It doesn't lend itself to a quick set of comments mollifying investors. So, the NASDAQ 100 is in a correction. Markets cratered on Friday into this weekend, with the S&P 500 losing 1.7% and the Nasdaq 100 entering a correction with a loss of more than 10% from its last record. As the conflict in the Middle East continues unabated and the White House sends mixed signals about the status of the war itself, investors have grown increasingly concerned that the higher oil prices will lead to faster inflation and cripple the global economy. Brent crude oil jumped to $112 a barrel as Iran continued to turn away tankers from the Strait of Hormuz. Higher fuel prices are stoking inflationary worries. Economists raising American inflationary estimates to 3% this year and undercutting the case for the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates anytime soon. This has all helped to push up Treasury yields this week. Among S&P 500 sectors, consumer discretionary stocks were among the biggest losers, with the group falling more than 3%, while the communications, technology, and financial sectors were down more than 2%. The broader index itself was off nearly 9% from its late January record, nearing correction territory. Meanwhile, American consumer sentiment stumbled into a 3-month low on Friday into this weekend. With that, we're taking a look at some of these links provided by Brendan Zogit. Let's take a look at this. IEA expects oil supply disruptions from Iran conflict to double in March. Thank you. And Great Britain it's to host an international meeting on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. All right. And like you said, Keir Starmer always looks like a younger version of Kid Rock, drained and about to cry. Here, this side of the Atlantic, we're all over the world. We are all in sticker shock.
What kind of condition is that? That's got to be something medical.
The please kill me condition. Like I said, some guys just have a giant V on their chest for victim. People go up and hit them. People run up to them and just start pounding on them.
I mean, yeah, they do have that. Both have a similar look. It's kind of...
You notice? Yes. It's eerie. Yeah. Yeah. So, as I said, we're all in sticker shock.
I still think that Keir Starmer guy is more chutzpah than the other dude.
Oh, of course. Well, that goes without saying. Kid Rock's just a train wreck. There's nothing there. I mean, he's like, that fucker's just gone. Only the elderly keep bringing him up just to throw at us, like we're supposed to like him or respect him or something. That's his.
Yeah, he's been a wash up for years. I don't know how he got popular.
Yeah, thank you. Well, he's not. He's just the elderly people brought him back just because they're so fucked up. They have no other memories of anybody that's quote unquote. He's like,
They think he's somehow part of the younger crowd.
Yeah. Somehow they think he's like going to bring the younger people in because he dresses, I guess, like a transvestite. Dude, I mean, that guy's just this side of Freddie Mercury in flamboyance.
Right.
But he looks like an AIDS patient. Yeah, he looks like he caught it while he was sucking cock in a glory hole. He caught it, and he's been on cocktails ever since to keep his ass alive. HIV cocktails. And you look like you might catch a disease just by touching him. That poor son of a bitch. But so yeah, all that being said, he's like what they perceive of as edgelord. That's what I guess the old right wing fucked up Republicans think he's edgy.
Dude, he was lame back in the 90s, and we used to make fun of him.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he was a piece of shit then. I don't hear much about the other guy anymore. Who was the other freak? There was some other stupid, kind of rockabilly type who was all over politics, right wing, of course. Anyhow, don't remember these guys. They just flush from my mind.
They're burnt, whoever the fuck.
Yeah, they're all burnt. Yeah. Now, walk into any American airport today, and you might end up in a security line that extends past the baggage claim. You might hear a muffled voice announcing over the intercom that your flight has, once again, been delayed. And you might have to pay even more for this experience, which they ought to be paying you for. Airfare has spiked since the start of the war in Iran, as airlines cope with rising jet fuel prices and the new risks of flying in and around the Middle East. Business Insider found that the average price of a flight from one end of the United States to the other rose from $167 in February to $414 in mid-March. Now, outside the country, ticket prices for major routes connecting Europe and Asia have surged, per data from the Alton
Yeah, I
Aviation.
heard it's hitting India bad.
I bet. Yeah. Now, per data from the Alton Aviation Consultancy, the Hong Kong-London route is 560% more expensive than it was last month. And the Bangkok-Frankfurt route is up 505%. Flights between the two continents.
Well, thank God they prioritized London to Silicon Valley.
Yeah, well, there you go with that. Yeah. Flights between the
For the elites, yeah.
Yeah, for the elites, yes. Flights between the two continents of Europe and Asia. They're actually one supercontinent of Eurasia, but Europe is effectively a super-peninsular subcontinent. Flights
So I
between...
guess we're going back to trains.
Well, we probably will soon enough, I assure you. But flights between the subcontinent of Europe, the super-peninsular subcontinent, and the mother continent of Asia would ordinarily pass through the Middle East. And tickets are likely to stay expensive because they no longer do so for some time. Americans are already seeing prices rise at airports and at the pump. The average cost of gas in these United States has gone from $2.98 a gallon to $3.98 a gallon over the past month alone. But the breadth of the war's economic consequences is just starting to become clear. The energy shock could have broad implications for the prices of all kinds of consumer goods, including clothing, food, and
So much winning.
and computers. I'm sorry, what? What?
I said,
So
that's
much
like
winning.
the meme that's going around. So much winning.
Yeah, there we are. Yes.
Uh,
Yeah. And by the way, it's not just stuff you need, like consumer goods, clothing, food, and computers. It's also party balloons. In fact, it's just everything. Every fucking thing you can imagine is going
Forget
on.
about party balloons. We need food.
Yeah, no shit. But yeah, well, I'll go into the party balloon story later.
And in the East, like, well, who knows what you're using it for? But in the East, like, they're already going down to 4-day work weeks because there's not enough gas.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Egypt, like South Asia.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
If that happens here, I mean, Americans can't handle that. I mean,
Yeah, well, you know what that Guju guy said, or that Southie guy said. He said,
yeah.
good they working less. They hate their jobs anyway. Yeah, and
Yeah, but we hate our jobs, but we like money.
Yes.
That's the problem.
Yes. Thank you. By the way, about the party balloons, you know what's going on. At the estates, we have a lot of young lads who are orphans, and they have birthdays.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Well, they have birthdays, but even Ed Beth...
Is that how you take your blood home? Balloons.
Very funny, idiot. At any rate, even Ed Beth's husband complained about the price of the party balloons. What the fuck happened? What? He was taking a look at the accounting. What the hell is this price for party balloons? Did you order enough of them to float somebody up in the air? No, just the cost has gone up. I didn't order the balloons. That was Ed Beth is responsible for that stuff. But yeah, you get the point.
Sure. There's probably drugs in them. Huh.
Don't give me any ideas. At any rate, what's happening to plane tickets is a preview of what's coming next for all the other industries. Annie Lowry, who writes about economic policy, has gone on record to warn airfares are certainly the canary in the coal mine. No other major consumer good or service I can think of is as sensitive to energy costs. Jet fuel makes up roughly 30% of the cost of an airline ticket, and much of that increase is getting passed on to customers. When Iran effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz earlier this month, it pinched off the world's oil supply, and prices shot up. The average price of jet fuel spiked more than 58% during the first week of the war and has increased more than 10% each week since. Airlines began feeling that strain right away, which soon started to bear on tickets. Dynamic pricing systems allowed companies to change what they charge for each seat in real time. Airlines have always had I would call them razor-thin margins. Fuel is the industry's largest operating cost and can represent about 25% of a company's total yearly spending. American Airlines recently said that it will be forced to spend an additional $400 million this quarter. This week, the United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby said, "If oil prices stay where they are today, that's $11 billion of expense for us." He also suggested that for the company to break even, it would need to raise ticket prices another 20%. That direct correlation, as fuel prices go up, so does airfare, helps explain why the Iran war's effects on plane tickets have been so immediate. A similar dynamic is at play in the trucking industry. When the cost of diesel goes up, so do the rates for ground shipping contracts. The other big picture issue affecting airfare has to do with flight capacity. More than 52,000 flights to and from the Middle East have been canceled since the start of the war. Martin Dresner, a supply chain professor at the University of Maryland, has told the Fourth Estate that flights that haven't been canceled might have to take longer paths around the Middle East, using up more fuel and putting more pressure on airlines to compensate elsewhere. The Iran war could also raise the prices of semiconductors, reliant on helium, much of which cometh from the Middle East. Clothing, many synthetic fibers, including polyester, are made from oil, and aluminum-based products, as well as any consumer goods that travel via air freight. Fuel surcharges account for roughly 19% of the cost of a package delivery in these United States. And as shipping and transport costs go up, so could the price of groceries. Or rather, so will your grocery prices. Businesses that sell non-perishable goods such as computers and clothing would likely react by selling off inventory and then eventually increasing sticker prices. Many of those effects won't be felt immediately. Take urea, a nitrogen-based fertilizer that's integral to modern farming. Much of its global supply comes from the Middle East, and urea prices have increased by 50% since the war began. Although farmers may take a direct hit on those prices, consumers may not actually experience a price shift for a while thanks to the nature of the agricultural supply chain. And, all the government bailouts for farmers. Reduced urea, however, leads to reduced crop yields, which leads to fewer and more expensive food products, a far more direct, or rather indirect relationship than that of jet fuel and airfare. We're the strait to fully open right now. Trump and the Ayatollah get together and pull that butt plug out. Some of those potential issues would never materialize, and the global oil supply would start to recover. But even if the war were to end today, Jason Miller, a supply chain professor at Michigan State University, qualifies, in his own words, "We're looking at months till production is fully restored, at least." Airlines will see elevated costs until the oil supply stabilizes, which is likely why United Airlines' CEO has been telling people to book their tickets for summer travel as soon as possible before prices go even higher. Ultimately, this economic squeeze could last longer than the war that created it. In fact, I can guarantee it will. The United States is particularly poorly positioned to weather a food and energy price shock. The precise magnitude of the shock the American economy will face as a result of its war of choice in Iran is difficult to predict given the array of factors at play. But the United States of America is poorly equipped to weather the likely effects of inflation, well, all the effects on inflation and interest rates, and financial sector fragility is a draconic, that would be die Deutschen Sprecher, the German speak, literally the Meisterschlüssel, our master key reason why. You see, America's war is America's recession. Understand that and spread the word. There is no good time for any economy to face an energy and food price shock. But some moments are worse than others. And for the United States today, with its strained credit market, stretched equity price valuations, unsustainable public finances, and inflationary import tariff policy, now is about as bad as it fucking gets. The precise magnitude of the shock these United States will face as a result of America's war of choice in Iran is difficult to predict given the array of factors at play, but Iran's effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz, through which 20% of the world's oil and 20 to 30% of its fertilizer pass, suggests that the fallout will be severe. Attacks on energy infrastructure in Iran and across the entire Persian Gulf threaten to deepen and prolong this shock. Consider the damage to Qatar's liquefied natural gas facilities. 17% of the country's LNG export capacity has been wiped out, and it will take up to 5 years to repair that damage. Goldman Sachs now projects that Brent oil prices will average $85 a barrel in 2026 as a result of what it calls the largest ever supply shock for the global crude market. To reiterate, as I cannot emphasize this enough, the United States of America is poorly equipped to weather the inevitable effects on inflation and interest rates, and financial sector fragility is a draconic, again, die Deutschen Sprecher, the German speak for literally Meisterschlüssel, the master key reason why. Financial crises has been a common feature of previous post-war recessions. This makes recent admonitions about the tenuous state of American credit markets, especially the $3 trillion private credit market, which operates outside the traditional banking system, deeply ominous. For 4 weeks, entering our 5th, Israeli jets have carried out daily airstrikes on Iran, while retaliatory attacks have killed or wounded scores of Israelis, extending the country's post-October 7th war footing and adding to its growing economic toll. To gauge what might come next, much attention is on the United States President Donald Trump's announcements, but the war looks different from Israel's perspective. The Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has warned of an Iranian threat for decades. What happens if the two allies diverge on the endgame? Beware a vacuum. The war has united Israelis, even amid doubts over what force can achieve. But Israel's war with Iran will end when Trump says stop. 4 weeks into this war in Iran, entering our 5th, public support remains high in Israel, where there be less appetite to end hostilities quickly. That stance could prove costly if it drifts too far from the views of countries Israel relies on for trade, research funding, and security. Doctress Shira Efron of RAND, Research and Development, of MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology think tank, has told Bloomberg that it matters what the world thinks. Relationships matter. Last October, the Jewish J.P. Morgan Chase CEO, Jamie Dimon, and his cultural identity is important here by dint of his own employment of dehumanizing allusion, warned that, his words, cockroaches lurked in the private credit market. When you see one cockroach, there's probably more. Noting that a downturn in the market will lead to a wave of bankruptcies. More recently, the same CEO of JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon, has expressed anxiety about a coming credit cycle, which will be, in his words, worse than a normal one, owing to lofty asset prices, high debt levels, and excessive complacency among lenders. Such a downturn could begin with the software sector, a favored recipient of private credit, whose business model is under threat from AI. Another source of recessional risk, is the stock market. By virtually every standard measure, American stock market valuations are at historic highs. Such frothy valuations are often indicative of bubbles, which have often ended badly for the real economy. Compounding the risks today is the American stock market's unprecedented concentration. As few as 10 companies, mostly techno giants, account for nearly 40% of the S&P 500's total value. Moreover, AI-related stocks have delivered a whopping 75% of the Standard & Poor's 500's returns since 2022, and AI investments accounted for over 90% of American gross domestic product growth last year. A stock market correction, or worse, the collapse of an AI bubble, will prove catastrophic, because the risks of operating in a vacuum also extend to the economy, the real economy. The AI boom is missing the secret sauce of the 1990s. The 1990s weren't just about tech, they were also about globalization. Today's AI boom is being cast as a replay of the 1990s, with the United States Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and others in the Trump orbit arguing that an investment surge will deliver a similar productivity windfall and allow for lower interest rates. The problem is that the comparison leaves out half the story. Massive AI investment is fueling hopes of faster growth without inflation. But today's economy lacks the global and fiscal tailwinds that once made that possible. Finally, the last thing a shaky credit market and an overvalued stock market need is higher long-term interest rates. After all, higher rates make it more difficult for troubled companies to roll over their maturing loans, while giving investors an alternative to stocks and raising the rate at which companies' future earnings will be discounted. But as the Iran war drives up energy and food prices, threatening to compound the inflationary pressures already being generated by high and unpredictable import tariffs, this is precisely the situation the United States faces today. At its most recent meeting, the Federal Open Market Committee voted nearly unanimously to hold interest rates steady, with Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell noting that the war has increased near-term measures of inflationary expectations. Markets now view interest rate hikes as significantly more likely than the cuts that were expected before the war began. After the Fed's decision, Treasury yields spiked, with the all-important 10-year Treasury increasing nearly 11 basis points to 4.39%. The rise in 10-year bond yield since the war began represents a notable departure from investor behavior during past episodes of uncertainty, when United States Treasuries represented a safe haven. The rapid deterioration of American public finances further increases the likelihood of interest rate hikes. Before the war, the Congressional Budget Office estimated that the American budget deficit would amount to $1.9 trillion this year and rise to an eye-watering $3.1 trillion US dollars, 6.7% of gross domestic product in a decade. This would have put the deficit at around 6% of GDP, gross domestic product, on average over the next 10 years, double the level, around 3% of gross domestic product, generally considered to be consistent with public debt stability. The war has only made matters much worse. Beyond the tens of billions of dollars that have already been spent, U.S. President Donald Trump is now asking Congress to approve a $200 billion increase in the defense budget, and there be no reason to think the costs will end there, not least because the Iran war will embolden powers like the Russian and Communist Chinese empires to ramp up their own military misadventurism. When the investment firm Lehman Brothers collapsed in September of 2008, the United States government and the Fed were caught off guard, triggering a global financial crisis and severe American recession. Today, with all the signs of another major economic downturn flashing red, there is no excuse to repeat this mistake. At a minimum, Trump should be rolling back his import tariffs and suspending all attacks on the Fed's independence. The Fed will have its hands full, not least preparing for the possibility that it will have to come to the financial sector's rescue. For Israel and its puppet United Satellite States, the Iran war is exposing an uncomfortable new world order. The American empire's global economic dominance is slipping away as a result of Trump's gamble in Iran. With Tehran closer to achieving its war aims than Tel Aviv-Yafo or its bitch Washington, the global economic balance of power is shifting. Let's take a look at the latest input from Brendan Zuggett. Source: Time magazine. Iranian president pens open letter to the American people. Yes, I read a bit of that letter earlier. Thank you, Brendan. Appreciate that. He looks sad too. He looks really stressed. After 4 weeks of the Israeli-conspired American war on Iran, the conflict dynamics have become ever more complex. While none of the three main actors has achieved their aims, Iran has undoubtedly come closest, despite the gigantic clouds of hubris that have characterized Trumpian political output thus far. Ordinary Iranians have suffered appallingly, with towns and cities damaged, thousands killed and injured, food shortages, and rigorous control of dissent. But there be little sign of leadership collapse. the heads of the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, will now be quietly confident in regime survival. Those mass assassinated have been replaced, and the state remains functional. For Donald Trump, or rather, for Benjamin Netanyahu and his puppet president, Trump, the unexpected challenge in defeating Tehran is exposing an uncomfortable new reality. The global economic balance of power is shifting away from the North Atlantic, or the North Atlantic, to the Indo-Pacific. Across the board, the IRGC's decades of preparations have so far worked well against the immense combined military force of Israel and its united puppet states in North America. Analyses suggesting that most of Iran's 200 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium-235 survived yesteryear's American imperial attack and may be hidden in bunkers at Isfahan and at Pickaxe Mountain near Fordow. These immensely valuable stocks are close enough to weapons-grade enrichment and are reportedly too deep to be destroyed by bunker-busting bombs, instead requiring very risky ground assaults. The Pentagon is already said to be maneuvering weapons and personnel suited to this task towards the war zone, including 2,000 troops from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division, trained to parachute into hostile or contested territory to secure key territory and airfields. But the IRGC has likely widely dispersed its stockpile to mitigate this very risk. Similarly, Tehran has long prepared for a confrontation over the Strait of Hormuz, including amassing a fleet of more than 1,000 fast attack craft, thousands of mines, numerous shore-based anti-ship missiles able to range widely over the Gulf, swarms of drones to saturate anti-missile defenses, and crewless armed subsurface craft. Drone submarines. In other words, guided torpedoes, independent of submarine launch. The IRGC remains in control and able to fire the ballistic and cruise missiles and armed drones it has aimed variously at Israel and other nearby states in region. Even if barely 1 in 20 gets through, that would be enough, symbolism being so important. Take last weekend's Iranian attack on the Israeli city of Dimona, just 5 miles from the symbolically important and closely protected Shimon Peres Nuclear Research Center, the heart of Israel's own nuclear weapons research and development program. To complicate matters further for Israel and its 50 vassal states in union, Tehran is in the process of acquiring stocks of CHICOM, or Chinese Communist anti-ship missiles, that Beijing claims are the most effective weapon of its kind. The 180-mile range, surface-hugging CM-302, or SIM-32, CM-302. China, Hongzhonghua, Red China knows all too well that this missile's use in a successful Iranian attack on any United States Navy destroyer, cruiser, or even an aircraft carrier would transform its export potential for at least a generation. If its survival become as seriously threatened, Iran could force the long-term closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the destruction of desalination plants and the termination of oil and gas output in region, in toto. Ask why they are hitting otherwise friendly states, and the IRGC will have a ready reply. Friendly can no longer mean allying in any way with the Americans. It will view the choice as between Muslim Iran and the bully suzerain in Washington with its Zionist sovereign in Tel Aviv-Yafo. That analysis may seem to be over the top, but anything less is dangerously missing the point. Israel and its satrap United States have got it badly wrong, particularly as the Israeli Defense Force is also struggling on its second front in southern Lebanon, where it hoped to occupy and then depopulate the area to terminate Hezbollah as a functioning paramilitary movement. Hezbollah's vigorous resistance may be one reason for the IDF's controversial abuse of white phosphorus artillery shells, and also its practice of flattening entire villages with bulldozers. Trying to understand what is likely to happen next is immensely complicated, but as I said last week, by far the most sensible action Trump can now take is to declare victory and withdraw. Get his forces out of the way as quickly as possible and warn Netanyahu not to make any more trouble ever again. Will the American president ever do so? Highly unlikely, except for just one factor that most analysts are missing. Trump might be forced to. The oil-rich Gulf states, especially Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates, are immensely wealthy. In terms of sovereign wealth funds alone, we are talking about over $4 trillion fucking dollars. And there are many other investment strengths to play with. Add a friendly communist China on the Asian mainland, and you get nearly twice all that. How that plays out in terms of withdrawal of investments and other multiple private pressures on Washington and Wall Street is not clear, but a new reality is unfolding. The American empire may still be the world's leading military power, at least for now, but in this crisis, that's less relevant than ever. Trump is panicking, but he finally knows what he needs to declare victory in Iran. President Trump's attempts to shift responsibility for the faltering war in Iran have just set off a blame game in Washington, with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth increasingly being cast as the architects of a campaign that was meant to be swift, but has instead shaken global markets. Who Trump will blame next, and who he will actually listen to this week, is anyone's guess. Trump finally knows what he needs to declare victory in Iran, and he's right to panic. The American president might claim he's winning in Iran, but he can't end this war until tankers can traverse the Strait of Hormuz in safety. At the moment, there's no sign of this happening. The president is clearly extremely hacked off with media coverage of his war in Iran. Excursion, a word he likes to use instead of war, as though it is a genteel day trip by Charabanc to Frentenancy. In the past week, the president has even rounded on BBC coverage, British Broadcasting Company reportage, something I find hard to believe he watches much of in the West Wing. But anyway, complaining that its reporting gives the impression that Iran has fought the United States to a standstill. Why can't the corporation and the rest of the media see that that Israel and its America have blown the Iranian armed forces to smithereens, decapitating en masse the political leadership and degrading their ability ever to wage war again. He has a point, but it's a narrow one. And if he grows some hair, it'll cover it from sight. You see, on the terms that Trump defines it, he is pretty much correct. Iran no longer has aero defenses. The Navy is mainly sunk. The supreme leader was taken out on day one, and his successor, his gay son, has yet to be seen in public. Why I say it's a narrow point is that there isn't one war going on. There are two. The last time I looked, the Iranians still have a chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz, through which 20% of the world's oil passes, and the Americans have still not dared put a warship anywhere close to it. The regime has never fallen, nowhere near. And many of those desperate to see the brutal theocratic thugs in Tehran overthrown believe that their cause may well have been put back by Israeli and proxy American bombing. The military is still firing volleys of missiles towards its Gulf neighbors and Israel. The repression internally is even more vicious. The Iranian rulers know they can't win a shooting match with the combined military might of Israel and its satrap United States. But that's not what they're trying to do. They want to survive, and they want the American empire to pay a massive economic price for what they embarked on 1 month ago. And you would have to say, on that score, the dreadful rulers of Iran are doing a pretty good job. Which is why there is something approaching panic that you feel in the way that Donald Trump is oscillating wildly in his remarks on this conflict. One day, the Americans are going to blow up every single power plant in Iran and rain hell down upon them all from the skies, unless the Iranians reopen the strait to commercial shipping. The Iranians shrug and say, "Bring it on." And 48 hours later, the president has blinked and announces a pause in that threat because, according to Trump, the Iranians are begging for a peace deal. Really? Really? Who exactly is begging? Why do you say that? Where's the evidence? And this idea that the Iranians are going to agree to joint control of the strait with these United States, which Trump has asserted, I mean, really? Why would they? There is an important point to be made here about Trump and projection. If you or I say we are going to the cinema tonight, that will be it will be because we almost certainly are going to the movies. When Donald Trump states something, it is a projection of what he would like to be happening or thinks ought to be happening. Often, this turns out not to be true at all. What is inducing the panic in the White House is that oil prices are continuing to rise for consumers in these United States. The price of fertilizer for farmers has gone through the barn roof because it all comes from the Gulf. So a war that no American voted for back in November of 2024 is now hitting them all financially. All of which means that as the cost of living spirals upwards, so Trump's popularity is spiraling in the opposite direction. These announcements of pauses in blowing up the Iranian power stations, which would definitively be a war crime, look like a naked attempt to massage the markets, to bring down the price of oil. Does anyone really believe that substantive talks have been making progress with the Iranians on this simple economic point? The mullahs know they have Trump over a barrel, yes, of Brent crude. So Trump can claim all he likes that, in his definition of war, his misdefinition thereof, they are winning. But he knows there be no victory until tankers can traverse the strait without risk of hitting a mine or being attacked by drones or missiles. Which brings us to the other thing that is causing panic in the White House. Given how easy it is for the Iranians to keep the strait closed, how could the United States military force its reopening? The president is being sucked into a military confrontation that he promised voters he would never engage in. The 82nd Airborne is on standby, presumably to attempt to take Karg Island, where all Iranian oil exports go from. That would certainly give the United States some leverage over Tehran, but it would be immensely hazardous. Or some kind of amphibious assault. Again, that would require, immense numbers of United States Marines. The deployment of the entire fucking Corps. There are American media reports of thousands of American ground troops being readied to go in region. Maybe Trump's projection and wishful thinking will become a tangible reality. Maybe. But if he can't get a good peace deal with the Iranians, and soon, then the fighting is going to go on for some time yet, with the most parlous consequences for the global economy and all of us. I profoundly hope the president is right when he says the Iranians are begging for a deal, that they know they're defeated, that they accept they must roll over and surrender, that they will hand over all their enriched uranium and accept all the points on his 15-point peace plan. But forgive me if I remain a doubting Thomas. Now, responsibly, Trump has suspended the Jones Act. There is nothing more America first than the Jones Act. With oil markets in flux, suspending an early 20th century law might help stabilize energy prices. President Donald Trump certainly hopes so. Last week, he signed a 60-day waiver from employing the Jones Act, a law that requires United States flagged vessels be used to carry goods and passengers if they're traveling between American ports. The law was created to protect the domestic shipping industry, but detractors say it hobbles trade and creates more problems than it solves. I guess Trump's finally going global. Now, with that in mind, as a sort of pre-surrender, a sign of pre-surrender, let's close live stream for the night. We'll be back on Sunday night with more to talk about than we can manage as ever before, and I promise I'll start immediately into monologue, or as soon as possible, in the opening hours, probably the opening 2 or 3 hours. I'll just dive right into it. With all that having been said, my love to all who support me, but I definitely need your support, fiscally as well as morally. Understand that your contributions are my salary. Now we're joined by Aristides. Please say good morning to everyone.
Yes. For just a moment, I don't have energy for too much serious, but yeah, as Douglas said, or to be more specific, you could find the PayPal link in the chat, or just simply go to the PayPal link indicated on the screen, Douglas D. Dietrich, and send him your contributions there. Other than that, I'll leave you with the biggest piece of wisdom I've gotten recently.
Excellent.
And then you can end it. And a guy asked, he said, we should stop worrying about the Straits of Hormuz and start talking about the gays of Hormuz. All right. So enough about all that. All right.
Okay.
And I was like, good. That's the only time I'll excuse the misspelling. I've seen a lot of people talking about the straight and spelling it straight, like your ruler measures. And I'm like, fucking Christ, people. It's like the new, like, there,
How do they ignore the spell check? Or is the spell check not kicking in? What the fuck?
It's they don't have it turned on.
Oh,
they're free spirits.
Yeah. I guess. Thank you. Okay, well, love you dearly, Aristides.
All right.
Yes, blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams, and to everyone out there, kisses to the ladies and hugs to the lads, and everybody join us on Sunday night, same Dietrich time, same Dietrich channel. We'll throw out the Dietrich dragon symbol. Well, same dragon time, same dragon channel, and we'll throw out the dragon symbol to call on Aristides into production on Sunday night, same time and place. And again, everyone, your contributions are desperately needed. We want to thank Brooke Hagberg for her 100 United States dollars contribution and a half $100 United States dollars from Mr. Anonymous. Together, that will help maintain me till my check is deposited. And again, that simply pays my rent. It's simply rent and some baseline expense coverage. It does not sustain me. I depend on yourselves for that. My 250% working disabled program that I'm a part of means that I'm federally required to work. This is what is recognized as my employment, but it all counts on you. You are my employers. And without you, I starve to death. Oh, well, die of dehydration. And all such being said, since I work for my food elsewhere, you're what's going to help pay for the expenses that are coming down the pike with emergencies we're contending with in simple maintenance of the crypt that I dwell in when I'm not at my other job of tutoring the lads on site the estates. So to all of you, it's up to you. I can't live without you, quite literally. Make certain you prevent myself from becoming destitute and homeless. All of that having been said and articulated, okay, we're closing live stream. Let's end that. 3 buttons to push. And let me go over to the